Well, we celebrated Thanksgiving out in London. The kids were there. There was a stint of sobriety following how sick he got on set with Paul Bettany after one of his drug binges, and he kind of just came alive again. You know, he even played a prank on me about having relapsed when he hadn't relapsed. You know, I started to kind of feel that with the kids being around. I did think that maybe this was it. We were on a good path, meaning to sobriety, that this was it. And our life was peaceful for a minute. You know, it went back to being wonderful. There were these moments that just felt so wonderful.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right. I'll just sustain the objection.
Okay. Take us to the engagement. There was this engagement party, correct?
Then, yes, come Christmas of 2013, Johnny had rented this beautiful mansion in Malibu on the beach. It was gorgeous. And he brought my family out, and his family was out, obviously, in LA. And we stayed in this rented mansion, and we're all together for the holidays. And one evening, we were going to his mother's house. His mother, who you've heard about, was older and sick, but at home being cared for. And one evening we're going to have dinner, Christmas dinner there with her around the time of her birthday as well. And my best friend said, "You should."
Objection, hearsay.
Sorry.
Wasn't offered to prove the truth of the matter, but go ahead. Go past that. What did you do?
We went to Betty Sue's house, his mother's house, and Johnny proposed in front of our families in this big, surprise. He surprised me, got down on one knee, and I cried and hugged my mother and hugged his mother, and he gave me this enormous diamond ring, and it was a nice time.
Okay. I'm going to take you into January, February 2014. You employed a woman named Kate James, is that correct?
Objection, leading.
What, if any, relationship did you have with Kate James?
She was my assistant at the time. I hired her sometime in 2012 and had as minimal contact with her as I possibly could. So.
And why is that?
She was difficult, troubled, and inconsistent. She drank on the job and stuff like that, and her behavior was
Objection, relevance.
Horrible.
She's already testified. Kate James has testified, and I think bias. We can.
All right, I'll allow that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Please describe for the jury what job responsibilities Kate had and how you communicated with her and kind of how that worked.
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
Thank you.
We had minimal person-to-person interaction because I was hardly ever in LA. If I was there for a few days at a time. And Johnny and I kind of lived in this insular bubble anyway when we were together. But we would send emails, texts, and a lot of voice memos, voice notes. And, if I found that if I said, "Kate, you left the car running with your doors open and your kids in the car on the street. You
Objection,
need to move
hearsay.
it."
She's not testifying. She's testifying about context.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 209.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay grounds. It's still hearsay. May we
Ms. Hurd,
approach?
did you, may I lay the foundation first? Ms. Hurd, did you communicate with Kate James by email in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendants 209. Is this a communication that was between you and Kate James that was in the ordinary course of business with her as an employee?
Yes, it is.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants Exhibit 209. Business records exception.
Still hearsay, Your Honor.
Business record exception gets the business record, but it's hearsay. If there's hearsay involved inside the business record, there's still objection to hearsay.
Your Honor, the business records exception, I mean, I don't agree. I think that's the point that hearsay can.
Approach.
What, if any, communications did you have with Kate James about your issues with Mr. Depp?
Objection hearsay.
Your Honor, Ms. James has testified.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, we can take that down, Michelle. In the February, I'm going to jump to February, March 2016. What, if any, communications did you have with Mr. Depp about a prenup?
Well, after the engagement, but before the engagement party, I started to feel like it would make, I know that he earned significantly more than me. He's a successful actor. I wanted to eliminate any doubt in his mind and in other people's minds, so I brought it up to him and brought it up to my therapist.
Objection hearsay.
She's just saying that she brought it up to her therapist. She's not saying what she said. But please focus on Mr. Depp, okay?
Of course. Johnny said he would tear it up. He said, if you ever brought one up to me, or if I ever saw one, got my hands on it, I'd tear it up. Only way out of this is death. Only way out of this is death. And I thought it would, like, I didn't care either way, but I did feel that it would eliminate suspicion or doubt, and it would make things easier. And I told him over and over again, are you sure? Are you sure? Maybe we should do this. And he one time he said to me, he's like, kid, are you already thinking of how you're getting out of this? Are you already planning to get out of this, kid? You already planning on leaving? It was around the same time as the moving in together conversation. He accused me of having 1 foot out. And they kind of were happening around the same time. You know, I still had my apartment and we're engaged now. He was asking me to redecorate Sweetser, his main house, and kind of move into the ECB building downtown where my best friend was living at this time. While the decorations and the remodeling had been done on Sweetser. And so these conversations were kind of happening about how to build our future together and how we were going to move forward together. And I would have forgotten about the extent that we had those conversations early on in the engagement if it hadn't have been for my therapist's notes.
I'm sorry, if it hadn't been for your what?
If it hadn't been for my therapist's notes, which were taken at the time when I was talking to her about this and my conversations with
Objection,
Johnny.
hearsay.
Okay.
I'll sustain the objection.
We'll move on. Okay. Let's take it to March 2014. Did there come a time there was an engagement party?
Yes, so it was March 2014.
Please describe for the jury.
We had an engagement party, and we decided that when we did get married, we'd have a small wedding, you know, something intimate. But, our lives were kind of big. His life was extremely big. And we needed to incorporate, we wanted to have a bigger engagement party than a wedding, you know, and kind of get our guests in, our family, our friends, and have a big event of it, as opposed to making the wedding something that was big. And, so we kind of put it on the engagement party and had a bunch of people, a lot of friends, business acquaintances, a lot of family. I had all of my family friends and my childhood friends come out for it, and I even invited my therapist. It was, a big event.
Okay. And describe what took place at the engagement party.
We walk in together and we took some pictures and said a few hellos, and then Johnny disappeared upstairs in, I guess it's like a coat room or something. It was in a big abandoned building that was rented out for events. And he disappeared upstairs almost the entire party, I would say. It was kind of came down at the end when we were leaving, and came down once because he was at the time sharing drugs with my dad.
Objection. Speculation. Lack of foundation.
How do you know that he was sharing drugs with your dad?
I was there. I watched it.
Please continue.
My dad at the time was was addicted to the same thing Johnny was. And so my dad had, either my dad ran out or Johnny ran out. I can't recall which of the two ran out, but there was they needed more, of course, and had to leave the party. My dad actually left with Johnny's security to go get more drugs from
Objection.
West
Calls
Hollywood.
for speculation.
How do you know that?
They told me.
Hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
And they left to go whatever, and then they came back with drugs, and everything was okay in terms of the withdrawal symptom, or I don't know what you call it at that point. But he still stayed upstairs. And
Are you referring to Mr. Depp?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Please
So
continue.
shortly after that, I tried to get Johnny to come downstairs, and he just snapped at me, just verbally told me to shut the fuck up. And I remember talking to my mom about the irony of it.
Okay.
We were at an engagement party, but that was pretty much it for the engagement party. And I went downstairs and entertained guests and smiled and took pictures and put on a face, and went about my evening.
All right. I'll take you to May 2014, the Met Gala. Could you please tell the jury what a Met Gala is and what's involved in that?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
Met Gala is a big event, annual event, celebrity event in New York. It's a fashion event, but it's just a major red carpet event. And you have to be invited, and it's kind of a thing, you know. And we were invited that year, and I had already gone for the previous year or two, and this year we were going to go together. And at some point in the evening, we're sitting across the table, and Johnny starts asking me about this woman. He thought I was looking at this woman in a sexual way, and I kind of turned it around on him and said that exact same
Objection
thing.
hearsay.
All right.
It's context, Your Honor. This is
I'll
context.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Just say what Mr. Depp said then. I guess you can't tell us what you said to him.
Okay. He was accusing me of flirting, and that's how the argument started. I don't recall what other accusations I was fielding at that moment, but typically in my experience with him, it wasn't just one. So you'd make a point, and then he would go on to a different accusation. But I remember that what started it is this accusation that I had been flirting at this event. We get back to the hotel room, and Johnny shoves me and kind of grabs me by the collarbone area, like not really my neck, but top of my neck, above my collarbone, below my neck. I think at that point, when we were still in the living room, I shoved him back, but I don't really recall too many specifics. I remember he threw a bottle at me. It missed me, but it broke the chandelier. And at some point, I remember maybe this was the shove that I was talking about, but at some point, Johnny and I are in a struggle in the living room, and he kind of like shoves me down on the sofa, and I get up, and I'm trying to get him off of me, and it's just stronger than me. I don't know how else to describe it. And at some point, he just whacks me in the face. And I had not, at the time, been, I think that was the first time I was like, is this a broken nose? At the time, I was unsure what that feeling was, but I suspected I had a broken nose. And other than that, I was relatively unscathed. But I remember my nose being swollen, discolored, red. And I took a picture of my face at some point and made a joke about it to my friend about how bad I looked compared to how the red
Objection
carpet.
hearsay.
All right.
It was not for to prove the truth of the matter,
Yes,
sir.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Okay. Just don't say what you told a friend, okay? Okay. Let's take you to the Adderall Diaries. When did you start filming the Adderall Diaries?
Believe May. I filmed another movie in New York, March, April, May. I went straight from that movie to another movie, an independent film with James Franco. The one I had previously shot was with Christopher Walken. That's right. Okay, so I went from one to the other and saw Johnny in these, in between. Like if I got a long weekend or, I'd fly home to be with him and then fly back. It was kind of like that.
Fly back from where? Where were you filming those?
In New York.
Okay. And where was Mr. Depp at that time?
Johnny was in LA at the time and then eventually went on location for his movie, Black Mass, in Boston.
So you were in New York and Mr. Depp was in Boston at some point?
Eventually, by May 2014. That's it.
All right. And what, if any, discussions or arguments did you have with Mr. Depp relating to James Franco in that time frame of May 2014?
It's a nightmare. I wanted to do this independent film. I liked the story. I liked the character. I told him I'm not going to wear makeup in the thing.
Objection, hearsay.
Apparently,
Ms. Bureau, if you could approach, please.
so tell the jury what Mr. Depp said.
He was mad at me for taking the job with James Franco. He hated James Franco, and was already accusing me of kind of secretly having a thing with him in my past since we had done Pineapple Express together.
So I'm going to take you to the Boston plane incident. We've heard about that earlier, May 24. Can you please describe for the jury what took place on May 24 relating to the plane incident?
Well, I had spoken to Johnny. He's in Boston, I'm in New York, and I spoke to him. He had already been upset with me and accused me in many arguments about not telling him about scenes that I had. If I had a kissing scene, any sort of romantic scene, and I wasn't explicit about what I was going to do, then I was accused of having withheld information and hiding it from him. So I didn't want the fight, of course. I didn't want the argument, but I had to kind of eggshell tiptoe around how to tell him when I had any sort of scene like that. And I did tell him in this occasion.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, we need to stay with what Mr. Depp said, okay?
Okay, so he was upset with me, but he didn't sound coherent so much on the phone. He was yelling at me about how could you tell me this? How could you tell me this when I'm filming, when I have this scene that I'm doing? How could you tell me this when I'm working? Obviously, I couldn't tell him any other time because we were both filming, and I told him as soon as it was relevant, but he kept saying, how could you tell me this? How could you just tell me this? And it was like I had told him I was having an affair or something, it was that angry at me. But he kind of started to sound less connected to reality as these arguments would happen on the phone. This is in one day. Eventually, he hangs up on me in the conversation, screaming at me. I talked to his assistants. I won't say what they said, but I had conversations, and felt encouraged that I could continue on with the plan, which was for me to get on the plane, go to Boston, pick him up, and we would go back to LA for his daughter's birthday. I was nervous because the conversation I had had with him, and he was so upset with me on that conversation, but I figured I assumed he had passed out and that he would have been kind of sobered up the next day, assuming that the work would mean that he felt pressured to kind of pull it together. And I get on the plane. He sent the plane, so I assumed he's not that mad at me. He's over it. We're moving on. He's sobered up. There had been a lot of talk about a sober plan, like a full detox, a full recovery, a doctor, a whole plan. You know, there were talks of that following what had happened in London. So I was feeling like, okay, well, maybe we're here. And I get on the plane. It touches down and the SUV pulls up and it sits on the tarmac for a very long time. He knows I'm on the plane waiting for him. So I kind of started to anticipate that things weren't as I hoped, meaning that he was sober and had slept it off. And I'm sitting on the plane for a very long time waiting for him, and he finally opens the door, and I see him get out of the SUV, and I can guess by how he's moving, how he's walking. I didn't realize at the time I had already become really sensitive to these little changes because my life changed depending on what he was on. And he gets on the plane, and I just knew in every cell of my body something was wrong. And he comes straight up to me, doesn't say anything to me, but is looking at me. He's got these glasses on, and he takes them off in this kind of aggressive manner and sits down across from me, not in the usual spot. We'd kind of have our places on his plane, you know, where you get used to sitting. And I remember I got up and moved to accommodate him getting by so he could sit in the normal seat as per usual. He didn't. He sat across from me. At some point, and I don't really remember the exact sequence of it, we take off, and at some point he's asking me what's wrong with me, what do I have? Do I have something to tell him? Do I have something to tell him? You want to talk to me about your day yesterday? And then it gets... I already know that he's drunk. I already know he's using. He reeks of weed and alcohol. I mean, his breath smelled so bad, and I could. I could anticipate that there was a no-win situation here. There was no me talking myself out of this or talking him down or any. You know, a lot of my arguments and my involvement in them are me trying to diffuse by explaining or
Objection, non-responsive.
She's telling the story, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection as part. Go ahead. Okay.
So he is asking me questions, and I know to not engage. I was polite. I made sure to answer minimal amount of, the minimal amount that I could. I moved slowly. I was trying to be polite, but not engage because there was no win. And he kept going, kept asking me. Eventually he went from, do you have something to tell me, to, you want to tell me how much you liked it? Tell me, did he slip a tongue? It got worse and worse, just more. It went from asking me about how my kissing scene went or how the sex scene went to asking me what James Franco had done in the scene, to being really explicit about my body. He was talking about he was saying really disgusting things about my body, about how I liked it, how I responded, and then he started just straight up taunting me. I know you liked it. He called me a go-getter. He called me a slut in front, and also this is happening with security and his assistants on the plane, and I remember I felt, I struggle to be able to tell you how embarrassed I was, because he was speaking to me in front of people in this way, asking me if I liked it and if I was wet, and why I wasn't looking at him, and that was proof I wasn't looking at him. That was proof that I was asking for it. Did I ask James to do this and this to me? And how about if he does those things to me? Insert sexually explicit descriptions of what he accused me of wanting or deserving. And I, at some point in this, get up and move to the front of the plane. And I remember getting up so slowly. I didn't want to aggravate him. I didn't want to give him any excuse to pounce on. I didn't want to upset him. I didn't want him to flip a switch and get worse. I just remember very slow movements. And I slowly get up and move to the front of the plane, and he starts throwing things at me. Ice cubes, utensils. He's calling me a go-getter, and then an embarrassment, talking about what an embarrassment I am. I don't know how many times I moved seats. I wish I did. I don't. I remember moving more than once, and Johnny came to me each time, not the other way around. He sits down in front of me at one point, and because I'm not answering him, I was looking out of the window, and he slaps my face. And his friend is in our proximity. And it didn't hurt my face. It just felt embarrassed that he would do that to me in front of people. It was the first time that anything like that had happened in front of somebody. I got up to move again, and he's just taunting me, having a laugh, screaming, and then just straight up mean, calling me names. And it was oscillating between those things. And I get up slowly again, and I just resolve to just sit the rest of the time up at the front of the plane. And as I get up, he kind of kicks the swivel chair into my hip, or kind of just hits me. And I look at him, and he asks me, what? What are you going to do about it? I just stared at him. I just stared at him and wanted him to see me. I wanted to get through to him. Didn't feel there was it felt like there was a blackness in his eyes. I wanted to look at him. I wanted him to see me. It didn't even feel like him. And as I'm walking away, slowly, trying not to be, I was being very deliberate about my movements, wasn't saying anything, I wasn't engaging. I am walking away from him slowly, and he tells me to hurry the fuck up. Hurry up. And I just look at him one more time, wanting to penetrate the monster to see the man that I love underneath that. The man I loved. And he tells me to hurry up again. And I pull my gaze away from him. I walk away from him. My back is turned to him, and I feel this boot in my back. He just kicked me in the back. I fell to the floor. I caught myself on the floor, and I just felt like I was looking at the floor of the plane felt like a long time. And I thought to myself, I don't know what to do. I can't believe he just kicked me. No one said anything. No one did anything. It was like you could hear a pin drop on that plane. You could feel the tension, but no one did anything. And I just remember feeling so embarrassed. I felt so embarrassed that he could kick me to the ground in front of people. And more embarrassing, I didn't know what to do about it. I got up and I walked to the front of the plane. I sat down and I just looked out of the window. And Jerry Judge's security and my friend both kind of under their breath asked me, "Are you okay?"
Objection, hearsay.
I spent the rest of the time looking out
I'll
of the
sustain
window.
the objection.
And
Did there come a time that you tape recorded Mr. Depp on this plane?
I want to sit here and say that I was telling myself I needed to leave him. But as he got worse, he demanded the oxygen tank from the flight attendant. Excuse me. And he continued to drink and then eventually started howling like an animal and passed out in the bathroom with the door locked. And was howling, and I at some point pushed record on my phone because there was that 5% part of me.
Objection, non-responsive.
I don't think it's non-responsive. She's explaining what led up to her tape recording him and why. I mean, I can ask her,
Okay.
will that solve it?
All right.
Why did you tape record him?
Because I knew that Johnny wouldn't remember what he had done. I knew he would not remember. And if
Calls for speculation.
She can say why she did it and what she thought.
But that last part called for speculation. I'll sustain the
Don't
objection.
say, I knew. Why did you tape record?
in my experience, when Johnny was that inebriated, he would not remember what he had done.
Calls for speculation.
How can that call for speculation?
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, let's go to defendants 221. And I'm going to play 3 different parts for it.
Your Honor,
And if
may
we
we
can-
approach, please?
Okay.
So we're going to start with 221, and we're going to call it A, and that'll be 0 through 1 minute.
Okay, sure.
with the first one with 0 to 1 minute. And can we turn up the volume just, I mean, there's part of it that the noise of the airplane is a little bit loud, but to be able to pick up the noise. Keep an eye on it. And then the second one is from 2:50 to 3:20, 30 seconds.
You, 221 is in evidence. All of 221 is already in evidence.
So may I play the third one then, and then we
Yes.
can take the break?
Yes.
Thank
can
you.
play-
That would be at
You can play
9.
all of it if you'd like. That's fine, thank
I
you.
think that'll torture the jury if I
Okay.
do that, Your Honor. 9:30 to 10, just 30 seconds more.
Must have this fucking idiot in case he gets sick.
All right, and you can be changing gears after that, or do you have any more questions for this issue?
No, I think this would be fine
Okay,
for a break.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning break then. Just do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody. All right, thank you. And again, ma'am, since you're still testifying, don't discuss your testimony with anybody at this point, okay? All right, so let's just come back at, let's make it 11:42. All right, 11:42.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing? So the court is taking their morning 15-minute recess. Sorry, I'm just now getting here, guys. I had to do a few things before I got on camera. But nonetheless, how's everyone doing? Good to see everybody up in the chat, man. Good to see you guys here. So if you guys have been following the trial, then you know what's going on. Johnny has already testified. He's received a question from his lawyers. He's been cross-examined. So we're pretty far into the case. I'm not too sure how much longer it's going to last. I don't really see the point in, I mean, all the stuff that they're going back on, you know, back in, about Johnny's addiction and you know, their past and stuff. Like, it has absolutely, in my opinion, it has absolutely nothing to do with what the case is all about, you know. So, what's up, Hash? How you doing, man? What's up, Sang? What's up, Hash? How you doing? Welcome to all the new faces in the chat. Appreciate you guys being here. To all my members, let me go ahead and give the proper shout out to all my members in the chat. If I can get my buttons working here. There we go. And to all the new faces in the chat, appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much. So I don't really see the point in them going back on all this stuff. I mean, you know, she put out a, what do they call it? She put out something in the paper saying that she had reported that Johnny had abused her. So Johnny is suing her for defamation, which means he's just there, like he said in his opening statement when the case first started. He's just here to clear his name, and he's here to, most of all, clear his name for his children, because he doesn't want his children going to school and people picking on them and them thinking that, you know, their dad's a wife beater, which he's not. I'm not buying, yeah, Faya, yeah, definitely. Depp is definitely innocent. He is. I believe so. I don't think, I mean, all the evidence that they've provided so far with audio recordings and pictures, etc., whatnot, has all been evidence against Amber. And none of it has been against Johnny at all, right? None of it's been against him. Let me zoom my camera up just a little bit here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me zoom it up a little bit. And we'll bring in a little closer shot, and I might have to just angle it a little bit here. Oh, that's too much. That's about right. But all the evidence they presented so far has been, you know, like Hash just said, the cards are stacked against Heard. I mean, you know, even who was it that testified the other day? Johnny was laughing about it. They were talking about how Johnny was taking a leak in the house, right? They said, was it true that Johnny had his penis out, you know? And I was thinking, I mean, you know, it's funny to hear stuff like that, but what does that honestly have to do with the case? I mean, Johnny thus far has been honest about everything. You know, when he was asked about his drug addiction, he was honest about that. When he was asked about his alcoholism, he was honest about that. He was honest about coming clean and how he came clean, and how Amber made it extremely tough for him, because when he was on the island going through detox, because that's where he decided to go through detox, that was the island that he has a house on. Johnny owns an island. You know, imagine that. So the island that he was on when he was going through detox, Amber, at the time, him and Amber were married. Him and Heard were married. So she was there with him, and the doctors had instructed to give Johnny the medication as needed, not at a certain time, but as needed. So when the thing that I can explain the best about withdrawal is when you're going through withdrawal and you need that little bit of medicine to just kind of knock the edge off, and you're not getting it, it can send you into a spin. It can you know, make you think some crazy thoughts. And that's the only thing that Johnny was simply trying to explain the other day was, you know, he said, you know, I pretty much begged her to, yeah. And remember, Hero, in the testimony, he said, I once gave Marilyn Manson a pill just to keep him from talking so much. What she doesn't know is that Johnny plays Jack Sparrow. Yeah, Mellow Game. What's up, man? I think you're new here, man. Welcome to live stream, man. Good to have you, man. Good to have you. But Johnny was testifying about I forgot what was I saying, guys? I completely lost my train of thought. But anyway, thus far, Johnny's testimony has been nothing short of the truth. He's been honest about everything. He hasn't, he hasn't lied. He hasn't lied. I mean, everything they've asked him, he's been forthcoming about it and very honest, which, in my opinion, I think is great. You got withdrawal from your milk, Jesus. And the thing is, man, let me zoom my camera back out just a little bit. Nope, out. There we go. The thing about it is, man, is that, like I said, all the evidence that they've presented thus far has not been against Johnny, but it's been for Johnny. So I don't even know why. I think Amber made a rookie mistake by lying the way she did in the first place about Johnny apparently abusing her. And she had a picture of her with some marks on her face, but it ended up being makeup. So, I mean, it is what it is, and it's all going to, we've got a trial here. We've got a full jury that's listening to everything that's going on, and I'm sure that the jury knows that they're not dumb. I'm sure that they know that Amber right now is putting on a complete act. Like, this is her actress act, right? Quote, unquote. So she's not a good liar. She is not by any means at all, Officer Heroic. Officer Heroic, it's good to see you back, man. I'm glad to see you back, man. It's good to see you back. One thing as former drug addict is that they will admit it is what they use, how much they use, how often, how they used it. They have no reason to hide it once they have been. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Drug addicts will never, ever, once they've used, now they might lie when they're using, but after they've come clean, from my experience, I've known that drug addicts have always been extremely honest about their past, that because they're proud of that. They're proud that they were able to beat that habit, right? So, and if you notice, Justice for Johnny, JB, what's up, man? How you doing, man, JB? Good to see you in the chat, man. Good to see you. Good to see you, JB. Welcome to the live stream, man. I went this far because the world is set up that way. Disney didn't give him the time. Yeah, and you know what? I don't think Johnny, speaking of that, Hash, I don't think Johnny will ever go back to work for Disney. And I'm going to just say this. I honestly would not blame him because they have put him on a back burner as of right now because of everything, the allegations, the false allegations that's been brought against him. So if I was Johnny, I mean, the guy's a multi-millionaire many times over, right? So if I was Johnny, I would never work for them again, never. And Disney is kind of a janky place anyway. So, did you, Matthew? Guilty, man. Same here, brother. 6 years. 6 years clean right here. 6 years clean. July 7th will be 6 years clean. So, yeah, I mean, he's just been really honest about everything. And I think that that's good in his case. Now, there is one thing I did notice about Johnny. A vast majority of the time when someone is abused, they will have a hard time looking at their abuser. They don't even want to look at them, right? If you notice throughout the case, Amber has constantly looked at Johnny, right? But you guys have never seen Johnny look at her. As a matter of fact, the whole time she's been testifying this morning, and yesterday she testified too. So cross-examination should be coming pretty soon. New member Mellow Gaming. What's up, new Mellow Gaming coming through? With a membership to it's going to be great. Hey, thank you, Mellow Gaming. Appreciate that, man. Let me give you the proper introduction right there, man. Mellow Gaming coming through with a membership to it's going to be great. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Hey, thank you, Hash. Appreciate that, brother. Yeah, man. 10 years, Matthew? That is amazing, bro. That is amazing. That is absolutely phenomenal, my dude. That is, it's a lot harder than what, okay, that's perfect where my camera is right there. It's a lot harder than what most people might think, right? Like, I remember withdrawal being just pure torture. It was like torture. I was hot, I was cold, I was sweating, I was freezing, I was, you know, I had, you know, my body was aching. I had the bubble guts, you know, which I think is a common withdrawal. Those are common withdrawal symptoms that you normally go through. That's what I was saying. But he was on the island with Miss Heard, right? Miss Heard was on the island with Johnny Depp. And he was practically pretty much on his knees begging her to give him the medicine. And she wouldn't give it to him. We're about to get back into it here, guys. So I won't be talking as much so everybody can hear the case. But she would not give the medicine because she said, it's not time, Johnny. And he asked her several times. She said, it's not time, Johnny. So, yeah, that right there. So he ended up texting the doctor saying this is not going to work out with Miss Heard on the island. It's just not going to go good here. We're going to have to get her out. So they got her out. You know, Johnny got the medicine that he needed, you know, because when you're going through withdrawal, you know, you need that medication to knock that edge off because you don't want to just go straight through, you know, flat out withdrawal, man. That's horrible. That is torture, man. The breaks are 15 minutes. Now lunch, I think their lunch break is a little longer. I think lunch break is like maybe 30 minutes to an hour, something like that. So they do take a lunch break. Now, I do want you guys to know I will be streaming this all day. And the court case will be going until 5:30 tonight, so I probably won't be live streaming tonight. But this live stream will be up. I will be live streaming this all day. And at 2 o'clock, I do have to get up and leave to go pick up the wife. And then I have to go to the store with her, and then I'll be back. So I'll just leave the live stream going. I've got moderators in the chat here, and I'll probably have more moderators later that'll come in who can moderate the chat for me, guys. If you would, please look out for me. What's up, Echo Heaven? What's up, man? Echo Heaven XX. My boy Austin, the man responsible for selling me my PC right there, the chat. Hey, speaking of that, guys, the 3090 PC is on its way here. Speaking of that, guys, I got to check out see if I got any packages. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right back.
All right, thank you. All right, let me see your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Amber, following the plane ride, what did you do once you arrived, once you landed in L.A.?
All right, let's see here.
I called for a car to pick me up, met me at the private airport, and I left. I got straight off the plane as soon as we touched down. Johnny had been saying what he would do to me once we got on the ground, and I didn't know how long this cycle would last, so I wanted to just get out of there. I went to a hotel and called my friends to join me, which was my coping strategy at the time.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendants 204.
Yeah, get you some popcorn, man. What's up, Officer? Is it Dogue? Is that how you say it, Dogue, or do you pronounce it Dog?
Did you reach out to...
Objection,
Appreciate you being here,
Your Honor,
man.
Hearsay and leading.
Your Honor, I would direct Your Honor's attention to the first one in blue and the third one in blue, and I would say present sense impression and the state.
Oh, doesn't matter. Okay, man.
Yes.
I'll call you Officer Dog. It sounds tougher like that. Officer Dog. No, they're not on cross-examination yet, JB. They will be soon. I don't know if they'll do it today or tomorrow, but the stream will be going all day. They're gonna be. I think I heard the judge say, if I'm not mistaken, don't hold me to this. believe I heard the judge say they're going to be going until 5:30 today. So this is going to be an all-day case. I mean, these people get here at 8 o'clock and they go on trial at 9. They're there all day long, man. They're here all day long. So I couldn't imagine being part of a trial like that and having to sit in the courtroom. Look at Johnny, man. He who was it said a while ago? He always looks like a pimp. He does, man. He always looks like a pimp. Well, this is Johnny's team right here. Oh yeah, Johnny's got top-notch lawyers, man. You better believe Johnny has got some top-notch lawyers, man. You better believe it. So yeah, sometimes they'll silence the audio. They'll silence the audio when they're talking in case any kind of personal information is shared. Like when they approach the bench, if they're talking, if they have to discuss street addresses, phone numbers, emails, etc., stuff like that. That's usually why they mute the audio when they approach the bench. So, and in some other parts of the trial as well. Get your pitchforks and torches.
All right, let's go to 205. Defendant's 205.
Let's do it. Look at her. Ooh. I just can't.
And this is a communication between you and Rocky Pennington, your best friend, is that correct?
That's correct.
Objection, hearsay.
Here we go. Good objection. Good objection. That's right. Object the hearsay like they did Johnny constantly. And they're talking about not putting her in Aquaman 2 because of all this. Jason, the guy that played Aquaman, Jason Mamos, I believe is his name, Mamos. And he's got a weird last name, but he's talked about not casting her in Aquaman 2 because of all this. I'm pretty sure I know Jason is friends with both Amber and Johnny, but I believe from my understanding, from what I've heard, objection hearsay, from what I've heard that Jason does not want her cast in Aquaman 2, so. Oh, thank you, Officer. I appreciate that. Sticks and marshmallows. There you go. This is going to be good. I don't know if this is cross-exam. Oh, it is. This is one of the brunette you guys see standing right there. That is one of this lady right here. You guys see my cursor? That is one of Johnny's lawyers, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So I believe she's fixing to face cross-examination. This is about to get good. This is about to get really good, guys. Tara Newman, man. I've been waiting on them to cross-examine her, man. I love how calm and content Johnny stayed the entire time that they were cross-examining him. He even giggled at him, like, the stupid questions they were asking. It was ridiculous. But let's see what happens here, guys. Here we go. Officer Dog, 3. I think he has 3 lawyers.
205 with redactions is in evidence.
He's got a team, bro.
Your Honor.
Which, so does she, but.
Thank you.
Is it 4, JB? Is it 4?
So, Rocky on this is Rocky Pennington, your best friend, is that correct?
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
my mistake, guys. This is not cross-examination.
And
Sorry,
when
guys.
did you send this communication to Rocky?
Once I had touched down in LA.
And you said, I'm not good. What did you mean by that?
That I needed help. That I was scared. I was scared of what had just happened to me. I was scared of what was going to happen to me. I was scared if I left him. I was scared if I didn't. And I needed help. I just needed support. I I didn't feel safe going home. I still had my place in Orange. He had keys.
You need to learn how to tell the truth, is what you need to learn how to do. I need.
I'm scared.
I need. Oh, God, tears.
Did you text your mother and your father about this incident?
Objection, hearsay.
That's right. Object it, man. Object it.
What, if any, communication did you have with your mother or your father following this incident?
Objection, hearsay.
Let's go to defendants 222.
Yeah, boy. Get him.
I suspect we're going to be back up.
All right, you wanna-
Officer Dog, I agree. Mellow Gaming. Is it 4 or 5 lawyers? Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. He's got a team. I think I've seen 3 or 4 at the table with him, something like that. But, you know, they're there with him. I mean, it probably just doesn't show him all the time, I'm sure. Oh, look at her 1960s glasses. Look at those. Watch her just go into this dramatic, you know how she goes, and then she'll go, and then she'll go back to, I mean, it's just so, like, the acting is so bad. It's so bad. Like, you can tell it's an act. You can tell it's an act. Oh, absolutely, Officer Dog. I agree. I agree. She's definitely lost this case. Johnny's got it in the bag by a long shot. If Johnny does not win this case, then our system has truly failed us. I'm telling you, man.
What, if any,
It is, Mellow Gaming. It is.
communications did you have with Kate James following the Boston plane incident?
Objection, hearsay.
All right, if we go to 224.
Okay.
Dude, they are going
my
to, they're
argument
going to be
would
nailing her today.
Business records exception.
All right, you want to come forward? We can do it.
All right. Sorry, guys. I'm OCD. My camera has to be, like, just right. All right, so they've muted again because they went forward here. I mean, I love that they're objecting everything that comes across to her from her lawyer because that's the way they did Johnny. That's the way they did Johnny, and I think abuse from women to men is so much unheard of only because it's a lot less unheard of. I wouldn't say so much, but it's a lot less unheard of than an abuse from a man to a woman is, because men are prideful, right? We're prideful, so we don't want to swallow our pride and tell somebody, hey, you know, we've been abused by our significant other. We don't want to do that. That's not something we want to do. And like Johnny said, you know, when he made the trip to the hospital after she threw the vodka bottle at him and cut the tip of his finger off and severed it, you know, the cross-examination asked him why he didn't tell the doctors the truth when he first got there. He said, because I didn't want to get her in trouble. And that's how it is when you're in a situation like that, you know, because, you know, I'm sure at that time, like Johnny had stated many times, they were trying to work through it. They were just trying to, you know, work through it and make it work. And so the last thing I'm sure he wanted to do in a situation like that was try and get her in trouble, you know, so, yeah. Objection, reaching for tears. Yeah, man. That's right, Mellow Gaming. That's right, brother. That's right. They're nailing her, man.
So, what, if anything, did you do the evening of the 24th of May?
I reached out to friends and family, asked for support,
Objection, hearsay.
Ooh, there you go.
and surrounded myself with them with that.
What, if anything, did you do for Lily Rose's birthday?
That's why we had gone back to LA. Johnny was sick after having passed out on the plane. So I took her to dinner We went to Benihana's.
He didn't pass on the plane. He was asleep.
It was, again, put on my smile, took her out, tried to make her feel loved, and celebrated for her
God,
birthday. And,
give me a break with
then I
this.
booked a flight out to New York, to go back to New York, obviously without Johnny.
What's up, Officer Lincoln? How you doing, brother?
Now turn to 225.
Going to 225 in the documents, guys. Opening up docket 225.
And Your Honor, I'm going to be referring to the last two blue spots on that page with the state of mind. Mental condition.
It doesn't, it's still hearsay, Your Honor.
She had to get that booger over her nose.
May we approach?
Watch her sniffing. She's probably doing coke. She probably hit a line or two before she came to court this morning. Christian Rivers, what's up? I'm sorry, Christian Rivera. You are new. Welcome live stream, man. Good to have you here, man. Good to have you. Look at that new button right there, man. Good to have you, Christian Rivera. All my members again in the live chat. Appreciate y'all being here, man. Thank you so much for you guys being here. Appreciate that. So they had to approach again. I don't know. I'm not too sure what's going on. I wish it wasn't so confidential that they had to mute it, because I would love to be able to hear what's going on at the bench. Like when they approach the bench, I would love to be able to hear what's going on. This is the lady right here that types out all the transcripts and stuff. Right there. Are you, Officer Lincoln? Are you, man? Home on lunch break? Yeah, I think the court takes their lunch break around, what is it, like 11:30, I think? 11:30, maybe 11:45. But I think lunch break is like 30 minutes, maybe to an hour, something like that. It might be 15 minutes. That's not really been the most important part of the case that I've been listed. I've just been listed the case, so I don't know how long they take lunch break for.
Now to 228.
228. Going to docket 228, guys.
Your Honor, we're going to object on hearsay.
First one is all I understand in Your Honor's ruling, but I think
this is all Johnny's lawyers back here, guys. You see sitting with Johnny? This is his team of lawyers right here. That's two of them back there. These are two lawyers right here. Those are his lawyers. Look at his team, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got 5 lawyers, man. Look at that team, bro. Y'all, look at the photographer up here. Check out his big camera right there. Look at his big camera. Check it out, man. Y'all would love to have a camera like that. That'd be so dope. Yo, man, look at his team, man. He has got the cavalry in there. I love it. I love it, man. I love it. Just like the oatmeal guy. What's up, Chris Horseman? What's up, man? You are new, man. Welcome last year, man. Good to have you here, man. Let me get that new button for you, brother. Good to have you, man. Gonna be answering any questions. Yeah, she, and she may not, because I mean, it's like I said, man. This entire thing, since her questioning started, what was it? Yesterday it started. It's just been one big. She's putting on the whole actors thing, and the jury has to take that into consideration. Why would they not? I mean, now Johnny didn't get up there. He didn't boo-hoo. He didn't cry. He was just straightforward. He was being himself. That's Johnny Depp for you. You know when Johnny Depp's an actor, because he's totally not himself. For example, when he plays Captain Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean, you wouldn't even think that is Johnny Depp, right? I mean, you can tell by his looks, but not by the way he talks. This guy is such a wholesome and legit actor. It just blows my mind how good he acts. So for Johnny to get on the stand and just be himself says a lot. But then for her to get up there and put on this whole act like she does in some of her
So-
smaller roles is beyond me.
Tell us please tell the jury what you did then over that night, the next day, and at the hotel.
I cried a lot. Tried to surround myself with my friends and resolved to leave him. I felt powerless.
Violated.
Nothing I did made a difference. You know, on the plane, I was so careful.
Objection, non-responsive.
This is to all of you.
And
This
you
is the
can
justice
tell
for
how
Johnny
you
right here,
feel,
guys.
but don't go backwards, okay?
I resolved, tried to, the strength to commit to leaving him. I knew I had to. I knew nothing else would make a difference. So I got myself back to LA. Excuse me, New York.
You mean you were trying to think of another lie?
And started going to Al-Anon meetings every day. It's a support
Working
group.
today as well as last night. I went to
People who
shut
love
down.
addicts and alcoholics.
Did you just do karaoke last night, Austin? Did you?
What, if any, communications did you have with Stephen Duders?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor,
For real, JB.
let me ask it this way. What, if any, communications did you have with Mr. Duders communicating on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Objection, hearsay.
Ooh, yes, baby. Objected. Yeah, tear her
Right,
apart,
let's go to
man.
229A.
That's right, JB. Just take the whole box tissue and throw it right at her face. Bam! Right in the nose. Right in the nose, baby.
Finish him.
And could you, without saying what the content is, can you tell us who this text message?
Oh, did you?
Johnny's assistant,
Oh, you went and seen Shine Down.
Stephen Duders.
Okay. And what, if any, communication were you having with
Here's a
him
tissue for your tissue.
following the Boston plane incident?
Objection, hearsay. May we approach?
Yo, they are tearing her apart. They're not even letting her talk, bro. They are not even letting her talk, which I love. I knew when she got on the stand, I knew Johnny's lawyers were going to come at her hard. I knew it, man. Yeah, Austin Powers quote. Yeah, man. Man. I knew the lawyers were going to come at her hard, man. And I'm glad they are, because this is what she asked for. This is exactly what she bargained for. This is the cards that she played when she put out that art, when she said those first words about Johnny being a so-called abuser, which he's not. He's not. Do you hear where you're going to be working at, man? What's your new job, brother? Mello said, this is the result when you hire your lawyers on Wish. For real. For real, dude. Yeah, they're gonna be coming at them pretty hard, man, because, and I'm glad. You know, I never wish the worst for anyone, and I don't wish it for Johnny. I don't wish it for Heard. But I do think it would be fair to say that after all this is said and done and she loses the case, I don't think it'd be... Sorry, guys. I don't think it would be fair to put her in any movies anymore because, I mean, she pretty much ruined Johnny's career by these allegations. You know, because of this, Disney decided not to cast him in Pirates of the Caribbean 5. And I'm going to tell you this right now. If he does not go back to Disney, which I'm pretty sure he won't. He pretty much stated that in his statements when he was on the stand testifying. I mean, in his testimony. If they go through with Pirates of the Caribbean 5 without Johnny Depp as Captain Jack Sparrow, that movie will lose so many ratings. It will not be funny. Because nobody's going to watch a movie like, especially Pirates of the Caribbean, that are epic movies, by the way. And I recommend watching those if you haven't. Those are amazing movies. I'm on, which one am I on right now? Because I'd never seen them, so I started watching them. I'm on the third one, I think. But they've been amazing so far. But I'm telling you, if they cast somebody else as Jack Sparrow, they will lose so many ratings.
Did you communicate at all with Mr. Depp in the days following the Boston plane incident?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury about those communications.
I heard from him
Hearsay.
directly. I also heard from him through his assistants who were texting for him.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Yep.
You're not allowed to testify about the text messages
Yeah.
of his assistant, but can you tell the jury about your communications with Mr. Depp?
Okay. It's kind of confusing because he was texting through them.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll strike that from the record, and you'll just
I
regard that
understand.
testimony. Please answer the question.
Just confine it to the communications you had with Mr. Depp, please.
That he was sorry and told me that he was in a blackout. He didn't remember everything, but what he did remember, he was ashamed of. He begged me to forgive him. Said he understood and forgave me if I never wanted to speak to him again. He texted
One
me
sec,
at one
guys.
point, and then
What is it, boo? What is it, baby girl? She's over here in the bed. Ray, why did you do that? Boo, why did you make a mess? Don't move. Don't move. I gotta clean it up. Ray, why did you do that? Huh? Why did you make a mess, boo? You know better than that. You want daddy to spank your butt? Well, maybe I should. I think I'm going to because you made a mess. And stop making messes, you hear me? I mean it, boo. It's not nice. It's not funny. No, it's not Nana. No, it's not Papa. No, it's not anybody there. Nobody's out there. No, boo. No, boo. Boo, nobody's out there. Alright, I got it cleaned off for you. Need me to fix your tablet? Well, boo, you're gonna have to quit touching the buttons, man. I'm in the middle of a stream over here, man, and you're following me over here, dude. There you go. Sit back on the bed. Get you a drink. There you go. You ain't gonna have it plugged up for now. Alright, I'm gonna get back over here, okay, boo? I love you, boo-boo. I love you, boo.
And I would say both present sense impression and definitely state of mind, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
Sorry, guys. I think I hit the wrong. I meant to mute my mic, and I muted.
So,
the desktop.
did
Sorry,
you
guys.
ultimately communicate to Mr. Depp what you first drafted up in an email without saying anything about what's in the email?
That calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm just asking if she did.
Not what she said.
Correct.
Okay. Overruled.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I hit the.
To Mr. Depp, what you had drafted in the email, and you don't get to say what you said.
Yes.
Okay. And what, if any, response did Mr. Depp
Can't believe I
have
did that, guys.
to
So
your
sorry.
sending that email to him?
He came to New York to fight for the relationship, for me, to prove that he was sober and he was committed to changing.
I know, JB. I know, dude. It's. I mean, she's not even crying, bro. She's not even crying. There's
I
no
believed he
tears.
was embarrassed and sorry. He said he was, and I believed him.
Oh my God. Just put her in jail already.
So I took him back, or I got back with him. On the condition that he would uphold his promise to do the treatment, to do the full detox, clean up, and never go back.
So I'm going to take you now up to the June through August 2014 time frame. And I think you testified earlier, and others have as well, that Mr. Depp brought in Dr. Kipper and his group, correct?
Yes, he did.
Could you please describe for the jury what those next few months were like?
All of a sudden, this doctor gets brought on that we had been talking about. I had heard this name before. And all of a sudden, this doctor, Dr. Kipper, apparently wrote a book on addiction, and was this doctor was going to be the solution, the cure, you know. And he got brought on board, and all of a sudden, the plan was that this team would be involved in Johnny's recovery. So it felt real, it felt serious. I felt like protected. You know, I had already by this point heard a million times, it seems like, promises to get clean and sober, but this felt like a change. And they were going to come to Boston and start working with Johnny, and the plan was to keep Johnny on the same level of drugs that he was on since he was filming. They needed him to finish filming.
What's up, NF? How you doing,
the
brother?
movie.
Good to see you, man.
So he was going to be maintained with his with prescription pills, including the painkillers.
What's up, Cinephi? How you doing, man?
The plan was he would obviously abstain from alcohol completely and all other drugs like weed and coke. And then when he finished filming, the plan was to do
Objection,
the
Your
full
Honor,
detox.
hearsay.
Ooh.
Lack of foundation.
Yeah.
I don't understand what the objection, I don't think it is. I think she was just explaining the context there. I don't think she was saying.
We
what
just lay
somebody
a
said.
foundation how she knew. It's fine.
How did you know that?
I was involved in the conversations
Please
with the
continue.
doctors.
That's
and
still
the
hearsay.
Sister.
Objection,
And
Your Honor,
nurse.
that's still hearsay.
Yeah. Yeah. What?
So, what happened next?
I love it. What's up,
As
Chris?
a result of these communications, without saying what the communications were?
A nurse came to Boston where Johnny was. I just would come for short periods of time in between, on weekends from filming until I wrapped my movie, which I did, I think in May, if I am not mistaken. And then I went to Boston and I was there and saw a nurse was flown out to Boston, Debbie Lloyd, and I believe Kipper came out too. And they put Johnny on a bunch of new medications, which they shared with me, told me about.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Ooh, man. Nail her. Yes.
have to be careful about what other people told you. Okay, but you can testify to what you know, okay? So what happened then?
I saw his medications change. I know the amount that Johnny told them he was on was so that they could maintain him for the filming, meaning not make a drastic change in the amount of painkillers he was taking. But his behavior, his whole personality changed drastically.
Steven's perspective. What's up, man?
He would be speaking to me.
Good to see you, man.
And at
Welcome
the
to
time I
live
was
stream,
staying
man.
in Boston with him, having wrapped my movie, and he would, in
She is, man.
mid-word, fall asleep. One time I was sitting across from him, and he would come in and out of sleep, of being awake, or completely what appeared to be asleep while talking to me, and he had a cigarette in his hand, and, Johnny constantly smoked.
Probably because the man was working 18 and 19-hour days.
He fell asleep while speaking, down on his leg. They're hand-rolled cigarettes. They don't stay lit very long, thankfully. But, it was
Wow.
things like that, and I didn't understand it. Even though I had experience with drug use in my family, I hadn't seen anything like this. And it was so dramatic, the change, that
What's up, Lee? How you doing, man?
was trying to figure out with the nurses and doctors what happened, what changed, how we could explain the change and what medications were causing it. I knew there were new medications involved, so, I was constantly worried and in communication, and Johnny's behavior got worse and worse, more of this passing out, nodding off, waking up in the middle of the night,
Yeah.
screaming, waking up in the
Exactly,
middle of the night,
Steven.
sometimes
Exactly,
crying.
bro.
And the emotions would change from one to the next, like by the second. I remember we were on a long weekend when he was filming in Boston, and we went to this like a resort retreat hotel, and
Thank you, King of Gaming. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man.
he was just bawling.
From Australia, man.
I-
Kangaroo
it
Kingdom,
broke
right?
my heart. There was just a lot
That's
of
all I can
changes,
think
and
of when I think of
really
Australia.
didn't know.
Kangaroo Kingdom. Appreciate you,
I
man.
felt so bad for him, and I thought maybe it was just what Kipper had introduced into the regime. the
Is it really
medications.
2 a.m. over there?
But what I found
Wow.
out
No kidding.
in that time is that he was taking about double the amount.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Was
No,
this
Yeah.
I saw it.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
It was taking about double the amount that he told them was his normal when he started.
She's so
the-
lying. She's
the process
lying,
with the
man.
doctors. So after a few, it's I think months of going, what is wrong?
I
And,
hope she gets
you know,
charged with perjury for lying under oath.
turning him over when he vomited at
I think that's what
night,
they
or
call it.
checking his pulse. There were, all of a sudden, when I realized the amount was about double, I realized then he had been lying to them and me about the amount so that he could get extra high before he had a detox. But that I can't that I was so it was such an agonizing weeks, months. It was so agonizing. I don't know how long it lasted, but I was so concerned for this person, and he had just been doubling up his meds. because
Yeah,
he
you were
didn't-
so concerned that you held his medication from him when he
So
needed
you
it the
pull
most.
up 1092, Defendant's Exhibit 1092.
She's such a scorpion woman. What's up, Lauren Reisger? How you doing? Good to see you, Lauren. How's the Discord coming along, Lee?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1092.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 1092 in evidence.
There will be another objection for hearsay. That's all she's been doing is hearsay.
Can you describe what's depicted here and why you took this picture?
This was during that time when the prescriptions that he was on in the doubling up of the opiates got so bad that he was like this just throughout the day, off and on, and then he would take Adderall and he'd be really animated and ready to go, and then it would be this again, and it was so erratic.
But
It changed so quickly, and I.
What does this have to do with the
naively
abuse part of it?
now really did not understand what was going on. I deeply cared about this human's well-being,
No, you did not.
and
No, you did
it
not.
was very confusing and scary.
You're such a liar.
So did there come a time then that...
She cares about the
Depp
money
went
is what she
into
cares about.
detox For
What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, man? Eagles fan up at the house. What's up, dude? How you doing, man?
or whatever they're called.
Yes.
She
when
needs
he
help and
finished
also to
filming,
polish her
I was,
knee.
to do the detox, and that's what we did.
And when was that?
That would have been early August of 2014. I believe
Jesus.
we left. We were there for, I think, a week
Oh,
to 10
God,
days,
Chris,
8
only you, bro.
more or less.
And we've heard some testimony about this. but
Oh,
can you please
Lord.
describe for the jury
To polish her
what
knee.
took place during this detox on the Bahama Islands in August 2014.
Oh, man, that's funny,
It was for the
dude.
first few days, okay, peaceful. The nurse.
Yeah, exactly, Kangi. Exactly,
And
bro.
then later, nurse and doctor. We're staying on a different part of the island. A few minutes drive by ATV, like 10, 15 minute, by one of those ATV vehicles. But we communicated via walkie-talkie and occasionally through text. And it was okay at first, and then the behavior, then it just really wasn't okay. It was up, down, he'd be mad at me. Then he was wanting a hug. He cried a lot, and then he, wanted to have sex a lot, which is just not like Johnny at all. And it was just like that. It was just up, down, mood, and it was like it felt like a constant was catering to the mood, that whatever he was going through at the time. I was just trying to adapt and kind of roll with it and provide support. I was taking his blood pressure. I was on a schedule and constant communication with the nurses about delivering the meds, giving him his meds at a certain time. I was just trying to
Wow.
take care of him. And a few days in, I guess the effects of the
Kangi
detox
Gaming
really
coming through with the
started to
membership.
change.
Appreciate that, my
We went
man.
From this erratic behavior.
My man's one of the buns.
Up and down to just really down or mad. He would burst into anger at me. yelling
Oh,
at me. I
Steven,
crossed
that is
the table. I
hilarious.
walked away
Kangi
from
Gaming,
him at
thank
the
you
table.
so
I
much
crossed the table
for
and
that
screamed at me,
membership,
screamed at me
brother.
about
I will
that,
give you a
tried to
proper shout
overturn
out here
this
very
table.
shortly.
Luckily, it was.
Thank you, man. I
bolted
appreciate that.
down
Welcome to It's Gonna Be
the-
Great.
To the deck.
Welcome to the Criminal
But I
Justice
remember him
Membership family, man.
shaking and
Appreciate you, man.
screaming, and
Appreciate you, my
at a
dude.
different point, he was really calm and sweet and thanking me.
Ash.
And then another, he looked like he was balancing out, and we had a conversation, and he was saying he wanted to quit the detox, and he couldn't do it anymore. And I was trying to find the language to encourage him. I was trying to.
She's
remind
putting
him how
forth
much he
way
wanted
too
that,
much
how
effort
much
into
he had
this,
told me
like,
he wanted that,
too
how
much.
I was reminding him. He told me all the time I had saved his life, and he wouldn't be doing this without me.
He
I
poked
was
all the
telling him these
holes.
things, and I was at one point in our conversations, I told him about how.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, hey, Lee, take care, man. Appreciate you stopping by, dude. It's my right-hand man right there, man, my
I said
assistant
something to
director.
him, and he got so angry at me, he slapped me across the face.
Oh,
He did
my
it,
gosh.
crying. It was the weirdest thing. He was crying, saying no woman had ever embarrassed him like that.
The
No-
weirdest
no
thing
woman
was
had ever made
him
feel like that.
asking
I
you to
heard that for
marry
the rest
him.
of the trip too, just on repeat, and I felt bad. I feel bad, still feel bad, but I didn't want to make him feel embarrassed. That's not what I wanted to do. It
Wow.
just was over my head. I don't know how to detox someone. I don't know how to help them through that, and I shouldn't have been there. I don't.
Why were you there?
Because he asked me to, and I didn't know that was up phenomenally dumb
I believe
idea.
he
I
did
don't know
ask her to
why
be there,
anyone-
but he had her removed
I don't
too.
know why the doctors and nurses didn't tell me what to. I have
Fly
no
Wireless, thank you for
idea
subbing, man. I
what
really
that was
appreciate
gonna
that, man.
look
Thank
like
you
or
for
be
so
like.
much for subbing
And
the
it was
channel, man.
hell.
Welcome to family, brother.
You know, we're on an
Good to have you
island.
here.
I'm trying to take care of him, and he
For
was
real,
hallucinating
JB, don't
and
cry.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Yeah.
Overruled.
screaming at me
Overruled.
for things that I
What's
said.
this judge's problem?
I hadn't said anything. I would tell him, Johnny,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think in the context, Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
What's it for?
It's just telling the context of,
I'll sustain the objection.
please
There you go,
continue.
sustain it. There you go. Do
He
something
said
right,
what he
Judge.
did and
Do
what
something
your
right.
observations were.
he was accusing me of having a man in the house with me. We were in a single, in a cabin. It's basically one room with a closet and a bathroom. I mean, there's nowhere to hide, really. I mean, there's a closet and a bathroom. And he
to
at one
hide,
point
really?
told me that I was hiding something.
Judge
in
is
the
a
house.
Karen.
Another point, he was communicating with someone not in the room.
Oh,
It
that
would
is
yell at me and
hilarious,
then
bro.
yell at
That is
someone else who
hilarious.
wasn't there. And I tried to ask for what I should do. I didn't
Man in
know
the
what to
house
do.
probably was James Frank.
It was terrifying. It's strange. The whole week. was-
It was the Green Goblin.
So, after you left Bahamas and finished with the detox there, where did you go from there?
He went in there and showed her his green balls.
we, meaning Debbie Lloyd.
Oh
Kipper
my
and
God,
I and
dude.
Johnny.
She's
flew back
she's like
to
the
LA.
apology.
And he was going back and forth between saying he wasn't going to continue to, he was committed.
Oh
It was
my
back and
gosh,
forth. Everything
guys,
was
that's
up,
so
down,
funny,
erratic,
man.
changing
That's
every
so
second.
funny.
And we got to LA, and Debbie and Kipper communicated with me. I won't say what they said, but I decided it would be probably
Oh
in
my
everyone's
gosh,
best interest
man.
if I went away to a hotel.
You just sword the.
Johnny put me up in this room in this hotel while he finished the process
Oh
of detox
my
in LA.
gosh.
And I had my friends out with my girlfriends there to support me as per usual.
So, Michelle, can you pull up 270?
Oh my gosh, Kanky.
And after you both returned to LA,
Oh my god.
did Mr. Depp communicate with you by text while you were apart, while he was finishing the detox?
Yes, he did.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of 272.
Any
defendant's
objection?
Yes, Your Honor, to the first message. Excuse me,
Oh
Your Honor,
my
to the second.
gosh, you guys are killing me, man. Oh my god. Yes,
It just doesn't seem to be a impression, but I'm understanding your rulings on that. So can we redact that second message?
Oh man, you guys are killing me, man. What's up, HT? How you doing? Ellie, what is up? That's Olivia right there. What's up, Olivia? How you doing? Right, we need Dr. Phil in the house. He's apologizing.
Your Honor,
All right. Any objections to 272 redacted?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. just
Oh my god, you guys are killing me, man. You guys are killing me.
Amber, I'm going to show you now what is Defendant's Exhibit 272, and this is on
Oh,
August 20,
man.
2014.
Oh,
It's
Jesus.
a text message from Mr. Depp to you. Do you see that?
Yes, I did.
Lord.
Okay. And just so we can highlight here,
Just to let you know that I'm
he's
fine, my
calling you.
angel.
He says, just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I missed you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. Yours, Steve. You see that?
Steve.
I do.
So what, if any, expressions was Mr. Depp giving you at this point that he was angry with you ever having to help participate with the detox or to be on the island or anything along that.
Oh, they redacted his
Objection,
name.
Compound.
I'll allow it, but just for trying to keep the record clear, 272 has already been entered into evidence without that redactions, and there wasn't any objection, so I would wish if I could have both sides to keep track of their evidence. It's not my job to keep this.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I just got a note to that effect, so.
Okay, so 272 is in evidence without, you can clear the redaction and publish it. It's really the party's responsibility to take care of the record, not mine.
My apologies on that one.
Ooh, listen to that judge. She is a Karen.
All right.
All right, and I overruled the objection, so she can answer the question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, can you remind me what the question was?
Yes, that's fair. I said, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say about that you were torturing
Why are they
him on
calling
the
him
island and he
Steve?
didn't want you there?
Very confusing for me to hear that, because
I just want you to know.
even though he was hallucinating and angry at me at various moments when he would have
Oh,
these
guys, let
kind
me
of
cut my camera real quick so y'all can see
episodes.
that. I'm sorry.
Um,
Okay. We can turn it back on. Sorry about that,
I
guys.
did nothing but try to take care of him. I'm not a nurse. I did my best to support him,
All right, I got you, Kangi. Okay, bro.
and he
Yeah,
thanked
really,
me.
Chris. Who's Steve?
He thanked my mom.
He is a
my
cool guy,
dad.
Ellie. He is. He is a cool guy.
And for me, of course, I saved his life. That he wouldn't be able to make this change without me. And that this process was horrible and hard on him and us and me. But that he was so thankful that I was there for him.
Okay, we can take this down now. Michelle, thank you. And,
My fake
I'm
cry.
gonna take you up to September, October.
I can get that hoe off the stand.
2014. Do you remember filming Magic Mike 2 in that time frame?
Yes, I do.
And what, if any, connections did you have with Mr. Depp in that time frame?
Well, I bargained with him about me doing the role.
Your fake
He
tears go
told
back
me
another
he would,
minute.
he would call the
Oh,
actors, and
man.
so mostly male cast. But I bargained with him.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Ooh, there you go.
Get over here! Don't say what you said, just say what he said, okay?
He
For real, JB. Like,
kind of agreed to me working on this movie or taking a job. He was filming a different movie in London at the time. I
this is Amber on Johnny's bed.
going to play a character. I wear no makeup or minimal makeup in the movie. No sexy clothing. No kissing scenes. No sex scenes. So I went and did that film in October of 2014.
What
in
film is
Georgia.
she talking about? I want to watch it just to see.
Well, he finished his movie in London, and then at some point he came out to pick me up in Georgia, and was there for my last day.
Remember, because somebody pooped on his side of the bed? It was definitely her. It was definitely her poop. Or she
I'm going
hired someone to do it.
to,
Had someone do it. I
Ask
don't know.
you to turn to, Michelle, can you bring up 310, please? Defendants 310.
Magic Mike. Aquaman, yeah. Yeah, I know it was big fecal matter. I do know that. It was. There you go.
Did you have communications with Mr. Depp about auditioning?
Get that jizz out of there.
In this time frame?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object to the exhibit. That's hearsay.
Got him!
I'm not sure who's in the text exchange.
It is a text exchange, Your Honor, so the green is Mr. Depp. And the one I'm most focused on is on the second page you're on at the top.
The green bubble on the second page?
Yes.
All right, so just that text?
Based on Your Honor's rulings, yes.
Any objection to that text?
No, thank you, Your
Okay,
Honor.
if we can get that redacted.
So they want to redact the numbers, and sometimes the names
But let me ask you, what, if any,
for privacy reasons, guys.
anything was Mr. Depp saying to you in this time frame? We're talking in November 2014.
So that we can't see it, you know what I'm saying? I mean, because we can call Johnny or Amber, you know what I'm saying?
Not taking on any more work, or I just,
Objection, Your Honor, compound.
they're all the
And
same
leading.
subset.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Thank you.
I've heard the judge say overruled more with this than she did with Johnny.
For working, I
It's ridiculous.
finished my job and I needed to eventually find another job, meaning a movie.
Ah, shut up,
to work
ho.
on, and he was furious at me for, he found, like, we call them sides, they're just pieces of an audition, pages. And
Nobody cares.
He found something that had been sent to me to consider auditioning for, and he blew up at me for.
Yeah. Kangi, exactly. She's very biased, yeah.
I think what he said to me is that I didn't tell him, that I didn't ask him, and that because he didn't know about that audition that I hadn't done yet, that I had been hiding it. And was furious at me.
Hey, Eugene Aldrich,
Not doing that audition.
subscribe to the channel. Thank you,
Well,
Eugene.
there was
Appreciate
a
that,
few-
man. Thank you so much.
One or two. in
Really
that
appreciate
time
that.
I did put I did audition for, and one or two that I didn't.
I'm going to ask you now to take a look at what is Defendant's Exhibit 310. Do you
Ladies and gentlemen, give me
recognize
1 second. I'll be right back, and I will
Email.
mute the correct audio this time. I'll be right back.
Yes, it's a text.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of...
It's in evidence, 310.
Oh, okay.
It's
Thank-
evidence
oh,
with
thank you.
redactions, so I published it.
Please tell the jury about this text and the context.
This was Johnny's response to me apologizing for having an audition.
Thank you. All right, now, I'm going to stay in November of 2014. And did there come a time that Mr. Depp told you that he understood that you were not going to accept any more jobs, that you were going to stop working?
Well, Johnny said this to me in an argument, in a fit of rage, is the best way I can describe it, and kind of alluded to me having agreed to not work anymore, which if you don't know me, is preposterous. There's no way I would agree to that. Although I did make concessions and gave up a lot of
Objection,
these
Your Honor,
fights.
hearsay.
That wasn't...
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
So he reached out to other people and to me to that effect, furious at me for taking meetings. There was one in particular
I guess.
I wanted one meeting I wanted to take because it was a project in development with a sci-fi writer. I wanted to take that. These things were just they were just constant fights, but
Oh, man,
in
that's
between
funny. You
them,
guys
when
crack
things
me
were
up.
good between Johnny and I, he would be, he would word it to me like, I'm trying to look out for you. You say that you don't want to be objectified. You're doing it to yourself, but at first it was because I dressed a certain way or had sex scenes, and then it just got more narrow and more narrow and more narrow what I could do without being the blame for why the industry Hollywood, the entertainment industry, was putting me in a box and objectifying me. So it became my fault. I mean, I believed it. You know, I believed it. I adopted a lot of these changes myself, not because
And this
Johnny,
girl, this woman is full of it, bro.
you know, said you have to do it this way, but because of all the other things
Yes,
that I
Chris.
did, I
What Chris
eventually
Horston? It was
found
hilarious.
myself
That was
making
funny.
decisions about my own career, about how I dressed, about how I wore my hair, how I presented, where my eyes were cast when I walked into a room. And I believe those were my own decisions.
Amber, did there come a time in November of 2014 that you engaged in some couples counseling with Dr. Cowan and you and Mr. Depp?
Tempted to. I had stopped seeing my therapist at the in 2014. I couldn't sustain seeing her and be in the relationship with Johnny, and I chose Johnny. Eventually, Dr. Kipper introduced me to his close friend, Dr. Cowan. And I met with Dr. Cowan and agreed to let them share communication about my care, my treatment, both what I said to Cowan and what I said to Dr. Kipper, who had become my physician as well. He also put a nurse on me that would be my travel companion, and that travel companion would keep tabs on me and report to Dr. Kipper, who reported everything to Johnny.
Objection, hearsay. Calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. So tell us about the couples therapy in November 2014.
So Dr. Cowan, this man who is friends with Kipper, was treating me, agreed to see Johnny and I together. And I don't know how many minutes of that went on before Johnny stormed out, knocked something off the table on his way out, and rolled a joint in the bathroom before storming out of the office, slamming the door.
All right. So I'm going to take you up to December of 2014, and specifically December 17, 2014. And I'm going to ask you to take what, if anything, do you recall of an incident with Mr. Depp relating to Clive Barker?
He was the sci-fi writer that I liked. Well, fantasy sci-fi writer. I kind of had a dream project based on a book that I loved of this author. He's just a weirdo genius, artist, writer. And I had a meeting with him through another director about a piece of property he wanted to make into a movie. And I just remember I believe we were at the ECB. It was in December of 2014 when Johnny found out that I had this meeting scheduled, and was furious at me. Accused me of having this plan to sleep with this. He was mad that I was taking the meeting at this man's house, but the man was very ill, like terminally ill, and not able to leave his bed or his home. He was under home care.
But she has no evidence of
very
any
ill,
of this
and
happening.
the
Johnny
person
had
who was
evidence
accusing
for
us
everything.
explained
That's
to me
what gets me.
how we had to meet, and I did.
Why they even let her testify? I mean, I know she has the right to a fair trial,
That was a big problem.
but other than that,
Johnny, first,
they have no evidence for her, like to
he
go against him. None. They had a picture of him asleep. Big whoop-de-doo.
Sweet, and there is something that I thought was sweet and romantic about that, but combined with the drinking, it was not very long before I was being accused of full-on having this other plan to sleep with the writer in order to get this part that I was already being basically offered to develop. And it was just this, he switched from he was accusing me of having this ulterior motive with this director, the director having it with me, then with this writer. And the important thing that I can try to get across in this moment is that nothing I said, no amount of explaining, apologizing, accepting, not accepting, agreeing to not go, nothing worked. Nothing changed. How mad he was at me and constantly telling me I had done something wrong to deserve what was happening. Until, of course, he takes it too far, hits me too hard, breaks too many things in the house, and then leaves.
Jesus.
It's the pattern. And he would leave and not have to deal with the cleanup. Never had to deal with the cleanup. He never had to deal with the destruction or see me or the house that he had destroyed.
This woman is
He
truly
never had to deal
fickle.
with my face. The
She
next
is
day,
very
he was
fickle.
We would just go. I called it splitting. You just split.
Oh, absolutely, Chris. Absolutely.
And-
100%. 100%, man.
Eventually, I'd get an apology of some kind, or I would get an offer to
Oh, she's definitely lying,
have him
Steven.
come
Definitely.
over. He would offer to come over and talk or give me my peace or give me my goodbye. And in many ways, I found myself accepting that, knowing it was kind of false pretense because I
think some of the stories she might be telling is true. That might some of the story, but I think she is stretching the truth and adding stuff to it. She's ad-libbing to the story to make herself look good.
I mean, part of me really wanted to believe that he didn't mean those things, and I wanted to get to that part of him that would tell me he
Jesus.
didn't mean what he said. And that he
Wow.
was acting this way because he was messed up, And the cycle would repeat, I suppose.
Was there any physical violence on or around
Lies after
December
lies after
17th,
lies.
2014?
Yes is the answer to your question. I don't really remember what happened in that fight. I remember more afterwards. I remember how apologetic he was for it. I remember.
But that's no legit evidence. You got to remember. If he did it, then you would remember.
I remember
You
him.
remember.
I
If you
never
get
did
beat, you remember.
And I remember wanting to get to Christmas.
JB
Probably for everyone.
said my
and
ears are
I
bleeding.
remember
Listen to her.
It was close enough to Christmas that I was tired.
Exactly, Kengi.
and I wanted to be
Exactly.
in a forgiving-
Exactly.
Not forgiving. I wanted to be in a kind, gentle, peaceful state
She
for Christmas. I didn't want to go through a
stretches
breakup
all
this time.
right.
I didn't want to. That's what I remember at that time.
Let's bring up Defendant's Exhibit 321, Michelle.
Docket 321. Let's look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look and see what we can object to now for
This is
hearsay.
on 12/17/2014.
It's all been hearsay thus far, which it is.
Is this a text message exchange between you and Mr. Depp?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of...
Hero.
Any objection?
Sorry, Your Honor, just a quick.
Exactly. Yeah. He said she don't remember if there was any violence in that fight,
321 in evidence. You can-
but remember how he took his glasses aggressively. Took his glasses aggressively on a plane. That's so
And we're
funny.
just going to turn your attention...
All right, guys, I'm gonna turn my camera off real quick so y'all can see this.
Between you and Mr. Depp, and he says, I am truly sorry to have upset you to the
He-
degree that I have. I couldn't be more sorry for yet again ruining your day. I do, of course, take your generosity, your selflessness, your affection, and your sweet doting deeply into my heart, and I think that I've been reciprocal. Agony is never the answer to any equation or occasion, nor is rage.
One
Please know that
second
my
here, guys.
apology
Sorry about
is
that.
sincere and
Trying to pull my
solid.
email
As
up.
stupid as it sounds, I hope you're meeting with
Oh,
clarified
sorry, guys.
evidence.
Sorry about that.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you respond.
Just
"Thank
gotta
you
check
for
my
your
email,
words."
guys, to see
You indicate you just left Betty Sue's, that's his mother.
about my
Yes,
PC.
and
See if they've emailed me yet.
I then had a glass of wine with my former agent Megan.
Okay.
That afterwards, she encouraged.
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, and we can take that down. Let's bring up 325, defendants 325, please. And this is an email exchange the following day, 12/18/2014, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move the admission of defendants 325. It's already in, oh, it's already in, Your Honor. My apologies. We'll get that figured out at lunch.
My guys, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's
Sorry
already in,
about that.
so-
It's been in evidence. Does anybody over there have the list of evidence that's already in evidence?
Yes.
Okay.
Trying to check out my
Sure.
PC order, guys and girls.
Ours indicates it is. It's in.
It's in evidence.
All right,
Without
let me.
redactions, Your Honor.
It is, it was redacted. I don't
All right,
know.
sorry about that,
Well, it was
guys.
redacted,
The
too.
redactions.
I do too, Chris. I really do. That's why
Is that-
Elon likes
that's
those.
how it is in evidence, Mr. Murphy?
You guys are killing me, man. I mean, it's just, yeah, I feel bad for Johnny too, man, because I really believe, but truly in my heart, 100%, he's innocent in this case, man. He just don't put me in that mind. He just don't put me in mind of that type of guy. You know what I mean? Like, he just does not put me in mind of that type of person.
Republish?
Thank you.
What is and not in evidence? Jeez, for real. Okay, guys, I'm gonna turn my camera off so y'all can see that.
You can't see it on your screen? All right, we'll take care of that during the break. If you could just share it there. Oh, get it? Okay, thank you. All right, good.
Okay, thank you. So this is from Mr. Depp, right? Says, it's a way, I've let it go too far, went too far. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with shrink. What is your understanding of what he's referring to with shrink?
Psychologist.
Objection calls for speculation.
There you go.
Did you have an understanding of what he meant?
Yes, I knew exactly what he meant.
And what did he mean?
Shrink is shrink.
What did he call shrink?
Johnny called shrinks, meaning a psychologist, therapist, shrink.
Okay. I'm sorry for being less, for your disappointment in me. For my behavior, I'm a fucking savage. You see that?
Yes,
All right. Gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right?
Wow. Who said that, Johnny?
Now, you respond to this. And of course, before you go there.
He's probably
it
referring to
says,
her when he said the devil's all around.
I am well aware I should have been bigger at the moment, and that it will never again manifest in negative experiences. It can be done. What a killer concept to visualize. You see that?
yes, I do.
And you respond, I love you, I miss you already, correct?
That's right.
And what, if anything, is that consistent with the cycle that you have described?
Well, the language he used after particularly violent episodes was savage, monster, devil. That's what
That's
he
a lie.
ended
He
up
explained
both
that.
calling his other side, the side of Johnny that would do and say unbelievably horrible things.
Oh my
It was
gosh.
very different from the other Johnny. That was, in my opinion, exact opposite. And this is.
I'm just
typical
gonna
of
say
the
this: if he
apologies
did
that
smack her,
get,
I would not have blamed him one bit.
when
She needs a
people
good
get too
smacking.
far, physically,
Objection, hearsay.
I was
No,
encouraged
that's
because
the
I thought
truth.
that he understood that he could really hurt me. Sometimes I didn't think he understood how much he could hurt me.
Yeah, he could have if he
Physically,
wanted
he-
to, but he didn't. The fact is that you
so-
hurt him this whole time.
After this, I
Just admit to it and quit lying.
I had a visible bruise. I don't remember.
I really hope
what
this ruins her career. Like I hate to say
Can't
that,
say
but I
that,
just
what they said.
that's the least she deserves.
Anyway, and I, you know, in these fights, would try to stand up for myself. By December 2014. I was pushing back. I'd push him off of me. I tried to hit his hands away. I tried to always get back up, which sometimes, not sometimes, almost always made it worse. Always seemed to provoke him. But I tried. And worse, I would yell at him. I'd scream at him. I'd call him ugly names. So ashamed of the names we'd call each other. It was awful. It was awful. We both.
It was awful.
It was so, I felt so angry that this was happening to me, and it just felt so unfair, It felt like nothing I could do. Felt like nothing I could do would change the sobriety patterns. Felt like nothing I could do would stand up for him, and nothing I did made him stop hitting me. Nothing.
Wow, what a wacko.
So, I tried for over a year, maybe 2.
What a true whack
Not
job.
responding physically, not responding verbally, just staring at him. I tried to freeze. I tried to go to a different place. I would try then lashing out verbally. I would try to threaten that if he hit me again, that I would call the police. Police were called several times, but I tried to do everything. I even threatened to leave him, and tried to leave him.
I do, Hero. I've said britches many times.
And I think by this point in our relationship,
yeah. I don't know where that term
we're
comes
both
from, but
saying awful things to each other.
yes,
screaming
I
at each other.
have. Britches. Pull your britches up, man.
Unfortunately, when Johnny would start hitting me, he'd just win. I don't know how else to describe
I'm
it.
trying to get rid of this little tab on the bottom here. I don't know
Here,
what
this
the deal with
might
that
be a
is.
Okay, that's
Time for
good.
the lunch break.
All right, we'll go, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch
All
break
right.
at this time until 2 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case or do any outside.
So they'll be
research,
back
okay?
at 2, ladies and gentlemen. They'll be back at 2 o'clock. So they take, so I guess it's, are they on Eastern Standard Time, I'm assuming? Is it Eastern Standard Time for them or Central? If that's at 2 o'clock, Jesus. Then I'll just cut the live and I'll go live again later on once they come back to court. So I'm not going to leave the live stream going like why,
Okay, ma'am,
it's
just don't discuss your testimony with anybody this time, okay? All right, thank you. So 2 o'clock? All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, guys, I'm gonna cut the audio on them anyway, and we are now going to switch back over to here. Pretty interesting case to say the very least. I do believe that Johnny's innocent, 120%. I believe he's innocent with all my heart. Johnny does not put me in mind of a guy that would do something that horrendous. Not only that, like I said, during his entire testimony, he's been calm, he's been collective, and above all else, he's been honest. The minute that she hit the stand, she put on that actress. She put on that actress, and she's doing it so much that it's terrible, that it's noticeable. And when you can notice the acting, that's bad. That's bad, right? I didn't think she did that great in Aquaman. I don't think she'll be in Aquaman 2 after all this is done. Whether she wins or loses, I'm sure she'll lose. I hope she does. I don't think she'll be in Aquaman 2 at all whatsoever. But we're all going to keep rooting, justice for Johnny because that's what we're here for. Everybody knows that is a scorpion woman, and she has a big stinger. Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, Chris. Say what you got to say, man. But I believe she got some fake tears for lunch. 2 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so that would be 1 o'clock my time. So an hour. So I can leave the live stream going while we wait. I'll probably take my lunch break and go into the kitchen and make me a PB&J, maybe. I don't know. Might step outside and have me a cigarette. Oh, man. Yeah, dude. A huge stinger, bro. Like, it's just... I've never seen nobody... I mean, and here's the thing. When they the jury has their verdict and they vote in Johnny's favor, which I hope to God they do. If they don't, then this system is just truly screwed up. And they've really failed us. But I really believe that in the end, the jury's going to vote in Johnny's favor. And when they do, they're going to investigate everything, right? And what they'll do is they will charge her for perjury. If they find out she lied at all under oath, they will charge her with perjury. So I'm telling you, Chris, I agree. The system is completely broken. There's no way he can't win this. There's everything he's talked about, all the evidence they've brought out has been in his favor. It's all been against her and for him. Everything she's been saying this morning, as you guys know, they've objected plenty of times. Cross-examination, it was objected to hearsay. I don't know, what was it like, 10 times they objected so far. So, I mean, yeah, if Johnny doesn't win, then this system is just completely destroyed. But all the evidence thus far shows it in Johnny's favor, and I'm voting for Johnny. And yeah, man. So guys, we're gonna take our break as well. I will leave the stream running. I'll just be off camera, and yeah, that will be it. I will have my Be Right Back screen up so you guys can have a little bit of music. I think I've got some music in there. If I don't, I will put some on for you. But guys and girls, stay tuned. We'll be back in an hour when the lunch recess is over with and they come back to court. So I'll see you guys in an hour. Guys and girls, thank you all for tuning in. We will be back. And I'm like I said, I'll keep the stream running. Can she be charged in a civil case? Though over here you can't. I believe, yeah, she can. I believe it's a civil case. I mean, yeah, she can be charged in a civil case. I'm pretty sure she can. If they find out that she lied under oath, which is exactly what she's doing, they can charge her with perjury, man. Yeah. If they find out and have any legit evidence that she lied, oh yeah, they'll charge her for sure. They'll get her, man. Oh, definitely. Yeah. They don't play in the justice system, especially when it comes to lying under oath. If you lie under oath and you get busted, what's up, Ghost? How you doing, man? We're actually going to an hour break right here because the court's taking a break. If you get caught lying under oath, that is, what is that like? Is it 2 to 5 years in the state penitentiary? I think that's the charge. I think it's like no more than 5 years, no less than. It's 2 to 5 years. I know it's like a 2 to 5 year charge. So when are you next playing ATS? I don't know. I have to talk with Geoffrey and see when we're doing a convoy. I might do a convoy by myself and just cruise somewhere and do a drive with you guys, just to drive and have y'all hang with me. I won't be live streaming anything tonight. Only because this case is supposed to be going till 5:30. I'm pretty sure I heard the judge correctly on that. If that's the case, I will be live streaming this until 5:30 tonight. So if you guys would, please go out and share the stream. What's up, John Boy? What's up, man? How you doing, man? Good to see you, brother. If you guys would share the stream to all your social media, tell everybody, have them come over, hang out with us, and chat. I will keep it at subscribers only, so that if people do want to chat, they do have to subscribe. So anyway, love you guys. God bless you all, and may the jury be in Johnny's favor. That's what I say. Justice for Johnny, man. So, guys and girls, I'll see y'all in exactly 1 hour. It'll be 1 o'clock Central Standard Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Guys and girls, I will see you all in an hour. Be in bed when you return. Okay, Kangy. Yeah, man, I understand. If it's what, like 3 o'clock a.m. over there now? Holy cow, Australia. It's like, dude, it's 12:06 in the afternoon over here. That's how much the time difference is. That is insane. But yeah, man. Hey, I appreciate you coming through, Kangy. I know you're new. I haven't seen you here before. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for the membership, man. Again, to all my members. And I never gave you your proper shout out, Kangy. I'm so sorry, man. That is for Kangy Gaming right there, one of my new members. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate y'all being here with me, and I will see you guys in exactly 1 hour. See y'all then. Peace. What is going on, everybody? So while we wait, I'm gonna do a little bit of modding. Now I've already, and I don't think I have time to go into the game now, but I've already installed the base mods for LSPFR. As you can see, the base mods are in. I've already set my keybinds, so it's all good to go. What time are we at? 12:44. So let's go ahead and let's do our, make sure my recycle bin is cleaned out. Come on. There we go. These are all my files right here for my LSPFR, guys. Everything that you see right here I'm installing. There's my blood mods. There's my all my call outs. Open IV modifications. LSPFR plugins. That's all my plugins are there, 31 plugins. Nope, do not do that. No, get rid of that folder. Get rid of that. Thank you. And then this is my vehicle file right here. And then my graphic mods go in. So, yeah, it's we'll see here. Let me go ahead and fire up. Make sure my controller's on, and that I am set on the proper controls. Guys, don't forget that tonight at 6 o'clock Central Standard Time, 8 o'clock. I'm sorry, 6 o'clock Central Standard Time. What's going on with my controller? Why is it not connecting? Let me try this. Yeah, why is my controller not connecting? It's not connecting to my PC. Tonight at 6 o'clock Central Standard Time, guys, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, myself and Geoffrey Gamer, and I believe Chris, you're going to be doing it too, and Gaming with Cookies, we are going to be live streaming Ready or Not. Yo, why is my controller not? One sec, guys. Give me 1 second. All right, not too sure why the controller's not connecting. That's mighty weird. But it is not wanting to connect at all. Weird. Unplug it. Now bring it to me.
What?
There you go. Y'all see my flashlight? It's pretty bright. It does like, it'll go from like this to real wide like that. That's pretty cool. I said wide. All right, let Daddy get you hooked up here, kid. You want Blippy?
I want breath in these.
One sec, guys. All right, guys. Gosh, am I gonna have time to even go in or even set up my rage? Let me try to set up my rage. I guess I have to use keyboard and mouse because my controller is not wanting to connect at all. I don't know. I'm not too sure why it wouldn't connect. Let me go to my settings here real quick. Devices. Let's see. External. Xbox One. It's not even showing my... Yeah, I'm not too sure. It's not even showing. This is just the Xbox itself here. It's not showing me my controller. I don't know why it's not connecting. That's rather weird. Huh. System. No, it wouldn't be in here. Huh. Well, that's the thing is all my other USBs are working because the one I've got it plugged into has got my hard drive. See, all my hard drives are up. It's just the controller that's not connecting. Like it's plugged in USB. But when I go to plug it up, it won't connect. See, it's just flashing. That's all it's doing. So I'm not too sure what's up with that. I'll have to get that figured out before tonight. I'm not too sure why it's doing that. North Carolina Real Fan, what is up, man? You are new, man. Welcome to the live stream, man. Good to have you here. Let me hit that. If I can get to my sounds here. Good to have you, man. Welcome to the live stream, man. Good to have you up in here. What's up, boo? You okay?
I can't come my feet now. My sock.
You still got your socks on?
My sock itchy. My sock.
Okay, take them off if you want. Do you want to take them off?
Yeah.
Okay, take them off and just put them on the bed beside you.
Can you get on when you go?
Yeah, because you don't need socks with those other shoes anyway, baby, so you ain't got to wear socks. That's fine. Just take your socks off. Is that better? Okay, there you go. Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't be. No, it's not wireless. It's plugged in direct USB. It hasn't never given me any issues before, like, at all, so I'm not too sure why it would be giving me issues. Now it's not even picking up on my devices here. Let's see. Let me go like this. Okay. Did that fix it? Now I believe that just connected my Xbox. That's all that did, which I've got. What is this right here? Unknown device. I wonder if that's it right there. Stream Deck, hard drives. Microphone, webcams, keyboard, mouse. That's my little keyboard I have on my... Weird. Okay. Well, let me just go like this and do a first time rage setup. Because it is going to take me... I want to do this real quick, then we'll get back to the case, guys. We'll get back to the case. So I'm going to go ahead and do my backup and all that. We got 5 minutes till court's back in session. Oh, nope. Back. 2. Backup game version. That's about how long it takes to back up your game. It doesn't take long at all. Look at there. It's done. Now when I go to revert, current game version support is 2612. Look at how long it didn't take me to do that. It's pretty wild. Alright, so... we'll exit. Because we got to get back to the case, guys. 1 second while I get the stream back up, guys. I'm gonna switch back over to this camera. Hey, what's up, Lee? Let me get the case back up here so we can watch it, ladies and gentlemen. All right, there we go. And let's switch back over. As you guys can see, we're just awaiting the court to go back into session here. And so they've got 5 minutes to go, so I think we'll do this. All right, let me switch back over, and let's do this one more time. Yeah, I don't know. That's so weird. My controller has never given me issues at all. I don't know. Let me try this. Let me just try and unhook my keyboard, which I don't think that's going to do the job, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not too sure what the problem would be or the issue. Let me do it like this. Let me go back to my settings here. I'm going to minimize the window. If I can get my mouse to pop up here. Come on. There we go. Okay, let's go to devices. No. Come on. Go back. Come on, I've got it in. Okay, yeah, it's not that one. Ah, gosh, I hate when it does that. Yeah, it's not picking up the controller at all, like, not one bit. Okay, well, that works for me. I mean, I'll just have to mess with it later and get it figured out. I'm not too sure what the problem is with that. I might have to pull a plug out of the back of my PC and plug directly into it. Plug the controller, which I don't know why. I've got 2 pretty much brand new USB hubs. So I don't know why it would be giving me issues all of a sudden. It's rather weird. That's the nature of the beast with technology, man. You can't win for losing. That's just part of it. I don't know why it would be doing that. That's so weird. Like when I plug it in, I feel the vibration, but the light doesn't come on and it's not picking up the controller, so weird. I unhook my keyboard. I don't know. I don't know if that would make a difference or not. I'm just gonna go into the game here real quick. We'll just have to use keyboard and mouse, which is fine with me. Alright, so let's go into the map. And at this point, I would have to reload my plugins. There we go. I didn't like the way they did that. So... Oh, come on, bro. I didn't know you could move that. I did not know you could move that. So you got to reload all the plugins. I should have launched it with the plugins loaded. That way it would have done it in a normal way, but... Yeah, I did that, Matthew. I appreciate it, though, man. I did that. I unhooked the controller, plugged it back in a couple of different USB hubs, and I don't know why it's not connecting. Weirdly enough. Alright, so now if we go on the map, we should see those police stations. There they are right there. Yep, there's the police stations. So at least we know we're in. It is 12:59, guys. We're going to go ahead and exit the game and get back to the case. Let me switch back over here real quick, guys, and I'll get the case pulled back up real quick. Y'all give me just a second. I will get it pulled back up. They should be coming back to the courtroom any time. All right. Hope you feel better, Ellie. I hope you feel better. Get well soon. Yeah, I wanted to show you guys this. My wife got me this off of my Amazon wish list, and for those of you who don't know what this is a blower, right? It's an air blower, so it's kind of like... It kind of like defeats the purpose of these, right? The stuff that cleans off your... Y'all hear how strong that is? Now I want y'all to hear how strong this thing is. It's so strong. There we go. It's so strong that I was blowing the dust off myself the other day, and it blew my internet box off, and it fell down. So it was... So, and when you do it, y'all see the light in it? It's got a little light. It's very, this is what it sounds like. It's an extremely strong duster. It really is. All right, guys. Here we go. Let's do it. Fellow Will, what's up, man? Fellow Will Gaming, you are new, man. Welcome to the live stream, man. Good to have you here, man. Good to have you. Just installed the K9 and K9 Chevy Tahoe. Did you, man? Good, man. Yeah, those things are really cool, man. I love my 2013 K9 Tahoe.
Can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 236?
All right, guys and girls, here we go. Here we go.
Thank you.
Yeah, always make a rage backup, North Carolina Rail fan. Always, man. Always, dude.
Boston plane incident just for a moment. We had a lot
I'm going to shut my camera so y'all can see that.
A lot of exchange, but I just wanted to point out to you, this text message is from Mr. Depp to you, correct?
They've already
Yes,
went over
and
this.
is
They should object to it.
525,
Asked and
after the
answered.
Boston plane incident.
That's correct.
All right, and he is saying, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened, but I will never do it again. I want to get better for you and for me. I must. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again. I know you can't either. And I will for both of us, starting today. I love you. Again, I'm so sorry. So sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. Do you see that?
I do.
And was that the message that you testified to, that he gave you?
Yes.
All right, now I'm going to jump back to where we left off. We're up in January of 2015. Danish girl, you're filming in London, is that correct?
Yes, that would have been January 2015.
Okay. Now, we heard some testimony from Isaac Baruch earlier about a telephone call that you had with Mr. Depp. Do you recall that call?
I do.
Can you please tell the jury, and remember to tell them what Mr. Depp was saying on that call? And you can give the back, I didn't mean to cut you off on the context, go ahead.
Is it okay to, the nature of the conversation was
Yes.
pleasant? Friendly, fine, normal. And then Johnny stopped making sense with this. Like, you know, he'd start a sentence and then trail off and act confused when I would be confused. And that pattern kind of increased pretty dramatically in a short amount of time. And I was in a hotel room in London speaking to him in Los Angeles, and the phone, what I assumed, cut off. I thought it was a connection issue. And I remember getting out of bed and walking into the bathroom to get something, and I was redialing him.
What's up, Awoken? How you doing,
And
man?
in the span of that short amount of time we had been disconnected, it was minutes.
It's been a bit, brother. Good to see you.
Not even minutes. I called him back thinking the phone had been disconnected, and he answered and he said, how could you tell me that? How could you say that to me? Who the fuck is he? Who the fuck is he? And he asked me that a few times, and I was so confused. I didn't understand what he was talking about. I expressed that to him. He says, who is the guy, the one in New York that you're fucking?
Doesn't matter. Jealousy doesn't prove that he's
And
abusive.
It was such
People
a
get jealous
bizarre
every day. That doesn't mean they're
conversation because
abusive.
It had already started to feel like he was not.
I'm good,
it was
Awoken. Thank you
almost
for
as if
asking,
he
brother.
was
I'm doing
confused
good, man.
by
Doing
what
good.
sentence he had started by the time he got to the end of it. And then all of a sudden he tells me that I have just told
Usually
him
he's asleep.
that I had a boyfriend or a lover in New York, and he's accusing me of having just told him about it, which was crazy to me. Not only was that not accurate, I would never have communicated with him like that. More or less called him on the phone to do it and then call him back and wonder what the connection
See how
issue
he's
was. It was
not,
just the
he never
most
looks at her.
bizarre
He never
thing.
looks at her, man.
But he was so worked up, incoherent, and accusing me of having had this conversation with him. Eventually the line drops out, and I spoke to the person who picked up the phone.
Okay.
I mean, that has absolutely nothing to do with the case.
How did that end?
I no longer spoke to Johnny. I probably can't say what the person told me.
Are we talking about Isaac Baruch?
Yes.
Okay. So without saying what he said, you had a brief conversation with Mr. Baruch, and that was the end of the call?
I did. It was my understanding Johnny was passed
Objection,
out.
hearsay.
Okay.
Mrs. Dean?
All right, January 25, 2015, Tokyo. Please tell, it's the premiere of Mordecai, correct? Did you accompany Mr. Depp to Tokyo for the premiere of Mordecai?
I did. When I was,
Please tell the jury about that trip.
well, I had just started to pick out the wedding dress right before that trip, and plans were moving for us to get married shortly after this trip. So we took this trip to promote his movie. I went with him.
Before they got
We
married,
got
nothing
in an
happened before they got
argument
married. That's already been
in Tokyo,
testified about. It
and
happened.
I
After the marriage took
I
place.
said, I don't remember what I said to him, but
She is flat out
I said
lying,
something
man.
snotty to him that
For real.
provoked him. And
Yep.
when I walked into the
Exactly,
hallway,
Kangi,
he
exactly.
grabbed me by the arm and slammed me up against the hallway wall, and I kind of struggled with him, tried to push him off of me, and I managed to get out of his grasp enough to take a few steps, and I kind of curved around and went into the closet. And by the time I made it into the closet, he had me by the hair, and
Oh my gosh.
what felt like he was just wailing on me, but in a really sloppy way. Like,
Well,
hitting
where's
the
your
back
proof
my
of that?
head and kind of wrestled me down to the floor. I mean, it felt to me like I didn't even have a fair shot, because I wasn't facing him or looking at him. I was walking away from him.
Oh, they're going to use that against her. Didn't have a fair
yes.
shot. They'll use that against
You
her.
know, I would have at this point even
Keep
like,
talking,
had-
liar. You're going to dig yourself a deeper
I would
hole.
have tried to defend myself more, but I didn't. I kind of felt like it didn't see it coming, and he just wrestled me down to the ground. And I remember he was screaming.
What's
at
that
me.
messenger 444?
I mean,
Oh, no, it's
really
not over with,
screaming
brother. It's long
loud.
from over.
And what I remember of that is trying to get up and him kind of wrestling me back down.
Right,
and kind of
exactly,
putting
Kangi,
his
exactly.
knee on my back. It's kind of like kneeling on my back. And I just had this like
There comes that actress.
struggle with him.
There comes
I
that.
look at him and he's
There it
got his
comes.
glasses on. I just remember looking at him and thinking that was so. He just looked like he hadn't been through anything. You know, he still had his glasses on, sunglasses, and he was screaming at me.
That
he
is the
hated me.
dumbest statement I've ever
It was
heard.
over. He didn't want to marry me. He was disgusted. He was disgusted. He made this mistake. It was a big mistake, and everyone hated me. And I remember crying
I don't believe anything that's coming out of her mouth.
on the floor. Just, more than anything, I was heartbroken. I thought maybe he was serious. I thought maybe, God, he doesn't love me. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe
Objection,
he really
hearsay.
feels this way. It broke my heart.
Hey, Jordan Baker, you're new here, man. Welcome to
So
Live Stream.
bad.
Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate that, dude. You are
This
very
is the
welcome,
I
man. You are
loved,
very
you
welcome.
know. Yes, it was awful at times, but I
Thank you for
loved
being here,
him and
man.
what he was
Objection, Your
saying.
Honor, non-responsive.
Yep, she's going off again.
What he was
She's
saying to me hurt
playing that drama queen role.
just as bad as anything else.
Oh my
I could
gosh.
just remember that he left me on the closet floor.
Does
and
anyone see legit tears in this woman's eyes? Like, I just don't see
embarrassing,
it. She is Messenger. She is. What's up, Gilbert Gamer? How you doing, man?
I went up to him at some point. I don't know how much time had passed. He was sitting at the piano in the living room of the hotel room that we had.
She had a lot of time thinking about these lies.
It's so. I know it may be hard to understand. It's hard for me to hear myself say, but I felt. I just wanted it to stop. I wanted things to just be okay.
Oh,
and I
my
just
God.
sat next to him on the piano, and I just leaned my head on his shoulder, and it was, of course I was mad. Of course I was mad, and it was horrible what he'd done. But on the other hand, I wanted us to be okay.
Johnny's over there like, whatever.
Could just put I could put the physical stuff in a box, and
He's probably thinking, yeah, I should have did
I
that.
just kept going back on how much I
Hey,
loved
welcome
him.
back, Officer Harrell. Welcome back, man.
So,
Yeah, dang. Ba-bing.
put my makeup on and went to the premiere with him, and walked the red carpet with him, and I remember in the car
checking my phone obsessively for pictures because my dress was backless. Of all times to have a backless dress.
Oh my gosh, dude, this is. Oh my gosh, I got a button for this.
That was pathetic.
It's surreal because I was checking for bruises and making sure that nothing, like there would be no marks on me, and we just looked like this other thing on this red carpet when it was just.
She's talking about a supposed situation where Johnny beat her in a hotel room they had. So, yeah, it's she's just a liar, man. Like it just killed. She's putting on the actress right now.
I'm sure it's hard to.
Objection.
That's right, Geoffrey Gamer up in the house, guys and girls.
I'm going to take you
To all my members at Geoffrey Gamer right there. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a member, go ahead and drop those Geoffrey Gamer logos, or you can type in the chat !GG, and it will drop some special little emojis for our boy right there. What's up, Gigi?
So we get married in Los Angeles.
Sup, son?
I get a sense that it was a wedding, running around Los Angeles. I was getting married that day, and I remember running around I went to therapy,
What's up, Gigi?
Johnny and I met at the Penthouses downtown, and I wore a white dress and a veil. I had bobby pinned in my hair.
There you go.
And
yeah, wipe that jizz at your nose.
I walked out of that penthouse. I met.
What's up, Joker Face? Yo, it's spit on a little bit, man. What's up, dude?
And
that's right, Elevate YouTube Justice for Depp, man. Hey, man, you're new, man. Welcome to live stream, man. Good to have you, brother.
And he seemed happy.
Seeing better acting in kindergarten.
And I felt.
Sorry that you had to sit through this misery.
Decision. I was so looking forward.
What's up, Joker Face? How you doing, man?
Having this,
Elevate, welcome, man. Welcome to the family, man. Good to have you here. Good to have you.
Safety. So
I'm glad to hear it, man. Glad to hear it, Elevate. Glad to hear it, brother. Austin Gaming, what's up, dude?
For the second time since I've known Johnny, he drove drove us in his truck. And it was weird being in the car with him alone. We didn't have that. And we drove to his mom's house, and a justice of the peace arrived, looking kind of.
If he really abused her as bad as she's putting on, she would not be able to be in the same room with him without having a nervous breakdown.
With our families
But
together.
as I said, guys, she has looked at him several times, but Johnny has never looked at her yet. He's not looked at her yet.
We ate food.
Goes to show you who the abuser is.
Kids, they were there, and we had a wonderful evening, and then got up and got on the plane either the next morning or the day after, and flew to Johnny's Island, and we had what we had planned for the better. We had planned for the better part of a year or so.
Oh my God! Put a cork on it, woman.
8 months.
She is a scorpion woman.
Wedding on his island with.
You scorpion woman.
About 12 people.
100 points. Somebody can tell me what movie that's from. 100 points.
We had these little houses built.
You scorpion woman.
Not houses. These little for the guests. We had them built and designed on the island, and we had people come out, and it was magic.
What's up, William Harrell? How you doing, man? I think I've seen you here before, man. Aren't you related to Officer Harrell?
It was complicated, but I thought it was the love of my life.
That's right, Officer Harrell. Yeah,
we
definitely.
Had our friends and family out, and we had this 3-day
definitely
event. The first night of which was supposed to be he and I separate with our relative parties, so me with the bridal party.
That's right, Jeffrey, Anchorman.
Fellas, the bridal party we had planned to
Jeffrey, give yourself 100
cuddle,
points, man.
cuddle,
Give yourself 100 points, dude.
have mushrooms and drink wine and, you know, have our own, like, you know, girl
I knew Jeffrey
party
would know. I knew he
separate.
would.
And then we, the next day, have the wedding.
Scorpion
festivities.
woman.
We were going to be married around sunset, and
I wanted to shout it from a mountain, but
up
I did
on
not
this
have a
beach,
mountain.
Not the beach that Johnny had
Oh,
named
man.
for me. Although I think we originally planned on having the ceremony on that beach, but it was changed at some point to the other beach, and we walked down the aisle. Well, the beach.
Bro,
aisle,
you just gave yourself 100.
and,
You just gave yourself 1 million points,
said our
bro.
vows, and the sunset behind us, and we took pictures with our family, and we
That's
shot the
all good,
bird,
man.
meaning the middle finger up at the paparazzi helicopter circling, or plane circling around us while we were.
Oh,
on the
that's
altar.
funny.
And we danced and celebrated. And then I left the island because I had to go work.
Well, thank God you
When you
left.
say you left the island, you had to go to work, what were you working on that required that?
I was filming The Danish Girl in London, which is the film that I had been in London for in January when Johnny was hallucinating on the phone with me. I was there doing kind of prep work for that film.
And what, if any, film was Mr. Depp going to at that point?
Well,
On my next
the plan,
stream.
why we did
It's
the
all
wedding
good,
when
man. No, you don't, man. It's all
did
good,
is
brother.
Because he
It's all good.
had always had this commitment to do Pirates 5. And he was going to shoot that in Australia, and I was going to shoot The Danish Girl. And I started The Danish Girl in early February, and he was going to fly out mid-February to Australia. So his movie was going to take the majority of the year, meaning until August.
Yeah,
So,
man. Takes a long time to shoot movies.
Maybe longer, so the plan was to do it when we did it, so that we didn't have to wait until the fall of the following
Zenu,
year.
yeah, definitely. What's up, Zenu? How you doing, man? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you,
Shortly
man.
after I left, Johnny returned to Los Angeles.
Johnny's just like,
and
whatever, man.
then flew
Whatever.
from Los Angeles
He's like,
into,
you be alright.
Australia to shoot P5, Pirates 5. Excuse me. Okay.
And what was the plan for you when you finished with?
He's probably thinking I should have smacked you with these rings on my fingers right across the forehead.
The plan was always for
Put an
me
imprint.
to wrap on my movie and then come and join him in Australia, where he was filming P5, Pirates 5.
Okay, and when approximately was that?
Pirates Ave.
That was March 3rd.
March 3rd that you wrapped, that you finished with Danish Girl?
I believe,
Oh, sir, you're funny,
call the
man.
exact date, but I believe it was around that time, yes.
Okay, and then tell the jury, where did you fly to get to Australia? How long of a turnaround was it for you to get to Australia?
It was about 24-hour, I think it's about 24 hours. I could be mistaken on the exact amount of time, but I remember it's quite a distance from London. I was filming in London, he was filming in Australia.
I think all the
believe
Pirates movies have
fly
been
12
filmed in
hours,
Australia pretty much.
Stop, get on a different plane.
It's where
and
it looks
fly.
like they
I
filmed
think
at.
around the same amount of time, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so when you arrived.
Right, Kangi, exactly,
before you
exactly.
Finished wrapping with Danish Girl and were heading out shortly before, what, if any, communications did you and Mr. Depp have?
Well, at first it was great. Even though we were separated, it was so hard to, it was so hard to,
Oh, here comes the actress again.
leave right after you get married, especially considering that in Johnny and I's relationship, it was always so much worse when I went away to work. That's when problems started. So that was hard, but we communicated pretty consistently, and it was positive.
If that's true, I'm sure she
until
probably
it
instigated a lot of
started
that
to
too.
change.
I would say all of it.
And
She looks
I
like
got
an
the sense that he
instigator,
thought
man.
I was sleeping with the director, and then it was with the actor I was filming with.
Who was the actor you were filming with?
James
Eddie
Franco?
Redmayne.
Oh, that was James. Eddie Redmayne.
Of course, I was
Eddie
not
give you the old pipe there, Heard?
required, but I could do my best to field the accusations, and then they would.
Did he give old her the pipe and the turd pipe?
And one day, right before I'm supposed to fly to Australia, he, I think it was the night before I was supposed to leave to go to Australia, he calls my hotel room.
You know she takes it in the butt.
I had a sense that the phone was ringing. I think it was in the shower at the time, but not much time had passed, and I get a knock on the door, and it was someone from the hotel that I was staying.
Mag into his face because she's
The hotel
constipated.
staff
Yeah,
had been sent up
she
to
needs
the
some
room
X-Lax.
because
Objection calls for hearsay and speculation.
Yep.
Stand the objection.
Do it.
Don't
Tear her up.
tell what the staff said, what
Okay.
happened next.
Then I start communicating with Johnny.
And when you say started, I mean.
She allowed it.
Was he on the phone? Did you call him? What happened here?
He called the room and then my cell phone, and then once I was on the cell phone, he was accusing me of
Yeah,
not being
she
in
was
my
very
room, so he
abusive to
called
him,
the
messenger.
room,
She
and I
was.
proved I was in the room because, by answering the phone. And we had a lengthy kind of circular conversation about where I was and why I didn't answer the phone, why I didn't answer the phone immediately. He didn't sound like he was connected to reality. It just didn't seem like, to me, it seemed like a previous pattern.
I can't stand that she's
I
lying
was
in her
unsure what
oath.
to
Like,
make of
yo,
this.
how
He
do you
wasn't
do
writing to me,
that?
But he was accusing me of what it seemed like is having, I guess, an affair or a reason to not be in the room that I got a sense from him was, cheating or
DCTV, what's up, dude? He said Amber Turd, yeah.
Answering the phone, and hence
Yo,
why
poop scooper. Yo, poop shoot.
I got the knock on the door.
I bet you did get a knock on the door.
That was right before I left.
Johnny showed you the old Monty Python.
Before you headed to Australia, what, if any, requests did you make of Mr.
So get on your knees,
Depp
girl.
for him to get you MDMA?
That's ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous?
Because I would never, since that time I learned my lesson the hard way.
Come on with that lie.
Plane to Russia, I would never do MDMA with him. I'm asking for a problem in that case. Like that, I would never do that.
Who cares?
So
That's
you
hearsay.
flew to Australia and met with Mr. Depp, right? And I'm going to, can we pull up defendants?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, compound.
These are some of the pictures that Mr. King, you may
She said
recall,
she would
was
allow it.
testifying earlier, said he had on his
I
phone.
don't like that, Judge.
And then those were given, so.
So I don't have these, is what you're saying.
Oh, I'm telling you, DC, she is, yeah.
1809?
Master said I'd take her to both pound towns.
I'm just going to show you a few pictures.
Boy, I done started some of it here now.
Do you
She a sneaky one, too, the way
recognize-
she kept recording her
Yeah, I
and
realize you
videoing
didn't
him.
take this photo. I'm going to move these.
Yeah,
so that
yeah,
Your Honor-
yeah.
Any objection to 1809?
No, thank
Because
you.
there are certain areas you have to have consent to record someone, especially when you're on
Has-
their property. And the houses that she was in with Johnny was his homes.
Strangeness.
So she had to have his consent to record him. Otherwise, it's illegal.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate it.
What is this all about? Defendant Exhibit 1809.
Amber, do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And could you tell the jury what this is?
That is the driveway leading up to the house that Johnny was renting while shooting Pirates 5.
While renting a house while shooting Pirates 5.
I'm going to,
Look at the kangaroos.
I'm going to make this, try to make this.
That's why I call Australia Kangaroo Kingdom.
1810. I'm going to,
Ms. Bretterhoff, if you have a series
Them things can
of
run like what,
photos
like
that you wanna
45, 50
show
miles an hour, kangaroo, a
council what
full-grown
they are, maybe
kangaroo?
we can get them entered all together, and then you could just,
yes,
I know they can run extremely fast.
yes.
Or hop, anyway, hop fast.
And these are all, I will represent, ones that we got from Mr. King.
all right, if you want.
Kangi said we rule.
Your Honor, if I may just approach, I'll give you the whole stack.
Okay, that's.
I've always wanted to go to Australia, man. I always thought that'd be cool, man. Yeah, they will. Yeah, did you see that video, man, where that one dude was boxing where that kangaroo attacked his dog? Jeffrey, I think it was you telling me about it. And And the dude goes over and saves his dog, and then he hauls off and just punches the kangaroo in the face, and the kangaroo just turns around and hops away. That dude's just hauled off and cocked that kangaroo, man.
And I was
He's
pulling up to the house and
freaking
saw
let him have
kangaroos.
it.
As well.
He's lucky the kangaroo didn't fight back, man, because their claws are like Ginsu knives, right? So when they fight, that's why they
No-
put
no
their heads
different.
back, right? Because they don't want to claw each other's eyes out.
Make sure you look through them all, too.
That dude's lucky he didn't fight back, because he would have tore that dude a new one.
I've gone through them all. And then
Yeah, man, I would love to visit Australia. I think that'd be awesome. What part of Australia did they film Pirates in, Kangi? Do you know the answer to that by any question, man? One sec, guys. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've reviewed them. I have no objection to
All
any
right,
of these photographs.
So we'll enter into evidence defendants 1804, 1805, 1806, 1807, 1808, 1810, 1811, 1812, 1814, 1815, 1816, 1817, 1819, 1820, 1821, 1825, 1827, 1828, 1829, 1830, 1831, 1834, 1835, 1837, 1838,
All right, guys.
1839,
I'd attend to the child.
1840, 1841, and 1842. Did I get them all?
I believe so.
I want to make sure more than believe, so we agree that's all in evidence? Okay. They're all in evidence. So as long as you're just going to be referencing those photos.
She is,
as long as
DC.
you-
She's very nervous.
Your Honor.
Oh, June Gucci, what is up, man?
Who's home?
Yo, where have you been, dude? What's up, June? How you doing, man?
It was a
Justice for Gilbert Grape.
a well-known sports.
Oh, man.
sportsman
I killed
racing
him,
cars
Gilbert.
or something of that nature.
I killed him.
Let's,
Gilbert, say where's Arnie? Say where's Arnie? The Burger Barn. It's the Burger Barn, Gilbert. It's the Burger Barn.
Is this another picture from that home?
Yes, that looks like it's the,
Exams? Really?
Okay. And then let's go.
Yo, look at this house he rented, guys. Look at this. A house that he just a house he rented while shooting Pirates 5.
Got a picture of the home.
that's the house.
Defendant's Exhibit 1811. Look at that house he rented, guys. Wow.
1812.
That is a gorgeous view. It really is. The Burger Barn is coming.
And that's
Yo,
That's
Leonardo
the view
did
from
so good in
the
that movie, man. He
living
did
room
so
that
good in that
opened into
movie.
a lagoon.
Wow, guys. Look at that swimming pool, man. Look at that, man.
let's look at 18.
Yo, this dude has got some money. Yo, Johnny, come on over to my stream and donate to me, man. I support you, brother. Drop me like, I just need like $1 million. That'd be good for the rest of my life.
I guess that's just
Gotta pay off my truck. Well, not the rest of my life, but I'll pay off my truck and
correct.
Yes.
get me a house.
And then
And
let's do one more, 1814.
maybe another PC for a giveaway.
This is inside the house.
Yes.
That's exactly what it is, June. Yeah. Heard is abusive.
Look back here where I've got my.
She put allegations against Johnny in a news article saying that he was abusive, so now he's countersuing her for
What we're
defamation.
looking at is the dining room table on the main level.
And he's already given his testimony. He's already been cross-examined. She has not been cross-examined yet, but I'm waiting on them to tear her apart. She's done nothing but lie the whole time she's been up there,
What
man.
happened in Australia once you arrived there?
This was where I believe
Well,
she threw the vodka bottle and severed his fingers when he was shooting Pirates 5.
I was.
This was the house that
nervous
happened in,
because
I
of the
believe.
Conversations that I had with him before I left.
Come on, talk about the vodka bottle you threw at him and severed his finger.
In
in transit. I stopped.
Justice for Johnny and his bed sheets.
So I was a little nervous, but he indicated me that he wanted me to come. He said, I miss my wife at the end of the
Right,
phone call
June,
that we had,
right.
in the airport.
This
called
is
him
Amber
up,
right here. This is Amber.
And he said, I miss my wife. I miss my wife. I felt okay, safe to,
He was lying to you.
and I missed him so much. That's all I want. All I wanted to do is see my new husband. I flew in. I arrived early.
See, she's talking about all this past
Immediately,
emotion and
I
stuff
walked
he
into
had,
the
and not once did
building,
Johnny ever
so
bring that
excited
stuff up.
to
Not once did he ever say,
see
"Oh,
her.
I missed her at the time. I just wanted to
And
be
he
with
was
her." He didn't go into this whole melodramatic thing
So
about like
he
she's doing. You know what I'm
lost a
saying?
ton of weight. So
Oh
I
man,
just knew something was up.
Well, shut up,
and
ho.
He kind of quickly, kissed me and kind of we had some interaction. It was brief. He
Yeah,
was
come on,
leaving
tell me
to
the law.
go work. He had to work that day. But then after the plan was he would come back, which he did in the evening, and then he was supposed to have a 3-day weekend, a long weekend. So he comes back that evening, and the chef had kind of prepared some things for the fridge, mashed potatoes, I think spinach as well. There's some steaks in the fridge, but he had kind of prepped some of the
Man, they don't care about
sides.
that.
And
And neither
I
do
was
I.
looking forward to having this kind of, our style at-home date. We've just been, we're a new married couple. We hadn't seen each other for basically a month after getting married. And I start dinner and am happy to see him.
Oh, nice,
At some
June.
point
Well,
early
happy
in that
happy late birthday.
evening,
Happy
he
late
pulls out a
birthday to
bag
you.
of MDMA. I asked him what it was.
18, man. I remember when I turned 18, brother.
And I was surprised because at the time, that was, there was no
Like,
question mark as to how I would respond to that.
and then
That's
she.
what I thought. It's like, wait a minute, why would you even think that that's okay? He had already gotten clean and sober. I was, touch and go. But for the wedding,
She's
he was
lying.
drinking Beck's. I think at some point he did have wine on the island, but it wasn't it.
Yeah, a
wasn't an
mega
issue.
pint.
I just moved ahead. So I was surprised that he
A mega
would even
pint.
pull out this bag and, well, frankly, not hide it from me. And he kind of seemed to suggest that we should do it together. And I was like, absolutely not. Like, I just got here. I want to see you. I want to spend time with you.
Oh my gosh, June.
It was the exact opposite of what I expected, what I wanted.
Oh man, that is funny, dude.
And it just seemed
June
delusional
said,
at the
"Wait,
time
so
to
if
me
she
that he
cut
would even suggest
his
this
finger,
to be
isn't it her
something that I
loss?"
participated with him. If you had been through what I had been through at that point, it's crazy.
Oh my God, I'm
And
sorry if I think
At some
perverted.
point, he drinks in front of me. At first, I think it was like a Malbec or a wine or something. And I
Officer
remember we
Harrell,
had
she
him-
has not got her
Look,
pancreas
it's
transplant
that- it
yet.
kinda
She has
started
not,
with
but
an
she's doing
argument.
pretty good though. I appreciate you asking, man. Thank you.
And that
She's
was
doing pretty good,
upstairs
man.
In that room that we just looked.
I still talk to her.
Of, by the sunflowers. That's more or less where we were standing, just closer to the kitchen. And we get in an argument, and I shove past him, just stomp off. And he grabs me.
Yeah,
We have
it's
an
been
argument
placed
about
into evidence, June,
me
where she
walking
severed it.
away,
She
and
threw a
I'm
vodka
looking at
bottle,
this, and in my head,
and
I
it
was like,
broke,
I actually wasn't thinking
and
of
it severed the
me
end of
yet,
his finger
but
off, where he had to go to the ER and have it
that would
like
later
medically, like
be going
surgically
through my
sewn
mind.
back on by the doctors. So
we had
it's been put into evidence.
a brief interaction, and I don't
All the evidence thus far has went
remember
in
the
Johnny's
exact
favor, but
sequence of
against
things.
Amber.
I
So
just-
I don't know why they're wasting their time with all these
I
silly
have a lot
questions.
of flashes. It gets a little bit more confusing.
I mean, I know everybody has the right to a
My
fair trial, right
ability
to
recall
say to have their
everything
testimony,
along
but
the
and
way,
maybe
a
that's why
little
they're doing it.
later
But
on, as things got crazier.
I think Johnny's got this in the
But
bag
for
by a
this
long
part,
shot.
The first night, what I distinctly remember is at one point I don't think I had gotten very far, or maybe I came back into the room. But
Ferical, what is up?
when he
Amber
shoved
looks
me,
like a...
I went flying across these parakeet floors. I mean, just skidding.
Ferical
across these
said Amber
floors.
looks like a pissed off
And I
mushroom.
remember thinking it just looked so easy for him to
Oh, man, dude, that's funny. What's
roll
up, man?
around
You're
like
new
that.
here, man. Welcome to the live stream. Good to have you, man. Good to have you.
I just slid. Screeching.
She
and
does
standing
look like a
against this,
mushroom for real.
beautiful wooden floor. And we had another argument.
God, I cannot
that
stand that she's putting on the
was
actress
a
just too
spin-off
hard,
from
just too
that. It was
much.
just kind of this on off sort of thing that I
It
remember
is sad. It
eventually
is sad, man. It
In
is.
this interaction, he shoves me up against the fridge. He has me by the throat, and he just was
Skidding
holding
just
me
like your
there
turd skid on the
in
bed.
my throat. And I wondered if the drugs, I wondered if it was him. It hadn't, in my recollection, hadn't been that long. He has me up against the throat, just kind of bashing me against the
No,
wall
he's
next to the
not.
fridge.
No, he's
I'm
not.
moving in that area, and at some point, I'm in his face, and I don't know if he had let go of my neck.
They'll
or
use
he
that
let
against
go
her. I
of
was
me.
in
I
his
slapping
face.
him
They'll
across
use
the
that against
face,
her.
Screaming at him. He's screaming at me. I got my hand free when he tried to grab me when I walked off. I stormed off. I slammed the door.
You can so tell
upstairs.
she's
I
making this up as she
don't know if it
goes.
was
It's just
in
so
that instance
obvious.
Or if it was in a later one that I eventually barricaded the door.
The door.
You know, it wouldn't stop him from coming in. He could come in the other doors. You know, there's.
Jeez, man.
the back
This
door
woman
and
is
his
killing
patio.
me, bro. She's killing me.
But at least I'd hear it. And this is March 2015 by this time. I'm being medicated by his doctor. He's giving me anti-anxiety meds, giving me, had already tried to give me antidepressants. They didn't
His
work for
doctors
obvious
didn't
reasons.
treat
I
you.
hope-
They've already testified about
I
that. They
wasn't
didn't
sleeping.
treat
I had
you.
insomnia. I'd wake up with panic attacks. I needed to sleep, but my ability to do so was really, really compromised at this point. And I kept thinking that I just wanted to hear him or know if he came in.
Defamation,
I was
Alex. She's being
ready
charged with that.
for
Well,
what was going to come in with him.
Johnny's counter suing
And
her
at
for
some point I go back
defamation.
downstairs.
I think
don't
the
really
sue was
know at what point I gave
50
up.
million,
I
maybe
stayed
100
behind
million,
my
something like
barricaded
that.
Door, but I managed to go to sleep. I took some sleeping pills. I woke up, and when I came downstairs, he was.
They'll use that
still
against her
up.
too.
He confirmed that when I
Sleeping
asked him
pills.
that
They'll
he
say
had
she
not
didn't
slept.
remember.
He
Watch.
had not eaten, so I tried to get him to eat. We
Ferico
get
put
in
up
an
a bunch of
argument.
mushrooms. That's funny.
He was accusing me of
Olivia, me and
handwriting.
you both. Me and you both.
And by this point, he thought I was working with Billy Bob Thornton on the movie I
Jail
had just shot,
before,
but
by
I
the
had
way.
already
What do you think?
worked with him
What do I
earlier.
think? How long
He was
jail time will
very
be for?
upset
Well, it
about
depends.
Him and the gentleman that
Being the
invited
fact
me to
she's
a
lying under
concert.
oath, if they investigate that after the fact,
my
and they
co-star,
will,
he was upset about these people,
and they
even though
charge
I'd
her with
done the movie
perjury
a year
for
prior.
lying under, which is lying under oath,
It's Billy
that's
Bob
an
Thornton,
automatic
Joe Sturgis, and
2 to 5 years in
Eddie
prison
Redmayne
right
that he was
there.
upset about.
Let
Automatic,
me just stop you
which
for a moment. Have you seen Mr. Depp?
Which she won't
take
get
any
that,
drugs
because she's
at
a.
this point?
Oh yeah, sorry if I left that out. That when we had the
What's up,
argument
Crawl? Number
about
one. What's up, man? You're
the,
new here. Welcome to last year, man. Good to have you, man.
He suggested to
She
me
should
that
go
it
to jail,
wasn't
Crawl.
on
She
the
should.
no-fly list. Like it wasn't on the no list. That was his argument. That was his defense.
I
Like,
thought
this
she
isn't-
said Willie Bob.
You didn't say I couldn't have this, and over and over again.
Yeah, 'cause she shot a
Johnny
movie
told
with
me
Billy
wasn't
Bob
the
Thornton, I
reason he was
believe.
getting sober, but I was the reason he was staying sober. I had saved his life and all this stuff. I wasn't like it wasn't my job to police him, but I kind of ended up being in that situation, it seemed like, in his mind, when he would express that to me. So he took a handful of pills, and I didn't count how many, but
She does, Ferico. She
when I came
does.
back downstairs, I did the math,
on the amount that was left. And
What time is
I
it
think
for
was either
me?
8 or 10.
It is
I can't recall the
1:43
amount,
in the
either 8 or
afternoon here.
10
1:43
pills
p.m.
of MDMA.
That he had taken or that were left?
I don't. I remember we had a conversation.
Yeah,
about
143.
the amount that he took. So I remember saying, you
Objection,
took all
hearsay.
There you go.
I'll sustain the objection.
There you go. Sustain it, Judge. Do something right.
There were only a few left in the bag, so I think it was what he took.
7:43 p.m. for you,
And
Lee.
I-
Wow,
I
dude, that's
said,
crazy, man.
Johnny,
That's
that,
crazy.
or
Objection, hearsay.
There you go.
he confirmed that he took that amount and that he could take that amount.
And what amount?
At this point, there were 10. He had taken 10, 8 or 10. I can't recall.
And when you say at this point...
I'm
is
sorry to
that
hear that,
first
Matthew
day or
Coleman.
is
I
that
will
second
definitely
day?
keep
This
you in
is
the family
second
in
day.
my
This is
prayers,
after I've
man.
already fallen asleep
I will
for the
definitely do
night
that.
in the room upstairs. Come back downstairs. He
Scotty
was
boy, what's
taking-
up, man? You were new. Welcome to the live stream, man. Good to have you, Scotty boy. King Gaming
He's
G's
teaching me that
4:44.
second
Oh my God, 4:45 a.m. Friday there for you. Holy cow,
accusing
man!
me
It's still Thursday here.
of being mean to his sister.
That is crazy, man.
He was
I
accusing me of
appreciate
not
you
liking
hanging
his
in here with me,
sister.
man. I really do. I really
Something
do.
about the wedding. I was trying to put out that fire, as you will. I was trying to say, no. First of all, I'm not filming with Billy Bob. No, I wasn't filming with Jim Sturgis. Yes, I filmed with Eddie Redmayne, but he was a lovely gentleman.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Let's not offer to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled. And then when it came up with his sister, he
What? Oh my God, this judge is aggravating me.
was accusing me of kind of having this animosity with Christy. I tried to defend myself, explaining why her and I had kind of become cold to one another. I don't know how else to describe it because we never had any sort of direct interaction.
Probably
But
because she didn't like you because the way you treated
we never
Johnny.
had any sort of confrontation or anything, but I did my best to explain to him what I.
Oh, okay, Scotty boy. Oh,
the
you know what? I
answer
think
to
I
that
remember you, man.
accusation.
I remember you,
And at
bro.
one point he,
I remember you, man.
I mentioned that. Well, I can't say what I mentioned. He, as a result of that phone call, picks up the phone and calls his agent. I don't know why. still to this
Right,
day.
Chris Horseman, blah blah blah.
He
Yeah.
calls a few people.
For
I don't
real,
know
man,
who's
for
on the other
real,
line. Just
dude.
heard his side of it, and he's screaming at them.
What's
I
up,
got a sense
Kimberly?
that
You
it
are new
was
here.
money.
She said
He
Karen.
felt people had been stealing money from
She
him
is.
and that the studio
She
was
is a
ripping
Karen.
off,
She is. What's up, Kimberly? How you
and
doing?
that,
I like
he
your
was
I like your
calling himself
PFP there.
a
That
whore or
sunflower. I
he
like
put
that.
out.
That's beautiful. I love
He
it.
seemed like he was upset, but I did not.
Sunflowers
at
are my
this point-
favorite.
This is maybe early evening. It was before the sun went down on the second day. I remember he took the phone at one point. and
Oh, how could I
called
forget you,
my,
Officer Harrell? Yeah, man, you've been around the community for a long
divorce
time, man.
attorney.
Yeah, everybody
I
throw up some
had,
prayer hands for Matthew Coleman.
at
His
some point
cousin,
prior to this, got
his
a
cousin-in-law
divorce
took his
attorney,
took
or
took
not
their life
divorce attorney, domestic
yesterday.
relations attorney
So y'all throw up some
to
prayer hands in the
do
chat for
a, post-nup
Matthew
because
Coleman's
we
family,
got
please.
married in February, and there was never any mention or talk from Johnny about a prenup. But
That's what we're trying
I
to
had
figure
had
out, June.
interactions
Yeah,
with
there's
his
no way to really
sister,
defend that,
and
to be
so I
honest
thought,
about it.
Okay, I'll get a lawyer and let's do.
There's all kinds of
post-nup.
audio
And Johnny
evidence
found out about that. or
that we
learned
hear about
that
her,
in Australia.
you know,
He went outside and called the
verbally,
divorce attorney and
verbally
fired her.
taunting him,
And
verbally
said the only way out of
abusing
this was
him.
death.
But all the
Again,
audio you hear him
when I
in, the
heard that
audio,
story, at this point, March 2015.
Johnny never comes unhinged. He stays calm.
Probably 25 times.
Shouldn't get you put a toilet. Yeah, for Amber.
So he's screaming his lawyer. He calls his agents. I hear him talking incoherently, screaming incoherently at my lawyer and his agent. He comes back inside, and I genuinely didn't know if he was still mad at me or if
For
it
I'd
was
say about a
me at
year or
all.
two, I
didn't
used to
know.
watch
It
your
didn't seem like there
LSP4
was
videos a lot, and I
connection
said,
to
"Thank you,
reality
Scotty boy. I
at all.
appreciate that, man. I thought your name looked familiar, man, but I always want to say, you know,
At
new
some
face,
point
just in
shortly
case
after that,
they are a
I
new face. You know what I
I
mean?
have been saying to Johnny, you need to sleep. Let's eat some dinner, baby.
Olivia, are you?
Relax.
We'll be praying for you, honey.
He's like,
We'll be praying
calm
for you,
down.
Olivia.
In my head, I was thinking that it would genuinely change if he just got some sleep. He needed to sleep it off. He needed to come down off the drugs. Clearly,
Jimmy said, "Who are you, Lily?" Said, "I don't know anymore, Jimmy."
Taken pill-wise with whatever else he was hiding from me was not good.
Yeah, man.
I
Yeah,
had
absolutely.
recognized that sort of
Absolutely,
condition.
Officer
I
Dog.
recognized that
Absolutely,
sort of
man.
Unattached to reality rage. I had recognized the
New
patterns
song.
of
Okay.
his
All right.
beliefs.
You got it,
He's
man.
about things that
You got it, dude. New song at 30K. I'll do it. 30K, I'll do it.
I knew
I'm not too far away, man. I'm not too far away at all.
Clean up, sober up. And I thought we could. I remember I went to the fridge.
Yeah, you're new, right, Crawl? Or have you been
here
here before? Are you a new face in the stream, man?
Cook, and I got out some of the.
I'm pretty sure you're new, or maybe I've seen you before.
Dinner. I went upstairs. I
Let's
don't
see.
know if I came back down in my nightgown at that point, or if that was shortly after. But
Yeah, I agree with you,
next
Cross.
thing
She
I
is definitely
remember
around ideas and lies.
is, coming downstairs and looking for him. We had an interaction that I can't really describe. It didn't make a lot of sense to me. He was just.
She has said that
belligerent.
several times. It didn't make a lot of sense to me. The text didn't make a lot of sense to me. The argument didn't make a lot of sense. She said that
And I
so
realized I was
much.
back on the chopping block.
What
I
does
realized
make
I was
sense
back.
to you?
Like,
They're
I realized that the arrows were
Amber
pointing at me
Turd.
again. And I tried to defend myself. I was explaining, trying to say that.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Oh yeah, it's PFP right there. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool.
But try not to say what you're saying unless it needs it for context.
She is, Kimberly. She is crazy. I don't even think she knows what she's talking about. There you go, there you go, sustain it. There you go.
It was just
Good job,
I
Judge.
don't know how to describe to you because it wasn't making sense.
Good job, Your Honor.
It wasn't making sense.
Way to go. That's great.
I don't know how.
For those that don't know, I do have to leave a little after
I
2
don't know how
o'clock
the
to go pick up my
immediate
wife and go to the
next,
store.
string of
But I will leave the stream
next
on.
part of the
The
violence
stream will still be
actually
on.
initiated, but
So you
then
guys
he knocked me
can
up
come in
against
and
the
watch,
wall
and then when I
and
come
just
back, I'll jump on
slams
camera with
me up
everybody.
against the wall hard. I mean, I hit my head hard.
But I just got to run a couple errands, and I'll be back home
And this is
after
the
I pick up my
wall
wife.
next to I say kitchenette, but it's more of a bar. I remember there were these cooling fridges, and I remember kind of being slammed up against those. I remember pushing him off of me. I remember the name calling, the whore, the slut, the fat ass. I remember a lot of name calling.
But that's hearsay. If you have no proof, that's hearsay.
I said
Had he been drinking by this time?
he was drinking.
Calls for speculation and leading.
Also seen as leading.
What, if any, drinks had you observed Mr. Depp have by this time?
Well, I had already seen him drink right in front of me. Took a big swig out of a wine bottle upstairs, right in front of me, as in a gesture of looked right at me and took a big swig out of it.
Okay, so that's not a
You know,
crime.
like a show for did it right in my face to make.
Okay, so he's at his house on his property. He's
Then
allowed to
went
drink. It's not
downstairs,
against the
he was
law.
drinking the bottle.
Nothing illegal about that.
I don't know.
Right in
what
front of my
kind
face.
Liquor. I remember there was another bottle open, and I was wondering why he was drinking both. But at some point,
She is lying,
me
I'm
up
telling
against
you.
the
That's what
wall
I'm
next
wondering
to the
now,
cooling
except she's
fridges,
drunk.
And I remember slamming my head up against the thing. He had me by
Wow,
the neck,
man.
squeezing my neck, and it got really nasty. It went from oh, no one likes you, no one likes me. Everyone warned me about
Every
you.
every second she's
That's
on
what it was.
stand,
He
I lose
started
10 brains.
to tell me that everyone
For real. For
had
real.
warned him about me.
Oh, yeah, she's
and
definitely
that he
taking
wished he had
something.
never
She's definitely taking something.
married me. Wish he had never met me.
Look at her stumbling
No
over her
one
words and
liked
just
me.
barely spitting it out.
Anyways,
That
sounds,
is like legit proof of
childish.
lying. Watch her eye movement.
I remember feeling really hurt, and then at some point I shove him hard to get him off me, and
Dude,
he
if
shoved
she
me
wins
back
this
and said, "You wanna
case,
go,
I'm
little
going to be
girl?"
so mad.
That I couldn't, as I sit here today, tell you
if that happened before he choked me up against the wall, but at some point, I am in a struggle with him where I'm holding his shirt lapel, and he kind of just flings me, for lack of a better way to describe it, throws me across the room. I land on a games table. It's like a ping pong table. And I don't know if I was holding on to him or if he pursued me separate, but he gets on top of me on the games table and is just whacking me in the face, like repetitive. We struggle on the games table. I don't know how we get up. I don't know if he pulls me up. I wish I could tell you, but we were in this struggle down in this games room by the bar. And we had this conversation about the drinking, or argument about the drinking, and he holds up this bottle to me, and you know, I'm saying, did you drink this whole thing? Something stupid.
My little girl fell asleep on the bed over here,
Focusing on
guys.
this
She
detail,
fell
and he,
asleep.
Is telling me that I can't control
I looked
him
over and she was
anymore,
out.
And that if I really, if I really wanted to try, take it. And then he's like taunting me to take the bottle from him. If I really want him to stop, why don't I take it from him? Go on. Kept saying, go on, and kind of gesturing with the bottle towards me. And like he does that 2 or 3 times. I reach for it, he'd revoke it, kind of laugh at me. And he's holding out the bottle. I think like maybe the 3rd time or so I get a hold of it. I pick it up and I slam it down on the ground right in between us. There's a tile floor, a white tile
Yeah, you
floor.
can tell, June. He's just like, oh my
And I
God,
smashed
somebody
the ball
shoot me.
on the floor. And that really set him off. So stupid. Sorry. It was like a light bulb switch went off. And he starts screaming. I don't know if he backhanded me or hit me normally. I don't really recall, but I remember it sent me down to the ground. I remember by the time I picked myself off the floor, I stand up. He's got a bottle in his hand. He threw it at me. It missed, thankfully, but
Oh
kind
my
of pulled
gosh,
myself back into the
dude.
bar area. I don't know how much time passed, but at some point he had a broken bottle
Making like
up
an Indian
against
drama
my
script on the
face,
spot,
neck
guys.
area
I know, I've seen him
by
in
my
the drama.
jawline, and he told me he'd carve up my face.
Oh my God.
I don't know at what point in the evening. I couldn't tell you.
Okay,
what
if he was so
sequence
abusive, why did you buy the
was
man a
when that
knife?
happened, but
Why?
It was terrifying. It wasn't the first time he said that to me. He said that to me on the plane as well. But this time he was holding a broken bottle to me.
God, the lies is
I
killing
honestly
me.
don't remember if I threw anything in his direction. I don't think I did. I just remember.
Yeah,
him
you
having
actually
me by
did.
the
You threw a vodka
neck
bottle at
area.
him, severed his finger.
I remember him flailing me, or throwing me around. I'm
She
flailing,
does need a nut doctor, don't she, Matthew?
This is after there were some bottles broken on the floor. I think this is actually after,
She does, man.
again, forgive me, I wish I could remember the sequence, but it's flashes. He's throwing these bottles at me.
They're gonna use that against her.
There were also cans, like soda cans.
I'm sorry, I wish I could remember, but
beer
it's just
soda cans,
flashes.
And they're
So they'll
coming at me
cross-examine
one
her. When
after
the
the other,
cross-examination
and I
comes
keep
by,
pulling myself
comes
into
the
the bar
time,
area.
they're
There's
gonna
a
use
bar
all them little
behind
words
me,
against her.
and
Watch.
like
They'll be like, oh, you did say, okay, well, let's turn to 256, line 4, paragraph 3. You know, they'll use it against her.
On 3 sides with him in front of me,
It is
kind of
Ferrical.
off
It
to-
is, yeah.
off to the left, and he's throwing these bottles one after the other, and I can feel glass breaking behind me. I remember feeling one of them go by my head really fast. I mean, a real velocity. I remember being terrified. I remember I couldn't move. I couldn't go anywhere. I eventually, trying to, I don't know, he ran out of things to throw. I think that's how I moved myself towards the exit. And I believe that's most likely when we got kind of in this
Like this right here.
struggle by the bar area. Because I remember my feet
That's all I can play, guys.
slipping on the tile.
I wanna get
as he
copyright.
was slamming me from the wall to the countertops.
Yeah, she's lying through her
At
teeth.
one point, he has me up against the wall, and he's punching the wall. He had my
Justice for
nightgown
Johnny's
and
finger.
kind of ripped it off my chest. I remember at one point he's teasing me, taunting
She's
me that
explaining it
he has
like
my
a full Harry Potter for her. Yeah,
my
for
breasts in
real.
his hand. My
Like
nightgown
they've given
came
her
completely
way
off.
more
It
time
was
to talk than they
ripped
did
off
Johnny.
me.
I'm gonna tell you that because they were constantly cutting Johnny off,
Naked.
and the cross examination do her the same way.
I'm slipping
They'll cut her
around
off.
on this tile and trying to get my footing. And I remember slipping on this tile. Glass was underneath me, and I remember. Just
Oh yeah, I'm
my
gonna have to come.
footing,
She's
you know,
definitely
I
lying
felt
through her
really
teeth. Definitely,
destabilized and felt
most definitely.
really vulnerable. I'm naked.
Here we go with this actor
He's
stuff
swinging me
again.
around, and at some point, I'm up against the wall, and he's screaming at me that he fucking hates me, that it ruined his life. Remember I
You
ruined his
probably
life.
did ruin his life. He probably does hate you.
And he starts
'Cause the way
punching
you treated him.
The wall next to my head, holding me by the neck. I get free from him. I kind of step back from him, and it's like his energy shifted to the phone. There was a wall-mounted phone.
Oh my God, that
on the
right
wall
there was
next to where
stupid
my
of her.
head was. And he went from punching the wall to like realizing there was a phone there, and he picked up the phone and he's screaming. He's "Rah!" like at the top of his lungs, screaming, "I fucking hate you! I fucking hate you! You ruined my fucking life!" And screaming at the top of his lungs, he picks up the phone and starts bashing the phone against the wall where I was just being held.
Oh,
And
but
I
you didn't get no
remember
pictures
kind
of
having
the
some
holes in the wall,
distance
did you, huh?
from what was happening and watching him do
What's
this,
up,
and
Porky
it was like
Spiky?
his
You're a new man.
energy
Welcome to
had
Live Stream,
shifted.
man. Good to have you.
And I
Good
was
to
on
have
the
you, man.
phone all
Welcome,
of a
welcome.
sudden.
Welcome, dude.
And he was
Good
just
to have you, man.
over and over again, smashing this phone into the wall over and over again, screaming at me. And I was watching
my
the phone
God.
every single time he pulled his hand back. It was just breaking into pieces. I remember thinking this phone is disappearing. He was smashing it to smithereens, just going into the wall.
At Monterey, go ahead and warn her.
And-
Foul language, please.
At some point, he's on top of me.
For real, man.
No phone, but screaming the same thing. I fucking hate you. You ruined my fucking life.
You've already said that.
I'm on the counter.
But let me guess, you didn't get no videos or
Had me
pictures of
by
that,
the
did you? Though you ain't got no legit proof.
And he felt like he was.
See, he
on
won't-
top
he
of
won't
me,
even look at her, bro.
and I'm looking at him in his eyes. I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore. It wasn't him. It was black. I've never
Oh
been
my God.
so scared in my life. It was black. I couldn't see him. Looking at me, and I was trying to get through to him. I was
This
trying
girl's
to
bipolar or
say
something, man.
To him in some way.
She got something Ajax won't take off.
I was trying to get through to Johnny, and I couldn't see him. I couldn't
Man.
see him at all.
I know, right?
And my head was bashing against
I know,
the
no,
back of the
not a
bar, and
tear.
I couldn't breathe.
And she goes from
I remember trying
crying
get
to
up.
just
I
stop
was
crying
slipping
like
on the
that.
glass. My feet were slipping. My arms were slipping on the countertop. And I remember just trying to get up so I could breathe, so I could tell him that he was really hurting me. I didn't think
Right,
he knew what
Kengi,
he
yeah,
was
she
doing.
is. Yeah.
I don't know how.
She got some sound effects. I just don't, I mean,
Sorry.
how can they buy this? Surely the jury is not buying this whole actress thing. I mean, seriously. Look at this.
I couldn't breathe.
Oh my God. I'm about to turn this off.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I couldn't.
Dude, she's so busted, bro.
Breathe.
She's
I
so
couldn't
busted.
Get through to him. I couldn't get up. I couldn't get up. And I don't know how that ended. I don't know. I don't know how.
Yeah, still no tears.
I don't know what happened next.
If only she could act this good in Aquaman. Girl, there's nothing to wipe off your face. Quit rubbing your eyes to make them red.
I was bent over backwards on the bar, meaning my chest was up.
Bro, this girl
staring
has
at the
got
blue
some
light,
serious issues. She needs some mental help.
My chest was on this
She's a basket
back was on
case,
the
bro.
countertops. And I thought he was punching me.
Brent J, what's up, man? Your new welcome last stream, man. Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely, dude.
I'm sorry.
This girl is full of lies. No legit. She has no legit evidence against Johnny, but there's legit audio evidence against her.
He was
Against her verbally and taunting him and verbally abusing him.
I felt this pressure.
That is such a, like, her face is turning red. She's trying to cry so hard her face is turning red.
He said he was
Watch it, girl. Your brain's going to fall out your head. One sec, guys. I think somebody's knocking on my door. I'll be right back.
saw his arm. I could
Y'all
feel
keep me
his
posted. I'll
arm
be right back, guys.
moving, and it looked like he was punching me. But I could just feel this pressure. It was like it kept hitting. It didn't feel pain. It was just a pressure on my pubic bone, and I don't know. I don't remember what I said. I just remember being really still, not wanting to move. I remember looking around the room. I remember looking at all the broken bottles, broken glass. And I remember that it's just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. I couldn't feel it. I couldn't feel it. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel anything. I just didn't want it.
Hi, guys. Sorry about that. My oldest daughter just showed up. Did I miss anything on the show with Amber here? She's putting on that actress, didn't she? Big time.
I didn't know if he would know if it was broken or not, and I just remember thinking, please, God, please. I hope it's not broken.
Wow. Like, there is still no tears coming out of this woman's face, man, out of her eyes. It blows my mind how much someone can lie.
Off the countertop. I just remember it being in the bathroom. I remember
The light in the court
retching.
shows her fake tan, not
I
tears.
remember the sound my voice was making.
This is why Aquaman was terrible.
I remember I lost control of my bladder.
It's more sweat than tears. She's like trying so hard to cry that
Retching.
she's like, her
remember
veins
there
are
was blood
bulging in
on
her
the floor.
forehead. Neither shirt. I don't
I
remember.
got
Amber
up.
Turd. Tanya Magger, what's up? You are new, Tanya. Welcome to the live stream. Good to have you. What a show. She is pitiful. No tears,
no,
lies, lies,
that
and more.
night
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, justice for Johnny. He's got this in the bag, I'm telling you.
remember.
If the jury is not buying this and they are truly blinded
I have a
by her
memory of
stupidity and
him
ignorance,
talking.
like, that is
I
an
remember
actress. That is an act. That's
going
her
outside
actress
the
side
front
coming
door.
out.
I remember him.
And she's
coming out
trying
the
so
front
hard that it's showing,
door.
right? It's
I
just terrible.
Don't remember. If that was
Look at Johnny. He's
before
overthinking, like,
this,
what a
I
basket case.
don't
What a
remember.
nut
I just
job.
have that memory.
How did I ever tap that?
remember,
How did I ever get in bed with that thing?
taking a bunch of sleeping pills. Not a bunch, like 2.
Oh, bam. They're going to use that against her right there. She's taking a bunch of sleep. Well, not a bunch, but, you know, 2. Bam. Cross-examination is going to nail her with that right there.
Because I woke up the next day. I assume it was late morning.
You hungry, Lee, are you? Yeah, I'm about to get me something to eat, too, man. I never did eat earlier. I'm going to eat me something. I am hungry.
I could hear him downstairs.
Yeah, I got to leave here soon, guys. I got to go pick up the wife. But I will leave the stream going for everybody here. I just won't be on camera for probably a couple hours.
It was Maryland, or maybe I could recognize it. I don't remember,
But I will leave the stream up so you guys can continue to watch the case on the stream here.
It became clear.
We'll have, we got moderators in the chat and stuff, so we got moderators here that can take care of it. And I'll be watching too as well, from my phone while I'm out and about as much as I can. And I'll try to chat with you guys.
Brown on the walls going down the stairs. And the brown on the walls became clear, like lettering. And then it was obvious it was dried blood. He had written down that we had a spiral staircase, like white cream walls. There was blood on the carpet. I could see blood drips. I thought it was from my arms or feet, but it was drips. So.
One sec, guys.
That plus the wall writing, I saw this brown letters on the wall, and then realized that he was trying, that it was meant to be a message, but it was incoherent. I saw what looked like my name, but I really couldn't make out most of the rest of the message. Walking down the stairs, I saw a bird in the house. I thought that was surreal. I went down to the main level where my painting studio was, and I had some canvases out. It was in the living room area. And by the time I got down to the bottom of the stairs, the dried blood had been kind of taken over by paint. It was blue, navy blue paint, and then brown paint. And
all right, guys.
And it was, on the walls, on the lampshades, pillowcases of the sofa cushion.
You what, sweetheart?
There was blood in the painting studio. My canvases have been covered with what looked like just brown, blue, green, red mess. It was just a mess. There was a painting that had, a painting that the owners had that had, like giant penis on it, and some other
giant penis
things with the table overturned, a bunch of broken glass.
There was never no penis. They clarified that. Nobody drew a penis. They clarified this. Nobody drew a penis.
That's where I found him, blaring this music. He was in the study, which is by the bar, games table area off to the side, and it was just glass and blood and a broken window and just.
Yeah, the blood was because where you severed his finger, you psychopath scorpion woman.
Walked into the study.
It's where you severed his finger with the vodka bottle. It was in the house, and I'll show you. We're still talking about the house, and I'll show you, right?
I remember wondering where they came from.
When they do it, yeah, dun dun dun.
And he just looked.
The doom music.
It wasn't there anymore. It wasn't there. It wasn't.
She is a scorpion woman, man. She is. She is June.
He had his hand wrapped in this like rags.
Right. Exactly, Tanya.
Rags.
Exactly.
And
That's what I'm saying. They got evidence against her,
Showed me, and he said, "Look what you made
but
me
they have
do.
no
I did
evidence
this for you,"
evidence
things to that
against
effect.
Johnny. I'm talking about like audio recordings,
And
documents, texts,
I kind of
etc. It
put
all
together,
goes
it was covered
against
in
her.
paint,
So if the jury is
and I
not
put
buying
together
her
that
bull
that's-
crap, then
He was using his finger. I quickly became.
I
aware
mean,
that
seriously,
he was using as a paintbrush.
if they
I didn't know
vote,
there was
if
lots of
they go in
paintbrushes
her
around.
favor, this system is completely
and
destroyed. It's just destroyed.
We
There's
didn't
nothing
have
to
any
it.
sort of like coherent conversation, as you can imagine. I figured out he was missing a finger. He kind of held it up, and I said, "What did you do? When?"
Oh yeah. Oh,
what
absolutely.
did you
Yeah,
do
absolutely.
when? And I realized.
Yeah,
in my
those
head that there had
lawyers
been
are those
many
lawyers
hours
for her and Johnny
since
are
this probably happened.
filthy
assuming
rich
that
by
what was
now.
happened on the phone.
Because you know they're charging high rates because you know
And in
it's
any
Johnny
case,
Depp and Amber Heard.
I knew it had been way too long.
Even though
that he had
technically
this
Johnny's got way more money than Amber does.
blood, that he was bleeding, and I said, "I'm going to call 911 if you don't call Jerry now."
But she does not seem like the
I
sharpest
don't-
tool in the
I
shed.
still
She does
don't recall
not.
which of us called Jerry Judge, his security.
Right, Porky
At some
Spiky.
point
Yeah,
he went
right. That was her.
upstairs.
That was definitely her that
He
did it.
Came upstairs, but he went up to the third floor while I was in the main floor, the entry level floor.
Yeah, she cut it off. Yeah.
I went to make him a cup of coffee because he was demanding more Red Bull. And
Demanding.
I was thinking that's probably not a good idea. I don't know why coffee would be so much better, but in my head it was.
Well, the man wanted a Red Bull. Give him a Red Bull.
Sober him up, or I don't know. There was help was coming though, and I remember I made him coffee. As soon as I handed it to him, he threw it at the TV and started screaming again.
That's
It was
like
back
saying
to
you don't like doggy style and he
back to
does. That
square
don't mean
one.
it ain't no good for him.
Shortly after that, security arrives. I don't know how long, maybe 2
That don't make it not
minutes went
good.
by, not long, but they kind of find Johnny.
I don't either, Olivia.
Johnny
I don't
finds
either.
them walking out of the front door, and they were trying to figure out what was going on. And as they were kind of looking at him and I, and trying to figure out what the heck was going on, Johnny took his
Man.
penis out of his pants and started trying to pee or peeing outside of the house, saying
So what?
that he had more messages for me. And this is in front of
He's
security.
laughing.
And they kind of just like looked at each other and looked at him and kind of not
Why
laughed,
are
but
they
kind of
giving her so much more
half-
time to talk than they was Johnny? That
played
like
it
I
off
just
and
don't
were
like
open.
that.
It was
To me,
somehow
that's not a
looked
fair
like throwing
trial.
A wild animal back into the house with,
Man, you know she takes the back door.
with his penis still out of his pants.
Oh
peeing
my
or
God,
trying
how many
to
times
pee,
are you gonna
and that's
say
what
his
he was
penis?
indicating, and he went to the wall of the house and. I
Let me
remember
guess, he wrote his
standing at the
name.
wall
We've all
trying
done
to
it. I've peed on the
give me
walls
more-
of
saying he was gonna give me
of my
more
home and wrote my
information,
initials.
that I
I've done
needed
it. Every guy that has a
more
penis,
messages, more
everybody that has a penis
information.
in this world has wrote their name
Made
in
no
urine.
sense.
I've done. I do it in the toilet. I'll pee in the
And,
toilet and write Q or
Jerry
CJ.
Judge and security and one of the
Be like,
nurses. Shortly
I might have to hold it
after,
with two
I think
hands,
they
but, you know, I
put me in
still
the
get it
theater room,
done.
But shortly after, I remember talking to one of the nurses, and she was trying to give me drugs.
Yeah, he was laughing.
Objection,
Yeah,
Honor. Hearsay.
there you go.
Trying to give her drugs. She
Yeah,
didn't
overruled
say
it.
anything. Thank you. Keep going.
Oh my God, she allowed it. That judge is so
I just remember,
stupid.
I just remember crying and rejecting what they were trying to give me and fighting with them about how much they were trying to give me. I felt like I needed to figure out what was happening with my life, what was happening with Johnny. I didn't know if he was okay.
Yeah,
I
what
didn't
was
know.
happening with Johnny was the fact that you
I actually
mentally,
did-
verbally, and
had
physically
no
abused him
idea,
so
like,
bad
could this
that he
be
hated you
something
and didn't want to be around you.
he could die from?
So if the
anything,
man
it's
took a
just the
swing at you and right
drugs
hooked your
and
jaw, I
alcohol.
wouldn't have blamed him at all. I don't believe in hitting
mean,
women, but if the man would have done
That
it,
alone,
you deserved
I
it. You
didn't-
asked for it.
You know, I just
Especially
remember
as much as you
being
done
scared
it.
and being in this theater room, this dark theater room, and not knowing what the heck was going on. I eventually.
I'm
was
not
taken up
too
to my
sure.
room
I don't
by
think anything will happen
one
against
of the
Johnny.
nurses.
I mean, if she
And
wins, she'll win the suit. He has to pay up, but
Debbie.
I don't think any
And-
legal
Suggesting I go up to my room. I went up to my room, and
anything legal will be taken.
I took a quarter of what she was trying to get me to take, and
One sec, guys.
I eventually fell asleep. I came back downstairs to look for my phone, which Johnny had picked up before security came in. He picked up my phone.
All right, guys, so I do have to go pick up the wife, and I'll be gone for maybe an hour or so. But I will be keeping an eye on the stream on my phone right here. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Enjoy this, and I'll be tuning in with you guys as much as I possibly can. Love you guys so much. Thank you all for everybody who's been here today since we started this, and we'll be tuning in again tomorrow because I think tomorrow will be the cross-examination for Amber Heard. And I cannot wait to see the cross-examination just rip her a new butt. But with that being said, guys and girls, love y'all so much, and I'll see you in a couple of hours. Ladies and gentlemen, have an amazing day, and peace out.
Jerry Judge was on the phone and talked to me, and I went back up to bed, took more of this sedative, and fell asleep. And then I think the next day went to the closet and took out the clothes that he hadn't painted on. I guess when he went back upstairs, he had just like, it looked like what he had done is dip his hand in a bucket of paint and just wiped it on my clothes. Just went, and he had picked up another portion of my clothes and put them in the bathtub. And I don't know if he added paint or if he just had touched them with paint, but it was this ugly navy blue brown paint. I packed what was packable, what hadn't been destroyed, and eventually left Australia with Ben King, who you met on the way there.
Let me stop you there because I want to ask you some more questions about those 3 days, and then we can talk about Ben King and going home. So, do you recall what bottle Mr. Depp was drinking from and then had that back and forth with you and you threw on the ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound leading.
Sustained.
Do you recall what the bottle was?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall whether it was wine or liquor?
It was liquor. The wine was upstairs.
Okay. Do you recall what color it was?
Well, I believe it was white, clear, but I can't be certain. I think it was clear.
Do you remember whether it had a handle on it or not?
No, it was a normal bottle. I remember because he was holding it like this and gestured to me to take it, and I did try to reach for the bottle. It was a normal size, but for the life of me, I can't remember what brand.
Okay. When you woke up that third morning and came out of your room, what, if any, food did you see?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled.
There was mashed potatoes smeared all over the bedroom door, on the wall, and various places. But I remember opening the door and being really confused at first as to what it was. Had little specks of green in it, I assumed to be spinach. And throughout the house, there was food rubbed in places, just countertops, walls, doors, as I mentioned. And later that evening, I found the raw meat that I had left out, the steak, all over the house. There were pieces of it. It was cut up. And he had ripped my nightgown into pieces, into shreds, and wrapped the meat up, wrapped the steak pieces up with my nightgown. It was this really beautiful burgundy silk nightgown that had this black lace trim. I ironically got it from Dr. Kipper for a wedding gift. And it was wrapped, I continued to find it throughout the rest of the time that I was in the house in Australia. There's pieces of it in the microwave, pieces of it in the produce drawer, in the closet drawer. Just raw meat wrapped up in my nightgown, as well as the smeared food on the walls. It was bizarre.
What, if anything, do you recall seeing on any mirrors?
Oh, he had written on the bathroom mirrors in the bedroom, and I believe he had, there was another mirror. I just don't recall which bathroom it was in. I suppose it was the one that I went to, which is on the very bottom level, where I was retching, for lack of a better way to describe it. I think it was in that bathroom that he also wrote on that mirror as well.
What, if anything, do you recall?
In blood and paint, sorry.
I'm sorry. What, if anything, do you recall of any lampshades being written on?
Well, he wrote on messages to me, things to the effect of go-getter, horror sort of thing, that sort of language. But calling me easy, calling me a slut, calling me, just things about ego and what a whore I was. But it was hard to make sense of it because it was clear he was just out of his mind. It was, he wrote on a back of a pillow in blood. And you can tell because it dries like in this ugly brown color. He wrote on the walls going downstairs. Like it took in fact, you could see where it looked like he had run out of blood because the messages became, the markings became clearly letters. And the letters kind of became, like I could see where he had clearly run out of blood or it wasn't bleeding enough and went and got paint. And then it became paint and blood. You could see both. You could see where he went back with it. Same with the mirrors. I could see where all the dried blood was. And then I could see a different set of markings with paint and some other material.
So I'm going to go back to the time in the bar, and I know this is very painful. Do you recall what Mr. Depp was saying to you when he had the bottle and was pushing it against your pubic bone?
He said that he would fucking kill me. He said, I'll fucking kill you. He said it to me over and over again. He said, I'll fucking kill you.
Did you bleed from the vagina as well?
I did.
And did you experience any pain later?
I wasn't thinking about that. I was heartbroken. Eventually, I realized that I could be hurt because I was bleeding. But I convinced myself it wasn't broken and that the bottle wasn't broken or else it would be a lot worse. And the discomfort I was feeling afterwards just paled in comparison to how scared, shocked I was. I'm scared. I just married this man. I just married him.
And forgive me for asking this, but I need to just make sure the record's clear. You were penetrated up the vagina into the pubic bone, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, penetration was there in your vagina with the bottle?
I can't believe
I'm so sorry.
I have to do this.
I am so sorry.
Johnny had the bottle inside of me and was shoving it inside of me over and over again.
Did you experience any cuts on other parts of your body?
My forearms were cut. My bottoms of my feet were sliced up pretty good.
Did you have any other bruising or swelling?
I had a bruise across my jaw, I suppose, from one of the many times he clocked me in the face downstairs. I think I just didn't make a record of anything else.
I'm going to ask you to turn to let's go to 1810. Well, actually, let's go to 1815. Michelle, if you can bring that up. Defendants 1815. And I think these are all in, Your Honor, so if we could publish.
Yes, they can all be published.
Is this the game table?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is this, based on your testimony, is this where you were you on top of this table?
Yeah, that he briefly got on top of me and was pushing on my throat, actually, at some point when I was on the table. I had forgotten about that. And this, though, looks like it is after a lot of the stuff was cleaned up, because it didn't look quite like this.
Okay. And did the table collapse?
Yes, it did.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, happened to the table?
The table collapsed underneath me when Johnny threw me into it and got on top of me, or fell on top of me. I honestly don't know which one.
If we could look at 1816, please, defendants. Do you recognize this, what's depicted in this picture?
Yes.
What is it?
It looks like the bottles that were by Johnny on the desk when I came down that last morning, and he was still up, still drinking.
If we could go to defendants 1817.
The bottle shape.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't, I have not.
Go back to 1816, please.
Your Honor,
I had
confused. Is there a question?
You want to ask a question?
What more do you recall?
You had, sorry, it took me a minute to respond because it's hard. It took me a minute to respond because I had not remembered seeing the bottle that Johnny was using on me. I didn't have a memory of seeing it. And this picture, I wasn't aware of until just the other day, yesterday, the day before. And I felt my stomach tighten up, like I was going to be sick when I saw it. Because even though I didn't remember seeing the bottle, what I had remembered is a pressure, like something square, which is why I thought he was punching me. I was feeling the square, something firm hitting me, like butting up against my pubic bone. Over and over again, I felt that pressure against my bone. It felt like a flat surface. But when I realized it was an object or bottle and not his fist, which is what I thought, because his arm, I could see his arm while he was holding me down, saying, he was going to kill me, but I thought he was, his arm looked like he was punching me. And I hadn't seen this bottle. I didn't know. And then this came out in Ben's evidence because he didn't share it until this date.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And so I recognize it.
All right, now let's go to defendants 1817. Do you recognize this area or this picture?
Yes, it looks like one area of the bar. Obviously, this is sometime later because all the liquid is dried up. It was quite slippery. I was slipping all over that tile. That's how I know.
Okay.
Looks like a lot of the glass has been cleaned up almost.
Okay. And then let's go to 1818. Actually, I think
I'm
that's...
sorry, which?
Yeah,
which-
I
that's-
don't have that.
That's
No,
not in evidence.
Yeah, that's a duplicate. Let's go to 1819. My apologies.
Okay.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
This is close to where my feet were when I was dangling off the counter. When he had me on the countertop by my neck, my feet were slipping on the tile, and I just remember my feet. I remember feeling glass underneath my feet and slipping. I couldn't get up. I couldn't alleviate the pressure on my neck as he was crushing me. That's around that, not around, that's next to that. All the way at the end of the picture is the bar where I was standing when he was throwing bottles at me.
Can we go to 1820? Do you recognize what's depicted here? The area.
Yes, that's to the left would be where the wall-mounted phone was. Right to the left of that. To the right of that is the little L-shaped bar that I was telling you about, where I was trapped. And
when you say to the left of the wall,
I'm
what
sorry.
do you mean? Is it off the picture or on the picture?
So if you're looking at this picture, imagine up and to the left at person height, at site height, was I don't know if it was antique, but it kind of looked old-fashioned, like an old-fashioned heavy. It looked heavy. I didn't pick up the receiver, but it looked heavy when I was watching it break. It looked like these really heavy excuse me, it's really thick, heavy, not plastic, but like a Bakelite or something heavy material in it. That's my best guess. So that would have been to the left, and then to the right would have been the very end of the bar that you just saw a picture of.
All right, let's go to 1821, defendants. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, that's the bar that I was just talking about.
Okay. Now, I see a phone on the right side. Is that the phone you were talking about?
No, that's not. This is a wall-mounted phone. That's just a landline.
And you see straight ahead at the very, if you look straight ahead at the picture, on the top part of that, it appears to be some broken glass. Do you recall, what do you recall of that?
I recall more than just this window being broken. This is one of the windows that he broke when he was throwing things at me. My body was standing in front of that little kitchen sink you see at the end of the picture. I suppose that's some of the glass I felt, though, on the backs of my arms. Like when the window shattered.
Okay. go to 1822.
1822, I don't have in evidence. 1822 is not in evidence.
That's exactly why I just went over here. Let's go to 1825, I think. Is that the next one, Your Honor?
1825 is in evidence. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that's where Johnny was standing when I found him the last morning. That morning, it might have been like midday. When I say morning, it was after I woke up. It was certainly not early morning. And he was standing at that desk, behind the desk, with the Manson blaring. When I found him and told him that I was going to call 911 if he didn't call Jerry.
If you look in this picture, there appears to be a lampshade down below. Do you recognize that lampshade down below the table?
That's one of the lampshades Johnny wrote threats or messages to me on.
Okay. Then let's go to 1827. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do. That's my painting studio. So when I walked downstairs and saw all the blood on the walls, I walked into this room first. That's where the stairs empty into this room, kind of my painting area. And those are the canvases that he repainted.
And do you see, if you look by the white table to the right of that, do you see a lampshade there?
Yes, I don't know if that's the same lampshade or another one.
Okay. Then let's go to 1828. And do you recognize what's in that one?
I do. Those are were my paintings. That I don't know when he did that, if it was before or after the writing on the walls, but he just ruined them.
So I just want to make sure. So the painting canvas that's dark colored, there's two of them there.
Well, there's two or three, and then there's a smaller one in the center, and that was his daughter. I was trying to paint a portrait of, and that was untouched.
Okay, and then, but just so we're clear, the one directly in front of you that looks like it's just a lot of dark colors, was that dark colors before, or?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I said, was that dark colors before?
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, change was there on that canvas?
Oh, I'm a terrible painter, but I'm not that bad. That was not my painting. It was the start of a portrait, and he changed it dramatically.
Okay. And then to the right side, on the other side of, more to the right than the one you already testified to, is that what that picture looked like before, or is that?
Objection, leading.
What, if any, changes were there to that picture?
Well, the three canvases were portraits, so they looked similar to the one that's in the center that I was doing of his daughter.
Okay. And the white that's below, what, if any, changes were there to that, the white canvas that you see there?
It just looks like the painting was, it looks like once he destroyed...
Objection calls for speculation.
All right. Sustain.
Was there anyone else in the house besides Mr. Depp and you?
Not that I know of, no, and no one was around.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe somebody other than Mr. Depp did this?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What if any reason do you believe that Mr. Depp did this?
Objection.
That was not, what if any?
What's the objection?
Leading.
No, I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you.
It was just Johnny and I in that house over the course of those 3 days, roughly. There might have been somebody, his assistant or something, come on the first day or second day, I can't recall, but for the majority of for the entirety of what I've been describing to you, it was Johnny and I in that house.
And did you do any of this? Did you
No.
create any of this damage?
No.
I'm also going to take a look at the white tablecloth to the right there.
And also, Johnny was covered in paint, so to answer your question fully, that's also how I know.
All right. So I'm also just going to draw your attention to that white tablecloth over there. Does it appear to have some paint on that as well?
Yes, there was paint all over the place, to say it plainly.
Now, the painting that you indicated there was a large penis, I believe. Where was that?
I believe it was just, like, if you're looking at this, I believe it was on the wall almost right next to the painting directly center that we're looking at. That's my best recollection, but I can't be entirely sure.
Okay. Let's go to 1828.
I think that was 1828.
Oh, 1829, my apologies. And do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
What's in it? And what was this?
This is one of the lampshades that Johnny chose as a medium to leave me messages in blood and paint.
Okay. Let's go to 1830. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's one of the bathroom mirrors.
Okay. And if you could just look to the left, and I'm going to go ahead and circle it over here. You see red and black there. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And there were some questions that were asked earlier about that red. What, if anything, did you write on this mirror?
I didn't write anything on the mirrors. I was as confused as anyone in hearing that testimony.
And based on looking at this area that I have circled, is the black on top or underneath the red?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation. Leading.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, this might be a good time to take a break. Why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon break, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and have our break. Do not discuss the testimony with anybody, and don't do any outside research. We'll come back here. All right, in 15 minutes. All right, so we'll come back at 4:02, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Okay. All back?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Before we get the jury, I just want to see, talking with Sammy, is Friday, May 27th? It's not, we usually don't meet on Fridays, but is that an okay day to have trial on that Friday? It's the Friday before Memorial Day. I want to check with the jury, but I want to check with you first.
Yes.
That'll actually be closing argument day for anybody that wants to know. Okay.
Okay.
So, right. So I just want to make sure that keeps it on track. But if it's good with the jury, I just want to make sure that Friday is good with them.
That works for me, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, if you can bring back up 1830 for a moment. 1830, I'm sorry. Amber, we were talking about this right before the break. It still has my highlight. Which color is underneath the other?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Based on your perception, which color is
I'll
underneath?
sustain the objection.
All right, let's do this. Let's bring up defendant's 375, which is already into evidence. I think I need to clear that highlight, Your Honor, but I don't have the control on mine. There we go. Thank you.
Top right corner if you need it, but that's fine.
Thank you. There it is. My menu was hidden. Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. Is the picture that we saw earlier, and do you see the area that's written in red here?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you have to do with the writing of that red?
Nothing.
Do you, before this trial, did you know who Carly Simon was?
I might have heard her music, but no, I didn't.
Okay. Did you know what songs Carly Simon wrote or sang?
No, you had to tell me.
Thank you. All right. And then if you can just remember this picture, again, the red area there that I've circled, and then I'm going to ask Michelle to take this one down and put 1830 back up. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. What, if anything, did you do to this mirror with respect to the black or the red?
I didn't touch it.
Okay. And what, if any, pictures did you take?
I took a picture of it was the picture we had right before this, is the one I took because it was in the bathroom where I found my clothes in the tub and stuff like that.
Okay. And let's go to 374, please. That's already in evidence. Is that the picture you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I understand. What else was in this bathroom where this mirror was?
The bathtub and another mirror, which also had writing on it. The bathtub had a few of my clothes in it and paint, and both of the two mirrors were painted. I believe I took a picture of both mirrors.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you, Michelle, if you can bring us back to 1831. And did you take this picture?
No.
Okay. And do you see in the mirror there, can you see the bathtub in the back there?
Yes, I can.
All right. Was that the bathtub that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that had your clothes in it?
Objection leading.
I'm sorry. What, if anything, did it have in the bathtub?
A few of my clothes with paint on them.
Okay.
You can see, I think that's what I see in the corner of the mirror.
Okay. And then let's go to 377 for a moment. That was in evidence already. And do you recall seeing this picture earlier?
I do.
Okay. And now let's go to 1829, please. Does that appear to be the same lampshade but in color?
It does appear that.
Okay,
It is.
thank you. All right, now let's just go through. I'm going to ask you to take a look at 1834. And what does this depict that you can recall?
That is the TV that Johnny threw the cup of coffee at.
Okay. And let's go to 1835. And what does this depict?
One of the sofas in the living room next to the kitchen with blood on it.
Okay. And then let's go to 1837. And what does this depict?
It's one of the guest bedrooms with Johnny's iPad on the bed and blood and or paint on the duvet cover.
All right, thank you. Now let's do 1838. And what does this depict?
A lampshade or a lamp that has been robbed of the shade.
Okay. Let's go to 1839. What does this depict?
A different bed with more blood on it.
Then let's go to 1840. And what does this depict?
Blood on one of the guitars that Johnny was apparently trying to play.
Okay. Then you didn't try to play the guitar.
Objection, Your Honor.
What
Calls
if
for
any-
speculation.
I didn't even get the words
At
out.
this point, your question. Go ahead.
Okay. What, if any, effort did you make to play a guitar?
I've never played the guitar.
Okay. Let's go to 1841. What does this depict?
It is where Johnny slammed the end of a bottle into the wall while holding me up against it.
Is this in the bar area?
This happened in 2 rooms, so it's hard to tell.
Okay.
The bottle into the wall, the best of my recollection, happened in the kitchenette bar area downstairs, but I can't be 100% certain.
Okay. And let's go to 1842. What does this depict?
Another broken lamp.
Okay. And then I've just got a few more left. 1805. And what does this depict?
Wine spill. It looks like the remnants of a wine glass being thrown. And it looks like broken glass.
Do you recognize where this was in the house?
Well, it looks like a bedside table, but I can't be certain.
Okay. Let's go to 1806. All right. Let's let's skip that one and let's go to 1808. Do you know what this depicts?
Wine spill.
Okay. All right. Now, you started to testify about, well, before we go there, in these pictures, would you say they accurately depict the damage that you saw that third morning?
No.
What else, how are they not accurately depicting?
Well, if you can believe it, this is it seems significantly cleaned up. There was much more damage, specifically broken glass. On the countertops, there was a lot of broken glass. I could feel it cutting my arms when I was trying to get up, and I could feel it underneath my feet. So I don't know when these pictures were taken, but there's been some cleanup.
Okay. Now, you indicated that that Johnny had turned on your iPhone and recorded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did there come a time that you discovered a recording on your iPhone from Australia?
Yes, much later. There was this 5-hour-long recording, and naturally I didn't know what that could possibly be, because even though Johnny and I recorded each other often as part of our, struggles to figure out our relationship, this one was, 5 hours was unusual, and that's when I discovered that there had been this recording of the end of that Australia incident, if you will.
And did you listen to that recording?
I have heard it, yes.
And does it accurately represent what was depicted in that recording?
Yes.
Objection, form, lack of foundation.
You want to approach? I'm not sure. Ms. Perhoff, just could you tell me the number of that, the exhibit number, so I can...
378.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Number, you testified that you made arrangements to return home. Can you describe, let's take you to the point you left the Australia house to go to the airport and were accompanied by Ben King. Could you tell the jury what transpired during that period of time?
So I left Australia shortly after that. My understanding was Johnny was in the hospital for his finger, and Ben King was going to accompany me. And on the way to the airport, Johnny calls me, and we were just crying on the phone. He was crying. He asked if it was, if he had killed it, meaning the relationship, it was, I don't remember the exact words that he used, but it was kind of asking me in that way, is it done? Is this over? Did we kill it? Did I kill it? That sort of thing. I don't remember what I was saying to him, but we hung up as I went into the airport. I had a mix of feelings. Nothing really was making perfect sense to me, for sure. And I flew back with Ben. I don't really remember speaking to Ben on the flight.
Do you, when Mr. Depp was, what you testified on what Mr. Depp said to you on the phone ride, were you on the phone with anyone else, or was it just Mr. Depp you were on the phone with?
I only remember speaking to Johnny, and I remember sitting in the backseat of the SUV that had driven me, and we were outside of the entrance where you walk into the airport, and I even then felt torn about leaving. I obviously didn't want to stay, but I was in such shock and
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I don't know how that's non-responsive.
We're going to ask you a question again.
Okay. Please tell us how you felt at that point and what Mr. Depp was saying to you.
I remember...
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
She was in the middle of responding to it, Your Honor, and Your Honor said
it was a different question, but I'll sustain that objection if you want to ask a question.
Okay. How did you feel at that time?
I felt destroyed. Like my heart was broken. I didn't know what to do. I thought maybe if I left him in Australia, I thought maybe something would happen to him. I thought he might die or kill himself, because that certainly seems like the trajectory he was on. He told me he had put a cigarette out on his face before, the Friday before, and combined with all the, when I was in the bedroom and he was in the hospital, I found, and I was packing my bags and stuff, I found all these empty bags, Coke bags, dime bags with white residue on them. In them. They were in books, in the bedside table. There were so many that I was like, I wondered how I didn't see it before, even though I had, just gotten there. So I was worried he would die, and I was worried that we couldn't come back from what happened. I was worried that there was just no way to turn this around. There was no going back, but shock. Shock.
So you flew out of that airport. Did you have a stop anywhere before you went back to LA?
Objection and relevance?
In a minute, I'll show
overruled.
it.
Yes, we did. We stopped in an airport. I think it was, we stopped at the Sydney airport from Brisbane, I believe.
And did you have to change gates there?
Yes, we had a short flight to get to Sydney, and then in Sydney, I walked with Ben through the airport to get the next plane, and we passed a newsstand, and I just remember I passed this newsstand, and there was a book on one of the book stands outside of the store, and it had this puzzle piece on it, and Johnny and I used to use that as a term of endearment, puzzle piece, and I saw this puzzle piece on the cover of the book. It got my attention. It said 4 ways to click, a relationship guide. So I bought it, and I...
Who was the author?
Dr. Amy Banks.
Okay. Go ahead, please continue.
So the book, at least from the subtitle, said it was a book on solving relationship problems. So I bought it, and I read it on the way home.
And why did you buy it and read it on the way home?
Because I loved this man. I loved this man so much. And it was so toxic. And for some reason, I couldn't get him to... not hurt me. I could... And it seemed like I was hurting him. We loved each other so much. At least I loved him so much. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do with this relationship. It was awful and toxic, but it was so important to me, and I loved him so much. I would have read 1,000,000 books.
So when you got back to LA, how long before Mr. Depp came back?
A few days. Johnny came back within a few days. He went to his Sweetser house, the main house, which was what we did. If there was a problem between Johnny and I, we weren't under the same roof once, the fight had either paused or ended, depending. But he would go to Sweetser, and I would stay at the ECB. And so he went to Sweetser upon landing, and there was some conversations with the medical team, doctors and stuff, and I just remember feeling concerned for his life because things had changed, and without saying what they said to me,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
She said without saying.
She's characterizing it.
Well, I'll overrule for now. We'll see where we go.
I became really, really worried that Johnny was not going to live through this, that there would be infections or problems and things, and he wouldn't stop using Coke, and he couldn't get the surgery he needed because he wouldn't stop using Coke, and they wouldn't put him under because of all the Coke. So,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain as the
Foundation.
last part.
Okay.
All right, next question.
So when did you next when did you next see Mr. Depp after you got back from Australia?
I saw him a few days. I don't know how long it was, but it was at the doctor. I think my best recollection is it was in the doctor's office or around that he needed a procedure.
Did there come a time that you reconciled after Australia?
Yes, because it almost felt like it went away so quickly because there was this surgery that he needed, and there was maybe he had more than one surgery, but it was, like it became very, very about getting Johnny through the next step. Getting Johnny home, getting Johnny off the coke long enough to get the procedure done, and then after that procedure, getting another procedure done. And it was just these small steps, and before you know it, we were kind of back in it. With the prospect, of course, of him being done with all the drugs and drinking, because that's what necessarily had to happen for him to have this surgery. So that made me feel a little bit more secure and kind of coming back into this relationship with him.
Okay. So I'm going to take you to March 23, 2015, which is a few weeks after, 2.5 weeks roughly after Australia. Where was Johnny staying at this point?
I think he was staying at the Eastern Columbia, at the ECB. He was staying at the ECB at the time because we were kind of in the bedroom together the night of the 22nd, which is when he passed out, how I found his iPad.
I'm sorry, when you...
I found his iPad open. He was texting someone with it open. He passed out, and I saw what he was texting.
Please tell the jury about that.
He was texting this woman that he had had a relationship with on and off, kind of at the beginning of our relationship. So I recognized the name, but the date was right after the wedding. I saw it. He had gone to her house after we got married. Like, upon touching down in Los Angeles, I think it was the next day, he went to this woman's house that he has this sexual relationship with. And
what did you do as a result of seeing that on the iPad?
I freaked out. I immediately, confronted him about it. I was, I didn't care in that moment if he did kill me, which was likely in confronting him at that stage of our lives. I didn't even care anymore. At this moment, he had already ripped my heart out. It's like, I've just been through after having been through what I went through in Australia. Just weeks prior, I see this. It was like, unbelievably painful. Unbelievably painful.
So, what did you do?
I'm yelling at him. So yelling. I was calling him all these ugly names. I was screaming at him. Told him to get the fuck out of the house. That's what I said. Excuse my language, but we were screaming at each other. At some point, we were upstairs in penthouse 3, and we kind of get into a how do you describe it? Pushing each other, And I just remember being so mad at him for cheating on me and doing so in this way, like right after the wedding. And then right after my wedding, go to see him, and then Australia happens, and it just felt like everything came crashing down, and I was so hurt. Anyway, I break out of his grasp at some point, and I go into my sister's room. The apartments and the ECB are connecting. At least 3 of them are, and they connect from upstairs only. So you could get from Johnny and I's apartment into the neighboring apartment where Whitney, my sister, was staying at the time, and then you could go from that apartment into penthouse 5. Again, still on the top floor. So I went through Johnny's office, which is how you access the door that gets you into Whitney, the neighboring apartment where Whitney was, my sister. And I went in there and woke her up crying, screaming, saying, "What am I going to do? Can you
Objection, Your
believe
Honor,
this?"
Hearsay.
Sorry.
All right, I'll sustain.
I don't know, that was Daffer to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll
Asserted
sustain.
In any event. All right.
Sustain the objection.
Okay, so you went to Whitney's, don't tell the jury what you said to her, but what happened next?
Johnny comes into penthouse 4 and grabs me. I don't know why. I don't know what he was doing, but at one moment I I'm aware that my sister's somewhere nearby, and I thought about that. I just remember thinking about that, and he, I remember getting kind of free from Johnny, and he left, or he walked out of the room.
When you say free from Johnny, what, if any, connection did you have, the physical connection before that?
Well, I mean, I'm, trying to stand up for myself, and Johnny would, at that stage in our relationship, he would just throw me, shove me, hit me in the face. I mean, it was just like, all I could do is just try to fight back, or try to not get more hurt than not doing anything would have certainly left me. I don't really recall specifics. I remember at one point he had his uncasted hand in my hair, and I was looking at the carpet. I don't know what happened immediately after that, but I remember he left. He was out of the room for a while. I don't know how we got into, I think I heard him in P5. Again, this is the neighboring apartment of that. So there's P4 in between, and P5 is the corner. And that apartment was empty, basically. And so I used it, the top bedrooms, the bedrooms on the top floor as my closet. And I had all these clothing racks and shoe racks and stuff like that in there. And then it had another level, the mezzanine, which is it hung over the rest of the bottom floor. And I used that as my office. And the bottom floor is, of course, the living room with just some sparsely decorated, just some big couches and a low table. And I I hear him in penthouse 5. And on the lower level also is another painting studio, like painting area of mine. So I go in there because I hear him, and he's screaming, but I don't know why. I don't know who he's. My understanding was he was screaming at me, but I wasn't in that apartment. I could hear him, and when I heard him, I came into penthouse 5, and I have to go down the stairs, and I went down the stairs to the mezzanine level where my office was, and I could see him and a security guard and Debbie, the nurse, and he was sitting on the sofa when I first walked into the room, and he kind of stood up, he was drinking Red Bull and screaming at me, and Debbie came up the stairs because I'm screaming back at him. She came up the stairs, I think. And while she came up, I'm supposed to kind of comfort me. And while I was up on the mezzanine floor, Whitney came down, and he threw the
Red Bull can up at me, certainly, but it kind of either hit or narrowly missed Debbie. And I said I called him a pussy, and said something about, I'm screaming at him angrily. I at least called him a fucking pussy. I don't know what else I said, but I was screaming at him because he threw this can at me and everything else that had happened. And when I did that, he bolted up the stairs. And, there's only, he was up the first flight of stairs. Again, I'm on the mezzanine, which is in between two flights of stairs. He bolted up the steps. And I don't know how he managed to get his hands in my hair so fast, but he had his hand on the back of my head, my hair, and kind of was yanking me down and hit me in the face with this cast he had. I just remember this brief struggle we had before we kind of break away. Whitney, my sister, all of a sudden put herself in between Johnny and I. She just threw herself like in the line of fire or whatever. She just all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to stop. Her back was to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I just see my little sister with her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait for any other, I don't hesitate, I don't wait, I just in my head instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs, and I swung at him. In all of my relationship to date with Johnny, I hadn't landed a blow. And I, for the first time, hit him. Like, actually hit him. Square in the face. He didn't push my sister down the stairs. And all my time of being in that relationship to that point, hadn't even landed one on Johnny. Sure, I had tried to fight back, threw my arms, flailed my arms, hit whenever I could to try to block blows myself, but never landed anything. And Johnny kind of looked stunned and then laughed at me and then lunged at me again. And before I know it, security stepped in between us and pulled Johnny away. And I went upstairs with my sister, and we locked the door, and I could just hear all this commotion happening in Penthouse 5. I could hear him raging, destroying my things. I could hear it. And at some point I saw it the next day.
Tell the jury what you saw the next day.
All my clothing racks were toppled over, shoe racks toppled over, thrown down the stairs. Desk, everything on my desk wiped off. Just it looked like everything that he could touch, he tried to turn over, destroy, smash, But my clothing racks, these huge, heavy clothing racks full of clothes, there was at least one of them he threw down the stairs. The rest were toppled over.
Amber, I'm going to fast forward to December 15, 2015. Were you and Mr. Depp together at that time?
Yes, we were.
Did you have a fight that night?
December 15th, yes, we did, but I don't recall what started the argument.
we had had periods leading up to that were really beautiful and really good, and then periods that weren't.
Well, let's talk about the December 15, 2015. What do you recall of your fight that night with Mr. Depp?
I remember him chasing me in the kitchen. I remember throwing something in his direction to slow down his momentum. I remember him screaming. I remember him getting on top of me at some point, toppling me. Mostly at that moment downstairs, he was hitting me in my face. Again, this is another example of when I wish so much I could tell you an exact sequence, but I can't. It's flashes. So I'll tell you what I do remember. I remember at some point trying to flee upstairs, and we had he got a hold of me and I got free, and I managed to get all the way up the stairs almost. I was on the last flight, and we'd had some interaction where I think I said something to him on the stairs. It might have been broken up, and I think I said something on the stairs, and I just remember how quickly he shot back up those stairs and grabbed me by the back of my hair, my head, and slammed his hand on my head. And I went down on the stairs, and he overtook me. I remember him so well. I remember his boots and the sound they made. I remember him grabbing my hair, my head, and kind of dragging me up the stairs the rest of the way. He dragged me into the room that those stairs open into. It's like a salon foyer area. And we had this argument that kind of, was a shoving match that I was losing. By the second or third shove, he sent me toppling over this chaise lounge, like a little low-lying sofa seat. And I hit my head on the brick wall. There was an exposed brick wall. I remember I stood up, and I remember Johnny asking me if I wanted to go. And he did that thing where he's like challenging me. He said it in that way, challenging me to stand up, get back up. And when I did, he said, "Oh, you really want to go now, tough guy?" Shoved me back down. "Oh, you really want to go, huh? Oh, you're so tough." I stood back up again. This time he hits me in the face. I stand back up and look him right in the eyes. And it was just a really still moment. I'll never forget it. Really still. I stood up and he said, "You want to go again, tough guy?" And I just looked right at him, just looked right at his face. And he balled up his fists, leaned back, and headbutted me square in the nose. Just right as I stood in front of him. I was a foot from him. Just slammed me right in the nose. Instantly, searing pain. It's one of the few memories I have in this long relationship that I actually remember the physical pain in that moment, just searing. And I remember thinking, you have your hands free. I had time to think. You have your hands free. You could have hit me with your hands. Why did you headbutt me? I told him that night I was going to leave him. I went through his office to go into the other room where I kept all my stuff. We had another struggle. He overtook me. I was trying to hit him off me. I was trying to get him to was trying to get his body off of me, and he was just pummeling me. I don't know how else to describe what I was. I went down to the floor. I remember being on top of me, and he's screaming and swinging at me while I was on the floor. He had me by the hair and dragged me the rest of the way from the office into the neighboring room, the neighboring apartment. I remember the door that connected these two these two rooms had a metal grate, not a grate, but a metal bottom, metal floor that separated it. It's a big, heavy bank door. And I remember he was dragging me, and I removed my hands from my head and kind of tried to grab onto the metal door to prevent him from dragging me into the room. But I couldn't stop him. He dragged me all the way from that carpet. I was trying to get free of his grasp. I was trying to stop him from pulling me. I remember feeling the carpet and the metal. And he wrestles me, drags me up to the bed, throws me down onto the bed. It kind of wrestles me down onto the bed. And he kneels on my back with one leg. And I was trying to fight him off me because I was face down on the bed top. And he wrestled me down, kind of trying to hold me down with his knee on my back. And he's punching me with a closed fist, punching me repeatedly. And I don't remember even feeling the pain. I just remember the sound of Johnny's voice. He got next to my ear and he was screaming over and over and over again. Each time it sounded louder and more desperate. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. Over and over. Fucking hate you. And then pounding the back of my head, pounding it with his fist. And I don't even remember feeling pain. I just could hear myself scream until I couldn't hear myself anymore. I could just hear him say that he was going to kill me. And that he sounded like an animal in pain when he was saying that he fucking hated me. He sounded like he was almost crying, or something in his voice was different. He sounded different, he sounded like he was in agony. It was high-pitched and loud. And I don't know how many times he just hit me over and over and over again. And I got really still. And it felt in my body like quiet. And I thought, this is how I die. He's going to kill me now. And I'm not. He's going to kill me, and he won't even have realized it. I couldn't breathe. I remember trying to scream, and I couldn't scream. I was suffocating in this pillow top with him holding me down, punching me over and over, and I don't have any memory after that until I woke up.
When you woke up, was there anyone there?
I remember hearing my best friend's voice. I felt like it came, felt like it was like on a speakerphone, like it came from everywhere. I just heard her voice in a weird way. It felt like it was coming from two directions. And I realized that I was sitting on the edge of the bed, on the carpet of the floor against the broken frame of the bed. And there was a low-lying bed with a really thick wooden frame. And it was broken from his boot trying to get a purchase on it while he was...
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I could feel it.
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
I was there for it. And while he was on top of me, I could feel that. I could feel him trying to get balance. I could feel him slipping. I could hear it. I don't know how I got off the bed. I don't know what happened to me from the time I stopped hearing myself scream. I don't know what happened to me. It's a really weird feeling because next thing I remember is leaning against the broken part of the bed and on the carpet, and my friend saying, "Oh my God, oh my God."
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Go ahead. And without
And then
telling what Rocky said.
I eventually, she called the nurse Erin. She got something out of the freezer for my face. She did a concussion check with Erin on the phone. I thought I probably had a concussion, and certainly thought I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over those pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor all over the place, actually. It was just all over the apartment. He, after leaving me, had written on the countertops in Sharpies.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 510. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And does it accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, that's the next day, I think.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 510.
No objection.
All right, 510 in evidence. You can publish it, please.
Thank you. And could you describe to the jury what that is?
It was chunks of my hair that Johnny ripped out while dragging me and punching me.
Thank you. Michelle, could you bring up 513, please? Defendant's 513. Does this picture accurately depict you and the scene portrayed?
I think this is a couple days later, but yeah.
Okay. I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 513.
No objection.
All right, 513 in evidence.
And could you tell the jury what this is and what it depicts?
This is my face with a busted lip, which it's difficult to see in this picture, but my two black eyes, one is worse than the other. Like I said, maybe a day or two later. And my broken nose.
All right. Thank you. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 514? does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, that's my face sometime after.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 514.
No objection.
514 in evidence, you can publish.
All right, if you could just briefly describe for the jury what this one is.
That's my face. Some time after, and Johnny beat me up.
Thank you. Michelle, if you could bring up defendants 515. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Going to move the admission of Exhibit 516.
No objection.
515 or 516?
516, I'm sorry if I misspoke.
You said 515
Oh.
before.
It's 515? 515.
No objection to 515? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
515 in evidence, you can publish.
And what does this depict, Amber? Could you tell the jury?
This is my face sometime after.
All right. Let's look at defendants 516, please. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted? Amber?
Yes, it does. This
I'd
is maybe.
Wait, let me move it first. May I move
Sure.
the admission of defendants Exhibit 516,
No objection.
516 in evidence?
published to the jury, please? Okay, Amber, go ahead and explain what it is.
I think this is maybe that night or the next night after Johnny left me on the bed.
Let's go to 517. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit defendants 517, Your Honor.
No objection.
517 in evidence?
Amber, please describe for the jury what this portrays.
That's my face after this incident.
And what's portrayed on your lip?
Well, he busted my lip when he punched me. It's bleeding in this picture. It kept reopening. You know, it's a mouth. The lips move.
Go to 519. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Move the
Yes.
admission of 519.
No objection, Your Honor.
519 in evidence?
And tell the jury what this shows.
This is my lip a few days later.
Let's go to defendants 520, please. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 520. Is it 521 or 520? 520.
No objection.
520 in evidence? Publish?
Can you please tell the jury what's depicted here?
That's my scalp with a chunk of it missing from when Johnny was dragging me by my hair.
Let's go to defendants 521, please. don't think that's the same. Let's take that one down. Let's go to 522. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Well, it's a few days later.
Okay. Move the admission of 522, please.
No objection.
522 in evidence?
And what shows there?
My face is healing.
Okay. Let's go to 523. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, I think this is day or so after, maybe longer. I can't tell, but yes, it does.
Move the admission of 523.
No objection.
523 in evidence?
And I'm just going to draw your attention, Amber, to an area up here. What, if any, bruising did you sustain in that area?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
It's
What, if any, bruising did you sustain?
I'm
Same
sorry.
objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
What injuries did you have?
I had bruising on my temple, my chin, my neck, the back of my head. I had swelling and pieces of, my scalp kind of ripped, torn. They were gross, pussy. But this is of the bruising around my temple from one of the blows, several of the blows, I don't know.
Let's go to 524. Does this accurately portray the scene shown?
Yes.
Okay. Move the admission of 524.
No objection.
524 in evidence?
And what does this show?
It's, I had a pretty, can I touch the screen?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Yes.
And I had a pretty gross bruise right there in my head, on my temple. It's difficult to see it in this light, but I remember it was pretty ugly.
Now let's go to defendant's 509. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move the admission of defendant's 509.
No objection.
All right, 509.
Will you please tell the jury what this is?
That's the bed that Johnny broke while on top of me.
All right, let's go to defendant's 511, please. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Okay. Move the admission of defendant's 511.
No objection.
All right, 511 in evidence?
What do you see in this picture, Amber?
Just more destruction from a part of the fight that happened in the bedroom. Not the bedroom that I was just talking about. It was the main bedroom. There had been a part of the fight that happened in there too.
Let's go to defendants 512, please. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, that's downstairs in the main.
Wait, let me move the admission of it. Move the admission of defendants 512, please.
No objection.
512 in evidence.
Okay, now please tell the jury about it.
It's downstairs in the main apartment.
Okay. Let's go to defendants 525. And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes.
Move the admission of 525, please.
No objection.
All right, 525 in evidence.
And please tell the jury what this is.
This is Johnny's graffitiing on our kitchen counter that he left up on his way out, I suppose.
All right. And I think defendants 526 is already into evidence. Could you just bring that up?
Yes, 526 is in evidence. Right.
All right. Now, Amber, as of December 15, 2015, what were your plans for Christmas that year?
Well, up to this point, the plan was to have our families join us. We would go with the kids and celebrate Christmas together, as a married couple. And we would all go to Johnny's Island, and he had invited my best friend at the time, Rocky, and her family, meaning her mom and her fiance, and my parents, and my sister, and we were all going to go to this island I've told you about that Johnny has in the Bahamas and spend it together. And that was the plan leading up to this.
And what, if anything, changed as a result of this night of December 15, 2015?
After they saw my face, no one wanted to go to the island anymore with Johnny. They wanted me to leave him.
Did you have to appear, were you scheduled to appear on the James Corden show on December 16?
That's right. I was promoting The Danish Girl, the film I had done earlier in the year in London before going to see Johnny in Australia. So I was promoting that film that had been completed, and they asked me to make an appearance on a night show called The James Corden Show. After this happened, and I did the first concussion check with Aaron on the phone, I got worried that I wouldn't be able to hide the bruising and swelling. But I iced it all night, and the next day checked in the mirror to see if I could get away with it, meaning hiding it, so I could make an appearance. And I gambled and thought maybe I could pull it off. I had my hair and makeup team come, and they worked around it, meaning worked around the lesions on my head with the hairspray, because that stings, and worked around the bruising by covering it with heavier makeup than normal bruise covering makeup. And I remember my lip was still bleeding and swollen, so we did this like really thick, super heavy, matte red lipstick. I remember very well at the time that we had no choice in color, and that was one of my favorite colors to wear, and in this occasion we had no choice because nothing else would hide my busted lip. And I went on the show, did what I always do. I told people I had an accident.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain the
It's not
objection.
offered to prove the truth of the matter, but,
Sustain.
because you didn't have an accident. but-
Your Honor.
All right.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, please continue. So did you appear on the show?
I appeared on the show.
Okay. And did there come a time that you changed your mind and went to the Bahamas with Mr. Depp for Christmas?
Eventually.
2015.
Eventually I did.
Okay. And you went there with whom?
I went with Johnny's kids. I was, obviously I didn't see Johnny after this because he didn't face the damage he caused in my experience. He was never around for the cleanups. And so he wasn't around for a few days. And I eventually heard from him, and he said he wanted to talk. And then he understood that it couldn't go back, like almost as if he understood that I wouldn't forgive him. Made it easier somehow to talk to him. I didn't feel so bad about myself in that case because, how could I put up with this, right? But with the understanding that we were done, I could, allow for us to have one last conversation, I suppose. But I just, it's like, I was heartbroken by the idea that I would spend my first Christmas as a married couple with his kids and everything on the island. I was heartbroken at the idea of missing that. And, it's the best I can describe it is it's like for every hit, every instance of violence, every time I was choked, every single one of these instances was like a heavy coin put into a piggy bank. And you think, okay, well, each single one of these is like...
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I think it's responsive, Your Honor.
The question was,
What she's
with
doing,
whom did you
why?
go?
If we could ask the question.
Tell us how you felt and what you were thinking in this process of whether to go to have Christmas with Mr. Depp and his children.
I guess I was trying to explain...
Go ahead.
That, just after you think each one of these is... it's almost like for each one of these things that happens, you lose the will or resolve to leave. It's like every single heavy coin you put in this piggy bank is like an investment into the future you're going to get to, and then before you know it, you're just carrying around this weighted ball. This piggy bank's too heavy, you can't leave. For every single time I went back or allowed him back, after this sort of thing would happen, I lost a piece of myself, a piece of my self-confidence, my trust in myself to leave and move on. I lost fortifications, I lost myself, and it was somehow easier to stay. I didn't want to stay in the violence or in this. I wanted to stay with Johnny, the good Johnny that I loved. So I put another one of those coins in the piggy bank of investment in hope and future, and I forgive him. It wasn't even that simple. I just decided to believe him that it would never happen again. Clean and sober once again. This time was the last time because it couldn't be worse than this, right? It couldn't be worse. And part of me thought that maybe it just needed to get this bad to get, like now we can't go back. There's no way this could happen again. So I went to the island after a few days of talking with Johnny, arguing with Johnny, talking with Johnny, negotiating that it's going to be clean and sober. I wasn't going to drink anymore. He wasn't going to use anymore. He'd never lay a hand on me again. He'd rather die than do that, is what he was saying. And I was scared. My friends were scared, but I decided to go. After a few days of having the plane and the kids waiting, not knowing what was going on, they were at Sweetser, the main house, kind of just waiting to go on this Christmas vacation. And eventually, I got in the car with Johnny. And we picked his kids up and left for the island.
So let's go to the island for the Christmas holidays. And what, if any, arguments did you have with Mr. Depp at the island over the Christmas holiday?
Towards the end of the trip, the trip itself was pretty nice, but towards the end, he started drinking again. Started with wine, and we were on the couch in the main house, a cabin. It's like a one-room kind of cabin. And we were sitting on the couch, and Johnny, what I perceived as nodding off, I don't still know what it was, but he was kind of passing out or nodding off or something like that. And I'm sensitive at this point to the clues that I can pick up on to know what pattern of behavior I'm dealing with, because they made a huge difference in my life. So if I knew what he was on and what he was doing, I could react accordingly. So I'm picking up clues. I'm sitting next to him, and he's nodding off, and every single time he kind of like nods off, he dumps this glass of wine on my lap. And I say every single time because it happened like 3 times. First time, whatever. Second time, I'm like, Johnny, are you all right? And I probably say it like,
what's going on, guys and girls?
Waiting.
I'm back.
And in my head, I'm just wondering what he's on. Does this mean he's on the Roxy's again? Is it nodding off? What's going on? What am I going to deal with? He just had promised that it was clean.
How bad is that glare back there? Not bad. I'm like, I got some food.
December,
Got some Sonic, guys. How's everybody doing?
And the third time,
sorry about the echo,
happens,
ladies and gentlemen. My phone was up.
I jump up. I already changed my pants twice. And
did I, June?
I jump up and I shout at Johnny, what are you doing?
I got some Sonic, guys. I got me a chicken tender basket with toast, tater tots, and extra gravy.
To that effect. And I get up.
I will mute my mic while I eat, guys. Maybe.
Johnny's son says,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor, not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It explains what's coming.
If you could approach, I just don't know.
Chicken tender basket right there, ladies and gentlemen, with chicken, toast, tots, and gravy. I'm so hungry. Ooh, I'm so hungry. So have they said anything about cross-examination yet, guys? Like her being cross-examined? Has anybody heard anything about that? Love Sonic Toast. I love Sonic Toast, man. I love it. I'm going live again at 6, ladies and gentlemen, with Geoffrey Gamer, Chris Vroman, and Gaming with Cookies on some Ready or Not. I have to get my controller working, though. Couldn't take any more of a June, do?
Amber, please continue. Jack
says, are you okay or can I help? Something to that effect. And I pointedly say to Jack, but really to Johnny, like, thank you, Jack. To make a point of the fact
that
Hey, what's up, Dalton? Wants to hear the sound.
or even acknowledge that he'd been spilling wine. First, he's drinking wine. Second, he's spilling it.
That's
all
Dalton.
over
Every time you
me.
come in the
Spilling it 'cause he's
chat,
not
Dalton, I'm going to try to remember to
what
play
I
that
said.
for you, man. That'll be your
So
button.
I kind of say this in a pointed way at Jack, thanking him for offering. And I get up, go to the closet.
I don't know how much longer she can lie for, and the jury's going to buy it, right?
And
I hope they don't, but, you know,
Johnny comes into the closet right after.
people are
me
corrupt these days,
and slams me up against the side.
especially
of
our system.
The closet. And
Look, Johnny's laughing because he knows it ain't true. He's like, man, what is this woman talking about?
clarity with while holding my neck. He said he'd fucking kill me if I ever spoke to him like that.
Wow.
His kids again. If I ever embarrass him, and he just shoved me in embarrassed. If I ever embarrass you, if you ever embarrass me again in front of my kids, I'll fucking kill you.
June, I did see the part where it showed her hair on the floor and she was pointing at it. I would not doubt one bit
recall,
if she cut her own hair, put her hair on the floor, and took a picture of it and blamed it on
I don't
him.
really recall
I wouldn't put it past her.
having an awareness.
She showed a
of where
picture
he
of her
was at this
head
point, but I leave
with
the
the
closet,
tan and says my bruises.
go into the
I seen that,
bathroom,
yeah.
right next to it.
I don't like no bruise.
And he comes barreling into the bathroom behind me. Before he does that, I said something snarky to him. "Don't fucking ever talk to me like that again, or I hate you, or something in response, you know, just something. So that I felt like I wasn't just being a punching bag.
Really? Did she really? Like up in
Go
her?
over to the bathroom, but I didn't even have
Like
the
she accused
door
Johnny of
shut
shoving a bottle
before
up
he was in
inside
the
her?
bathroom with me.
Yo, she is so fickle.
And I don't know if he used my body to shut the door or if he just
What is
shut
it? What do people think when they do this stuff like this?
Again,
I'm sorry, guys.
facing
I'm
up
so
against the
hungry.
wall. At this time, he just grabbed my vagina. Like,
Wow, man. Yeah. Yeah, June said she accused Johnny of shoving a bottle up inside her. See, that's just... When they find out she's lying, and they will, what I was saying earlier in the comment section, guys,
peach,
is
kind of like netted.
when Johnny wins, and I really believe he's going to, how could he not?
That's what I had on from the waist
They'll
down.
compare
Just
the
grab
truth in
me.
documents to her testimony
tried to explain
documents,
it with his,
and they'll probably charge her for perjury for lying on her oath.
Shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit. He didn't like move my bathing suit out of the way,
Oh, my God.
and just kind of held me there. And asked me if I was so fucking tough. If I thought I was so fucking tough. Said, "Oh, you tough like a man now? You some man now?" Just kind of
That was a
poking
lie.
me
She skipped over
while
that word.
jerking me around.
Yeah.
And he kind of seemed
Yeah,
to
but, like,
do
in
this thing
her.
where he was smiling, not just like teasing me, you know, like, "Oh yeah, you think you're so fucking
Yeah,
tough, now
Johnny
what?
didn't get to speak that long.
Now what?"
I mean, they
don't know what
had
happened
Johnny
after that.
on
I went back into the room.
his
like,
testimony for,
room,
you know, a
I
few
went into
days,
the main room first.
but he didn't get to speak out like that for a long period of time, which Johnny doesn't need to.
I just remember.
That's the difference
his
between
hand
him
laying
telling the
on
truth and her lying, is because
shoulder,
she
neck
feels like she
area.
has
I
to
remember
explain the lies
trying to get him off
and then
of me.
explain another lie for that lie, another lie for that lie, and et cetera and so
I
on.
don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the next thing that happened was, but I do remember. I knew
Right,
I needed to
Dalton,
get away
right.
From him. At some point, I ran. I ran out of the back
Dude,
door. ran
she's so
out onto the
full of it.
patio.
Ooh. I hope she gets busted for perjury.
At some point before I ran,
So sorry, guys. I know I'm stuffing my
he
face.
swung at me, but I don't.
So
I don't
hungry.
even remember how much of an impact it made. But I remember running. I threw something in his direction.
Hear how she's skipping over her
when I was
words
getting away from
consistently?
him. I ran down the deck.
Yep, that's right, Ball. And
ran
she will.
out into the kind of like parking lot area, it's gravel.
parking lot area outside of the house.
But normally the thing about,
And that's my
pathological
estimate
liars,
from
habitual
John
liars, whatever you want to
Ritchie.
call them, is they
Driving
know
by
how
the
to keep the
air,
lies rolling because
slowing
they've
me
done it so
around.
much in their life that they have it all planned up here.
I remember he hit my
So
face
truth
with
being
his
told,
fist,
she
but I'm
probably
not
didn't
quite
even
sure in what
really have a
sequence.
planned testimony
Before I drove
together.
away or after, I don't
But when she
remember.
got up, then they
I
started
just
asking her
remember the lights
questions.
of the
She started
ATV
putting
coming.
lies together. That's how she done it. All this stuff about him putting a
island
bottle in her and
to
shoving his
keep
fingers
people
up in her
from the
through her
island
bathing suit.
for Johnny
It's all
and
ad lib,
CJ
man.
and
It's all
Tara.
ad lib.
They pulled up
And
in
she's
the,
putting on the actress
ATV. I
bad,
remember
so
the
bad
headlights.
enough
I
that
remember
we can tell,
separating
right?
from him. Or them kind of running up and saying something.
A
and
top with gravy. Y'all
separating
want to
us.
bite?
And
I'll eat it for you.
and I didn't see Johnny for the rest of the evening. Is my
Mm-hmm.
recollection.
Exactly, June.
I just found him the next day, passed out in the cafe that was close to the house.
Problem she knows how to express her lies. Yep, that is the problem. But think about it like this though. She's not a very good actress.
Okay,
I mean,
ladies
she
and
wasn't that great
Gentlemen, stay
in
there for a moment.
Aquaman, in my
Ladies and
opinion.
gentlemen, we're going to be breaking, again, this is the time that we break for a week, okay? So I won't be seeing you until May 16th. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about how the...
I was
remainder
just
of
gonna
the
wrap
case
it up
will
here, guys.
progress, okay? All right, so we promised to get you the case to you by Memorial Day. So in order to keep that promise, there's going to be a few things I need from you, okay? One thing is, starting on May 16th, we're going to start having court at 9 a.m. So we'll be going 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Some days we might have to go to 5:30. So I want
Wow.
you to know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly.
We'll be covering it,
The
guys.
other thing I need from you is
Criminal
Friday,
justice
May
will be covering this
27th,
case. If you guys want to
which
stay
is
tuned
right
in,
before Memorial Day, is going to be a
make
court
sure you're
date.
here.
On that day, we're going to.
I'll be live at 9 o'clock in the morning. Well, I won't be tomorrow because
Day, okay? So again, I want
I
to
got a
let you know
doctor's
ahead of
appointment.
time so you can plan accordingly, so we can get this taken care of for you, okay? All right, so those are the announcements I want to make for you and make sure you had time to schedule what you needed to do. Now, I also want to go over, as we always do on Thursdays, our responsibilities, the responsibilities you have as jurors, okay, in this case? All right, so you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen
Whoa.
to anything about this case. This applies to television,
I ate too fast.
newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social networking sites such as
now,
Twitter,
how are they
Facebook,
really honestly going to know if
Instagram,
anybody does that?
Snapchat, et cetera, or any similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email.
What's up, Dylan? How you doing, man?
messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances.
Oh, yeah, she's been sworn in, Dylan.
I
Yeah,
also
she was
instruct
sworn
you
in
to do
yesterday.
Research or make any inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway, okay? So please enjoy your week off.
Right.
Plenty of fresh air
How would- they would
rest,
never know.
right? And then I'll see you at 9 a.m. on Monday, May 16th. Okay?
All right, so next court date, guys, will be Monday, May 16th at 9 a.m. That's going to be a week from now, I think they said. May 16th will be not this coming up Monday, but next Monday is when court will reside. I'm sorry, resume. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in, guys. I do apologize that I had to get up and head out.
Again, ma'am, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? You can step down, though, and have a seat with your attorneys. I have a few housekeeping matters I want to take care of before we finish.
But I want to thank everybody for tuning in. No, not RDR2. I'm doing Ready or Not with Geoffrey Gamer. I'm doing Ready or Not with Jeffrey and Chris and Cookies, Paul, tonight. Now tomorrow night, I'll be doing Friday Night Fortnite with Chris.
Attorneys, I won't see you tomorrow for Friday depositions because we finished all the depositions. I want to thank all of you for last Friday and staying here until
That food was so
9
good.
o'clock at night. But we got them all done, and I really appreciate all your work on that. It does mean a lot. And now you're rewarded because you don't have to see me tomorrow. So, depositions.
That was
what
funny.
Also, for planning purposes, though, since we're going to be going 9 to 5, the day.
Oh, she looks like a Karen.
So we'll start at 9.
Straight up,
We'll probably
100%.
break for a morning break between 10:30 and 10:45. We're going to break for lunch between 12:30 and 1:30, so I want you to plan accordingly for that. Our afternoon break will probably be between 3:15 to 3:30, maybe even a little later to 3:45, we'll see. And then we'll try to break at 5. There may be times when we might go to 5:30, as I told the jury. So I just want to make sure you know that. Since I won't see you tomorrow, I wanted to go ahead
For
and
real,
give you
June. The
times
judge
of
is sus. Yeah, for real.
of what you have used and what you have left, okay? Are you ready? Okay, Mr. Chu's going to try to use it with a highlighter. Let's wait. There we go. There we go. That's right. There we go. All right. So plaintiff has used 35 hours and 6 minutes. Defendants have used 36 hours and 31 minutes, which means the plaintiff has 26 hours and 9 minutes left, and the defendant has 24 hours and 44 minutes left, okay? And just to...
Hello, hello, hello.
I was right.
Okay, I got you.
What is
Okay,
this?
thank you very much.
What just happened? All right, we're gonna switch scenes, guys. Oh, sorry, guys. They're gonna be bringing them out. Sorry about that, guys. Let me show you all this. Oh, nope, that was it. All right. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in today. It was a cool day. It was very interesting seeing her put on the actress and lie the way she did. I don't think I've ever seen anybody be so bad at lying the way that Amber was today. The pathological liar is definitely in her blood. The habitual liar is in her. It's just in her. It's just in her to lie. You could tell through the entire case that she was lying. She was constantly stumbling over her words. She's constantly stuttering. But, my place is not to judge. We'll see what happens in the end of this. I do think that Johnny Depp is going to win this case. I think he's got it in the bag already. I think he had it in the bag from day one. I think the jury has really thoroughly listened to him. I think they've listened to Amber too, but they cannot be. The jury, at least one person in that jury cannot be naive enough to buy what she's putting out right now. And if Johnny doesn't win and Amber does, then our system is just broken and destroyed. It's a sad reality. Guys, we'll be live again tonight at 6 o'clock Central Standard Time, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on some Ready or Not with myself, Geoffrey Gamer, Chris Vroman, and Gaming with Cookies. I want to thank everybody for tuning in today. Someone put a bottle light. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. Rocky the Amazing England, what is up, man? I think you're new here, man. Welcome to the live stream, man. Good to have you, man. Good to have you. To all my members in the house, appreciate you guys being here, man. Appreciate all the members being here. June, good to see you back. Officer Harrell, who was also back in the house today. Good to see you guys back. June, I'm glad you're back around the community. I was actually just thinking about you last week and thinking like, what the heck? Because I seen one of your old comments. And I was like, what the heck ever happened to June? But here you are, and I'm glad you're back, dude. It's good to have you back in the community. Again, guys, we'll be live here in the next, hour and 30 on some Ready or Not. Myself, Geoffrey Gamer, and Chris Vroman and Game with Cookies, which I think they'll be live as well. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, May 16th will be the next time that we pick up on the court case. So tune in. If you're new, subscribe, smash that like button, and click that bell and click all so you never miss any future content or live streams just like this one. With that being said, guys and girls, have an amazing day, and I will see you all in about an hour and 30 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you all, and peace out.